told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese. I jumped off the old troop ship and sank in mud up to my hips. I cussed until the captain calmed me down. Never mind how hard it's raining, think of all the ground we're gaining. Just don't take one step outside of town. Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese. Every night the local gentry slip out past the sleeping sentry. They go out to join the old VC. In their nightly little dramas, they put on their black pajamas and come lobbing mortar shells at me. But Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Coming to you live from, what is this? TikTok kept taking down the HasanAbi doctrine. Yeah, everything is fucking censored. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 5th day of the year, as a matter of fact. Only the 5th day of the year, even though it feels like it's going to be a long one. This is Lyndon Johnson Told the Nation, Eurobeat remix by Vika's Music. Only 360 more days like this to go, ladies and gentlemen. Only 360 more to go. It's January 5th, 2026. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, regardless of all of the circumstances. We are live, we're alive, and there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to get into, and I'm going to get into it real quick. But before I do that, of course, beware, a lot of people trying to bait you today. Don't get baited. Wait, why? Someone said, I'm an Asmongold viewer, but I'm trying to give you a good fair shake today. What good are beliefs if you don't put them to the fire? Cheers, everyone. Hell yeah. Respect. Don't know why people are, why chatters are already in a panic state here, but talking about how chatters are in a panic state, talking about how like there's going to be a lot of baiters in here today. That's like so much. That's every other day. Anyway, yeah, personal news wise, let's get right into it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, because they're your community, Lamau, that's why they're agitated. I know, but I took a day off, and a lot of people don't realize that it's usually the people that are in this community that did not get my attention for the last 24 hours. So they're actually the ones that will be desperate debate rather than random onlookers, because that's not even remotely different than how it is in any other day, in any other circumstance. A lot of your ops are bots, cannot comprehend the American Uniparty clips of all years. All they hear is Kamala, same as Trump all day. Oh yeah. No, the liberals are really funny because they're, anyway, whatever. Let's just, God, there's so much to talk about. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna get into all this stuff initially. Personal news wise, yesterday I spent some time with my family, and I shot the episode of Fear and that's the reason why I did not stream yesterday. So apologies. I know when I take the day off, things go crazy. I know when I take the day off, people lose their minds a little bit, especially when I come back. Who was the guest? The guest was Jason the Ween. Jason the Wee Wee. but that's neither here nor there. It's good. It's good. I'm glad that I took the day off, spent some time with the family. It helped me open up my mind a little bit, and I've been reading that book about Mao from Philip Short, and it's been, or I think it's Philip Short, but it's been pretty good. I spent some time reading a little bit on my own, but a lot has taken place obviously since then. I was reading the BDBD comments on a video of you reacting to a chatter who asked if you'd be China and kidnap Trump and install the socialist government, and saw this banger. Jeff Lowkirk fucked up your hair? I don't think so. I think my hair is great. But I did not watch Heated Rivalry. I've been rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen. And that's it. And I haven't really been watching a lot of stuff anyway. Normally on my day off, I watch a lot of stuff. This time, I didn't watch a lot of stuff. And the reason why is because I am, like I said, I'm reading a book. And that's what it is. That's what I've been doing. I've been reading books. I recommend it. I recommend it to all. But yeah, this morning, woke up early, weightlifted, and improved my life a little bit. So highly recommend you guys do that as well. That made me feel pretty good. How's your brutal injury going? It's a little bit annoying. I think last time when I actually messed up my ankle, last time when I rolled my ankle, by this point, because it's been like 3 weeks plus now, it was definitely a little bit better. Like I can walk on it, but it still hurts. It's still like tender to touch. It's still swollen. And when you say age will do that to you, yeah, except, last time this happened was last year. It's not like I'm, it's not like I've my last ankle sprain was, 10 years ago or something. You got to train your mobility and agility, to be honest. I know, chatter. Thank you. But I do. I know that I need to get stronger. I need to get strength around my ankles, my calves, mobility, all that stuff. I know. I'm aware. Knees over toes type shit. I'm totally aware. I'm not oblivious to this stuff. In any case, it's all good. I'm still pumping. It's not like I'm not. I'm still pumping. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about, so I'm just going to get right into it. We got the Maduro kidnapping. Hogs flip back to pro-war positions. Once again, Venezuela action is unpopular in spite of propaganda. WALZ to retire after term ends. It's Monday Newsday. We got so much to talk about, obviously. Ankle braces are also great. Wore them all through my basketball career. Never had a bad ankle injury, and I played D3. Yeah, I mean, I think you just always have to wear it once you get to a certain point. You know what I mean? But can you predict that Venezuela won't invade the U.S.? Please, asking for a friend. Okay. You got Matt Petty in the trenches. What is this? Cayuga's top gal. I had to leave Venezuela because Maduro shot my parents at a protest. Look at this Israeli Nazi sad because she lost her privilege. Kaya, shut up. Bro, this guy is literally a Mexican Nazi. Like, I'm sorry. And I don't mean like Nick Fuentes style Mexican American Nazi. Like, this guy is straight up an obese Mexican Nazi. There is nothing I respect less. Okay, I'm sorry. like, I think at least Asmongold is white. You know what I mean? So like his positions are at least, I mean, albeit still abhorrent, morally repugnant, kind of makes sense. Like there is nothing I respect less than someone who is a white supremacist who is Mexican in Mexico. Okay? Like America will roll over your country in the same way that it did Venezuela, and you will get ass fucked with a bayonet, and you will sit there and you'll go, hold on, guys, you don't understand. I'm actually a white nationalist, as you get raped by a bayonet. Okay? It's just not like, you're so irrelevant in this conversation. I'm sorry. You're a worthless person. Like, and it's also hilarious that they're doing like standpoint epistemology here as well. The Groypers are going fucking full woke is right. Like, really. It's just, you're a worthless, servile little worm that nobody really respects. Nobody in your movement actually respects you. You're not even like worthwhile as a token, honestly, to spend. You are a Mexican in Mexico that is LARPing for white nationalist, Christian fascist, neo-Nazi movements. You will never be remembered. You will be forgotten. You are nothing. And I think you know that you are nothing. And that's why you have to like hold on. At least when dumbfuck American hogs are like, oh, I love I love our pedophilic pro-Israel elites that are doing everything in their power to send people overseas to go blow up shit, kill people, so that like Exxon's bottom line looks a little bit better on a chart, you know, so that we can fight against an imagined enemy. But at least like those guys are straight up on a team, right? Like they're playing team sports, right? You're not even in the same league. Like you're not even watching the NBA and saying you're a Boston Celtics fan. You literally are in an entirely separate league. Okay? You're in the Mexican league. So for me, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But of course, it's Twitter, and you know, it is what it is. What ultimately is his purpose? Like, no comprendo. His purpose is to make $35 a month. You know, $35 fucking dollars a month off of getting like a viral clip, which, you know, you gotta make it how you can, right? Like I'm not gonna hate on that. Who cares about that shit? But get the bag, King. But genuinely, the worst possible position to be in overall, right? At least like the hyper reactionary diaspora Venezuelans that seemingly a lot of people are frustrated by in Spain and everywhere else, where they're you know, celebrating Venezuela being bombed and stuff. Like at least they're still Venezuelan. You know what I mean? Like they're like in their minds they think like, oh, if Machado gets in, then my dad can go back to the country and we can, you know, go back to the media franchise that we owned or something. You know what I mean? We can have our grocery store chain again in operation, and we can like farm as much revenue as possible off the backs of poor Venezuelans. But for you, like you are so far removed from this equation. Like you're not even remotely close to the impact. As a matter of fact, the justification for this kind of militancy against Venezuela, the overriding of sovereignty of Venezuela, ironically enough, will inevitably come your way as well. And let me be very clear. If you think that a Tomahawk missile is going to make a distinction between your house because you're a white supremacist Twitter poster and any other house, you are delusional. Okay? It will not. A Tomahawk missile will wipe you off the fucking face of this planet, regardless of your consistent advocacy for American imperialism and white supremacy in general. It's all good though. You know, it's not like our words have any kind of impact here, but maybe one day you will feel the impact of American imperialism, you know, in the form of a Tomahawk missile coming in your direction. But hopefully you'll be able to Hopefully you'll be able to fire off a couple extra tweets for another meager $26.67 in revenue that will go back to your family, who probably disowned you already a long time ago because they know that you are an obese Mexican white supremacist living in Mexico. Anyway, next topic. Where was I? Sorry to pop off so hard so early. Maduro kidnapping, we'll talk about all of that, obviously. Let me blast off real quick, and then we'll get started. Did you see WALZ drop that? Yes, I did. Maduro kidnapping, Hogs flip back to pro-war positions once again. Venezuela action is unpopular in spite of propaganda. JD Vance home broken into. WALZ to retire after term ends. Monday, Newsday, twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Oh, wait. He's not obese, Lamau. That's the other Nazi. This one is very skinny and very brown. Oh, my mistake. There's two Mexican neo-Nazis on Twitter, and they both have like anime avatars and anime profiles. My mistake. This one is the frail one. Shit. I mistook the prominent neo-Nazis on Twitter for one another. Yeah. You always got to have one like fat henchman and one skinny henchman, you know? So this one's the frail one. What is this? You are defending a white supremacist diasporoid. What is this? Please move on. This is decidedly a non-argument. Why did leftist feel the need to do this every time? I don't even know what you guys are fighting over, but it doesn't really matter. So here's the thing, okay? A lot of people keep going back and forth on the timeline doing standpoint epistemology over, the bodies and spaces of Venezuelans, right? They're talking about how like ruthless and cruel of a tyrant Maduro was. They're talking about how bad Maduro was in general, how he may or may not have stolen the last election, according to at least some of the people that were election watchers and things like that. And none of that is actually relevant because that's not the reason why America engaged in this action. And none of that's also relevant because we're talking about state action, right? State versus state illegal action. These are actions that took place that are completely and utterly illegal under international law. Not that international law has ever really mattered. Let's be real. International law only mattered as far as you could just justify American violations of international law by pointing to the initial suspected violation of international law, right? Like we get to go and dominate whoever the fuck we want to. We get to do whatever the fuck we want because we suspect the other side of violating international law. And in some instances, it does, right? Because in some instances, there are violations of international law. In some instances, you are actually going after like a despot, right? But the real reason is you're not actually going after a despot for some, international police perspective, right? If there was a concept of international police, I believe they would probably go after America first, right? Because we are the ones who violate all the international laws because we are the ones who wrote it and we are the ones who actually utilize it in this incredibly cynical fashion. So, I mean, we'd be doing it to Israel. We would be doing it to the United States of America if there was like any sort of fucking ICC system that actually worked. Obviously, there isn't one. So, all of that stuff is completely ridiculous, right? All of that stuff is completely ridiculous. All that stuff is completely silly. This like demand for consistency, I find very strange, especially at a time when like Donald Trump seemingly is not even remotely interested or remotely invested in upholding the standard of like liberalizing the world or fighting for liberal democracy or fighting for democracy in general. It's not. And Donald Trump is not even making this argument at all, which in some respects, I guess I appreciate, makes my job a little bit easier. However, unfortunately, if we're being totally real here, liberals are still seemingly making this argument, right? Liberals are still seemingly making the argument that while Donald Trump is saying that he wants to do this for resource extraction, saying that this is illegal, saying that he has no plan or whatever for like what comes next, they still try to make it seem as though there is a plan out there. Or my favorite, which is what Chris Murphy did, which was once again complaining about Donald Trump's militancy, not on the virtues of anti-imperialism, anti-war, but instead complaining about Donald Trump's military action because it wasn't, it didn't go hard enough. Like we didn't actually implement a coup, like a successful coup, and we just like kind of left it hanging. I find that very funny. It's obviously Chris Murphy is a classic. This is a classic meme, Reborn. I know. I posted this on my Instagram as well. But yeah, for those of you who were living under a rock until recently, a couple nights ago, the American government finally initiated a bombing campaign on Caracas, taking out anti-air defense systems and also taking out the entire electricity grid of Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, as they went in with a bunch of helicopters. I believe it's like 150 aircraft total, and kidnapped the leader of Venezuela, right? A sovereign nation state. We kidnapped him and his wife in the dead of the night while he was in his pajamas before he was able to escape into his steel vault, apparently. And in the process, apparently, according to numerous sources at this point, upwards of 80 people died. There were a bunch of Cuban military as well that was in Maduro's personal security detail that died. I think it's like 32 there, and almost 40 Venezuelan soldiers died as well. And then the rest were civilians. Not that it matters, obviously, in the minds and hearts of the average American. It's just regular American cruelty. It's just a light day, right? The claims that the administration was making was that the Maduro government was actually engaging in this high-profile cocaine trafficking scheme alongside the FARC, the Marxist rebel groups, the Marxist militancy in Colombia. Now, what's really interesting about that is if you know anything about Latin American history, especially as it pertains to American involvement in Latin American history, you know that it's actually the exact opposite, right? It's exactly the opposite of this, where it is the CIA that is facilitating narco trafficking that takes place in Latin America, and they do it with regular frequency. They do it with tremendous efficiency. They do it to control not only the flows of drugs, but also to fund for their black ops and fundraise for their black ops, and also keep Latin American countries at bay with armed conflict. And it's rarely the socialist or the Marxist groups that are playing a role in this, even though they can in certain instances. Of course, yes, the CIA and the Contras being one of the most notable, one of the most famous examples, right? And you watch too many TV shows. I watch too many TV shows. That's interesting. I didn't realize that reading books was actually a substitute for TV shows. And instead, people who watch Jack Ryan to develop an understanding of why America must intervene in other countries' businesses will come in here with, Marvel movie style understandings of the world and accuse me of, watching too many TV shows. All right. So in any case, here we're going to keep blasting off. We're going to keep blasting off. Happy New Year for every single person that thinks that this is actually going to be good for them in any way, shape, or form. If you're an American, if you're not American and you're celebrating these actions, I have no respect for you. If you're an American and you're celebrating these actions, I have no respect for you either. But at least you have, you have reason to feel like this is an action that was done for you. You're still stupid, but at least like you're not as stupid as like, I don't know, some fucking European moron who's running around being like, no, you don't understand. This is actually something that needed to happen. I'm so glad that it took place. If you're an American, you're still brainwashed, but at least you're getting a fucking healthy flow of propaganda that makes you feel like anytime America actually engages in this sort of militancy, it somehow improves your material conditions when it very clearly doesn't. And maybe perhaps you are either too old to give a shit or too young to remember what the Iraq War was sold to Americans as and what it actually ended up turning into. And that's usually the issue with a lot of people's perspective on any kind of American militancy. It's always the same. Resource extraction is usually one of the primary goals here, and also ideological investment in fascism, or the Monroe Doctrine, or now they're calling it the Don Roe Doctrine. They want to ensure that their part of the hemisphere is like completely kept under control and completely dominated and servile to American interests. Usually the people that are in the country end up suffering the most. But oftentimes they sell this concept as a good thing. In the past, they used to sell it as like a great liberalization initiative, a great democratization initiative, whether it was a right-winger doing it or whether it was a liberal doing it, right? And yet now Donald Trump doesn't even do that. He doesn't even engage in that. He just straight up says it like it is. We're going to control Venezuela. And if they don't fucking play ball, we will keep pummeling. We will keep blowing your shit up. And for people who think that gas is going to get cheaper as a consequence of this, you genuinely have the brain of a worm. I hate to say this to you, but gas is not going to get cheaper as a consequence of this. Okay? Not only will it take many, many years to fully start the refinement process, even if we procure the 300 million barrels of oil in the world's largest natural reserve, the very fact that it's heavy crude and the very fact that there needs to be a tremendous amount of investment put in place to even build up this process, and the very fact that the current Venezuelan government is basically still the Maduro government without Maduro, makes things a lot more complicated, even though Maduro himself seemingly wanted to also play ball with American investment. So, it's just not going to make the oil cheaper for you. In any case, it will probably it will be good. It will be beneficial in the long run for America's leverage against Canada, America's leverage against China. It'll be good for the American State Department and the American interests. It'll be good for American capital. It will not be good for you, just as though the Iraq War was not good for you. The only thing that the Iraq War brought to you is maybe your cousin having his foot blown off by an IED and a lifetime of medical debt and crippling PTSD. And maybe for you personally, I guess if you did go out there, you got your high school sweetheart that you married early on get fucked by the neighbor, and then you came back to a broken home, and now you have to take care of someone else's child. Of course, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, you look back at the ashes of Baghdad and you think to yourself, what was this for? And if the answer is, at least we got to spread democracy in Iraq, well, you're a fucking idiot, and it's probably better that you keep coping this way, right? But ultimately, your government hates you, and they're not exactly hiding that reality any longer, and yet you still hope that the government actually is doing this for you, because otherwise you would realize that the government is not doing this for you at all. They're doing it for someone else. They're doing it for someone else to make money, as a matter of fact. Okay. So, having said all of that, let's get into it. So, yes, Maduro was kidnapped in the dead of the night. And a lot of people who were voting for Donald Trump because they thought he was the great peace bringer are now actually totally on board. With Donald Trump not being the great peace bringer. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump in his first term so far, in the first, year of his administration, which, remember, it hasn't ended yet because it started on January 20th and there's 15 more days for his first year to end, has bombed 7 different countries. Okay. This is a new record. A new record. Direct bombing campaigns in 7 different countries. Fantastic. We're not even fully through the first year. And hopefully, we hopefully we don't get to see how much worse it can get, but who knows? I don't think things are looking too good. Okay. 8 wars resolved, 7 countries bombed. I have a lot of thoughts on this. Obviously, I have a lot of opinions on this. And before we get to like all the dumb fucks that are obviously flip-flopping on their positions, as we expected they would, because they cannot be consistent, because they've never actually cared about a single goddamn thing beyond clicks or beyond their own personal careers. We'll get into the details. Is there, the Macy's, do you have a playlist here? And I'll get started on it. Everyone took the day off. Full simmer on this. Oh, thank you, Gizmo. But here it is. And also, the liberals have expectedly been unimaginably disappointing in their coverage over this. No one is calling it what it is. No one is calling it a kidnapping. No one is considering this to be unjustifiable, illegal, totally ridiculous. And everyone is trying to basically do propaganda in their own way. For the Republicans, they now admit pretty much that this is bullshit, right? Republicans pretty much recognize that this is done for oil, right? This is done for oil, and they like it. And it turns out that this is a good thing. It's a good thing to go to war with oil, even though Donald Trump personally railed against the Iraq War. As a matter of fact, it turns out this time is different. It's going to be different. Why is it going to be different? Well, there's no reason to assume that it's going to actually be different, but he just keeps saying it's going to be different, right? So Republicans have taken on that position. It's awesome. We're going to get free oil because they're fucking stupid. They have incredibly, incredibly low IQs. They have the brain of worms, right? So obviously, whatever the Trump administration is saying, they jump into, right? BS, I've heard plenty of liberals call it a kidnapping. Now, if you're talking about members of Congress, then I agree with you. Yes, I'm not talking about regular liberals, chatter. When I talk about libs, I'm not talking about the average person. The average person, I think, especially a lifelong Democratic Party voter, is far more radical than the actual Democratic Party politician at this point. So, no, when I say liberals, I'm talking about the liberal politicians. Although some of them have collectively railed against the action on its illegality, they've actually talked about how this is a misdirection. Ultimately, they still run defense for the justifiable nature of this action by saying Maduro's a brutal, ruthless tyrant. He wasn't democratically elected, all this shit. Now, some of you may think, well, this is actually, ass covering, right? It has no basis in the action that took place here. So anytime you bring that shit up, regardless of whether you believe it or not, you're being a fucking idiot, because the average person, the apolitical normie that hears you say Maduro was a ruthless and brutal tyrant, but it's kind of ridiculous that we illegally extracted him. No one gives a fuck about the process. Okay. When you say someone is a ruthless and brutal tyrant, who cares if you violated the law to actually take him out? Okay. So you're just destroying your own argument that comes afterwards. And it leads me to believe that it's because you don't actually hate that Trump did this at all. You actually like that Trump did this. You just can't say it because you have to be politically polarized against Donald Trump, even though, you're kind of in agreement here, and you just simply can't say it. So you just say this thing instead. You're like, oh, this is illegal and fucked up. And perhaps one of the greatest examples of this is Chuck Schumer and the way he's carried himself throughout this entire process, where on the one hand, he keeps saying, Trump said no regime change, but he's doing regime change. But then on the other hand, whenever he's asked directly whether or not he will take any hard actions against the Trump administration, by using any kind of power that Congress has, his answer always is, nah, not really. Not really, no. Okay, so you're not against it then. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. We get it. The social media astroturfing has been insane. In addition to the usual Twitter nonsense, even small Reddit India memes communities have been invaded with pro-war shit. Have you noticed this uptick? That's my entire life. So it's not in any way, shape, or form different for me. I take this position all the time. Whenever America engages in a war crime, I say it's going to be bad. This is a war crime. This is illegal. And it's going to have tremendous repercussions down the line that are negative. And it's also not being done for any sort of like American prosperity, but instead it's being done for American capital. And then people yell at me and they say, I'm a fucking loser. I'm gay. I'm socialist. I'm commie. I'm an America hater. I want non-whites to come and dominate this country, or any number of different idiotic things. Oftentimes, this used to be just the right-wingers that used to say it. Unfortunately, now liberals kind of say similar things as well. Liberal version of this is basically, if you don't like it, you should leave. You know, they don't say white power in the same way that like Republicans do, but liberals will often also do a similar line of argumentation where they go, shut the fuck up. Why can't you let America have a W? We just want to feel like we got a W here. And then a couple of years later, they realize I was right, but that resentment carries over and they move on to the next thing, because nobody wants to feel like they were wrong. And nobody remembers what you said. They just remember how you made them feel. And I guess for a lot of liberals, I make them feel bad when I say things that they end up agreeing with later down the line. Whether it takes a year or 5, it doesn't matter. Especially in this increasingly kinetic media environment where the internet has exploded in popularity and mass usage, and the media cycles are very fast. It takes a lot shorter of a timeline for people to come to terms with the impact of our actions. If it took like people 10 years to understand that the Iraq War was bullshit, it took people 2 years to understand that Israel was doing a genocide, in spite of the unimaginable amounts of propaganda coming from Israel and coming from American mainstream media. And regardless of that, people still came to the right conclusion there. People still saw the reality there. So here's where we're at.
You're looking live again. ABC News live coverage here of the arraignment on these charges, narco-terrorism charges in federal court. Heavy security presence both inside and outside the court, as you can see. Because this is federal court, there are no cameras in the courtroom, but Aaron Katursky is inside, our chief investigative correspondent, with Nicolas Maduro standing. Aaron now reports that Judge Hellerstein read him the standard rights. I did not know of these rights. Your Honor is informing me of them now, Maduro said through an interpreter. How do you plead to the indictment, Hellerstein asked. That's the judge, of course. And here's Maduro's response. Quote, I am innocent. I am not guilty. I am a decent man. I am still president of my country. Nicolas Maduro responding again. That is the headline of the moment here, given our live coverage, that Nicolas Maduro has responded in court to these charges just moments ago.
In the Western Hemisphere, Cuba will be next, potentially Mexico, potentially Colombia, as Donald Trump has mentioned. In Europe, he's talking about overtaking Greenland. European leadership will say nothing about it because they are servile dogs, as we have seen, especially with this incident that took place. And before people compare this to Panama, America already had a military base in Panama, and Noriega was already a CIA asset, and Noriega was not technically in power at the same time. So our previously installed military coup was taken out by the United States of America, whereas in Venezuela, whether Maduro's popularity was waning or not is utterly irrelevant in this process. It is still a sovereign nation that won its sovereignty and continued to fight for its sovereignty in spite of the incredible amounts of sanctions, right? So there is no Panama comparison that you can make in this process, with the exception of the fact that they were done at the same day, January 3rd, only, 36 years apart? So that's what's going on here. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, totally unjustifiable. It's just straightforward. I wouldn't even say it's like imperialism, because we've actually devolved away from imperialism. Imperialism can be more complex than this. This is just ultimately colonialism. Okay, this is the OG shit. This is like when, you know, the British Empire would just go in with ships, with boats, and dominate the native population and enslave them, right? It's kind of like that. It's a very clear-cut smash and grab. It's no longer as it doesn't even go through the same like economic functions with the IMF and the World Bank, or it doesn't even engage in the legalese to justify this sort of action. It's just straight up saying might makes right. It's out in the open. We are the United States of America. We got hard dicks, and there's nothing you can do about it. And unfortunately, saying the quiet part out loud is not actually making a lot of our liberal politicians really reconsider their endless loyalty to American empire. It's actually, they haven't really changed their narrative. They're making it seem like there is a process here that needed to be followed, and they're not following it. And for the Republicans, they actually love the dumbified version of this, where they're like, hell yeah, baby, my dick is hard right now. It's the American cock, and everybody gets to see it, and it's awesome. And yeah, this is, I don't know if this is like a hog that says this, or if it's a liberal that says this. There's a lot of this stuff. It's like, oh, well, it's a standpoint theory that we're doing. Venezuelans are doing a bodies in spaces. They're actually happy with the fall of the regime. Not that it fucking matters, because there were plenty of Iraqi people that were happy with the fall of Saddam. And whenever someone actually follows up and tries to say, would you depose of Netanyahu? I ask them this question. Did Maduro do a genocide in broad daylight with American supervision, with American guns, with American weapons, or did he do a genocide at all? If the answer is no, then obviously these are different things, right? The question is, would you actually agree to do this to Adolf Hitler? And the answer would be yes. Okay. Would you do this to Maduro? The answer is fucking no. Because obviously Maduro and Benjamin Netanyahu are nowhere near on the same fucking playing field as far as brutality, ruthlessness, as far as the number of people that were killed. Okay. So once again, even Milosevic is less evil than Netanyahu, and he deserved it. Great. Except Milosevic, just like Netanyahu, also had the intent and the actions to commit a genocide. Notice how the two people that you've brought up that I actually agree with actually conducted a genocide, whereas this person didn't. Just because someone is a very bad person doesn't mean that this is how you can operate, okay? As a matter of fact, on that same playing field, the reality of the matter is American presidents have been far worse. And the only thing that's actually holding back the rest of the world from doing this to us is the fact that we have 800 plus known military bases and possibly 2,000 plus military bases in general all around the world. So that's the only reason. If we're like, so don't look for any sort of consistency, okay? Don't look for any sort of the consistency. Don't look for any sort of like moral, even moral playing field here. It's incredibly stupid, and you're being ridiculous when you try to maintain a consistent position as you are defending America's ridiculous illegal action, right? I don't really understand what causes people to try and entertain this notion. We already know that it's inconsistent. We already know what your position is. Your position is if America does it, then it's good. If anybody else does anything even remotely similar, then it's bad, right? That's it. That's your position, and we know that that's your position. So I don't know why the fuck you try to make it seem like it's anything but that. I don't understand it at all. Why is it? People can be glad Maduro's gone and hate how it happened. It's like you're not listening. I don't listen to anybody that tries to do this ridiculous thing, this ridiculous like bodies and spaces bullshit. I don't do this. I don't care. And as I've explained to you over and over again, the Iraqis celebrated the fall of Saddam as well. And then they realized perhaps this wasn't the best thing that could have happened to Iraq. Okay? Ask Iraqis who actually, with the exception of Kurds that at least have their own autonomous region now. Okay? Ask the Iraqis how they feel about Iraq now. and they will tell you something entirely different. Not that it matters, because you're not listening to what I'm saying, okay? But that's it. Yeah, we have seen a million versions of this over and over and over again. It's completely ridiculous. We can include Ukrainians in this convo now, too, at this point. Yeah, Ukrainians unironically don't even understand what is about to happen to them, because I think this is a new multipolar world. And instead of having a multipolarity argument, instead of having a multipolar world between the two ideological planks of communism and capitalism, you now have regional superpowers that will basically do whatever the fuck they want in their own backyard. And the hope for non-nuclear countries that want to maintain their sovereignty is that their masters are nice, okay? Their masters at least give them high-speed rail or something, right? Because there is no more sovereignty in the world. There is no more nation state in the world unless you have a nuclear arms, unless you have a nuclear arsenal, and you consistently do ICBM deployments to showcase that you do have the capability of sending those nuclear arms all around the world. So let's be real. That is the reality. And if you are, if you're the head of a state that is not under the NATO nuclear umbrella, for example, if you are a non-aligned country, if you're a third world country, you're fucked unless you have nukes. So that's it. And hate to say this because everybody always says I'm a China glazer, and I'm sympathetic to the notion of not posturing against China. Obviously, it's not a secret. I've talked about this quite a bit, and I do love me some Chinese development. But there's only two countries in this triple multipolarity conversation that we're having that are at least willing to fucking go out to bat and engage in straightforward militancy. Russia to a much lesser degree, America obviously being the top country that will actually go out and fuck you, right? But sorry, hold on one second. China is not doing shit, okay? Is not. China is very clearly not doing shit. Russia to a much lesser degree is crazy. Yeah, much lesser degree in comparison to the United States of America. This doesn't mean that Russia is not behaving in a belligerent way. They are. Obviously, Ukraine is one example of this, and their actions in Africa is another example of this. But Russia to a much lesser degree in comparison to the USSR, for example, right? And certainly to a much lesser degree than the United States of America, right? You are going to find it incredibly difficult to convince Venezuelans that have been subjugated by the Chavez-Maduro regime for 2 decades that it's a bad thing that Maduro's out. The problem is the U.S. will not give Venezuelans the freedom of choice to what happens next, and they will pillage endlessly. Yeah, I don't really care about convincing Venezuelans that don't like Chavez or don't like Maduro. I just only care about explaining what is happening right now and what will happen next. Because at this stage, if you are a Venezuelan living in diaspora and you've heard the Donald Trump administration, after starving your economy in the first term and then offering you temporary protected status in the aftermath of that, only to use you as a talking point in the election cycle to basically say every single one of you is a rapist, drug dealer monster that must be deported to CCOT. If you think that guy actually gives a fuck about, Venezuelan safety and security or Venezuelan sovereignty, you're fucking delusional, okay? If you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, you have to make the calculation. Do I think that this guy who has run the country in a way that I despise, who has actually, arrested, apprehended my friends in student protests and things like that, is he actually better or worse than the American government? And the answer, unfortunately, for many of you that don't realize this, is that the American government will always be worse. There are a million examples to show you throughout the world. And I've talked about my own personal experience with this as well. I despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been in power for 25 plus years at this point. He is repressive. He's authoritarian. He's horrible. But a coup did take place in Turkey, and that coup was conducted by America's parallel state, the Fethullah Gülen Muslim cleric living in the Poconos, who had designed a completely parallel, what you would consider a deep state, a completely parallel state, and Erdogan's forces actually purged this parallel state, and I stand by that, regardless of the fact that I despise Erdogan and can't even fucking go back to the goddamn country because I'm not a fucking moron, okay? Erdogan, for all of his faults and failures, it was still better than an American CIA operative running the country. That's it. That's it. You know? So before the diasporoids try to fucking hit me with this line of argumentation, I have personal stake in the matter in my situation. You know what I mean? I've lived through it.
Those saying, quote, I am innocent, I am not guilty, I'm a decent man, I am still president of my country.
Yeah, that's not what we're here to do at this moment. The judge then asked if Maduro has read the indictment. The counsel, about whom we just spoke, answered for him and says,
also, you're a rube if you think whether or not someone is a dictator as long as they align with America's interests. The U.S. does not care if countries are democracies as long as they help our oil companies. Anyone who thinks this and had nothing to do with Maduro being anyone who thinks this had anything to do with Maduro being a dictator is a sucker. Exactly. Like, I'm not gonna fucking I'm not in a big hurry to defend Maduro's form of governance, but partially because it's utterly irrelevant in this conversation, right? Like, it's just completely irrelevant in this conversation. And anyone that tries to make that the fixture of this conversation is, even if they're doing it because they genuinely fucking despise Maduro, is a bit of a rube, okay? You're doing propaganda for the American government that the American government isn't even doing. And that's what's even funnier. At least with Iraq, they tried to present this as like liberalizing Iraq, presenting democracy to Iraq. They're not even doing that. So why are you doing it for them while they're also in the same breath saying that you're a fucking rapist, drug dealer, baby decapitator that needs to go to a fucking slave labor prison in El Salvador? It doesn't make any sense. Hasan, I love you, but you are delusional, thinking that the American government is worse than the Venezuelan. Yeah, I know. I know. This is my first time encountering this stuff. American intervention, this is new to me. I had not known that. You're right. Iraq, much better off now. Libya, much better off now. In so many circumstances, when America comes in and just fucks everything up, they oftentimes do a much better job, you're right, than whoever was in charge prior. Again, you can keep saying this over and over again, but the proof is in the pudding. And the reality of the matter is a lot more people are seemingly aware of this process, especially because it doesn't even help a single goddamn person other than, you know, oil and gas giants in general. So you can keep making this argument, but, you know, I'm kind of shocked about this backlash, which will change for the record. I think like initially before the actual military action in Venezuela, before the invasion, the bombing campaign, and the kidnapping of Maduro, obviously Americans were totally against it, right? Not that it fucking matters. We do whatever the fuck we want. The American government, I'm saying, does whatever the fuck it wants to do, and there's not really much you can do about it. And I guess the best you can do is hope that it doesn't come and knock down your door one day, right? Which it can happen. So, having said that, however, in spite of the propaganda, I think given the fact that so many Americans experience distaste from the global war on terror that was an abject failure, I think there is a lot of negativity around this campaign, with the exception of the fucking Hogs and maybe some liberals who are LARPing as CIA operatives in my chat. Let's take a look.
Really surprised if this turns
This is
out
a real
to be
holy
positive
Toledo
for
moment for
Donald Trump, or at
everybody.
least support for this operation. Why? U.S. military ousting Venezuela's president beforehand. Look at this. 47% opposed, just 21% of Americans favored. The unsure was higher than the favor, 29% versus 21%.
Yeah.
And get this.
This is before the military operation took place, for the record. This is before the military operation took place. So let's take a look at the numbers afterwards.
39% of Republicans favored it. People are saying, oh, this could be a wag the dog moment. I have to ask, which dog are they wagging the tail of?
Sometimes these numbers change when an operation is seen as successful, but we just don't know. Yeah, we just don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know. We're trying our best to make this look good, though. Let's be real. Because that is precisely what they're doing. That is precisely what they're doing. And this is how uniparty consensus is formed, right? If the Republican Party is the abusive, violent, militant party in this equation, the Democratic Party can be seen as like the enabling factor, right? The normalizing factor. The Democrats themselves don't actually go out to bat, with the exception of like brain-broken ogres like John Fetterman. But many of the Democrats will turn around and say, oh, well, you didn't do it the right way, even though it's totally justifiable, even though we would have done a similar thing ourselves. But also at the same time, we would have just gotten like the proper clearance ahead of time. It's never usually about the action itself and the impact of said action. It's how you're engaging in the action. It's always a process conversation. It's always a process argument, a procedural disagreement that the Democrats have with the Republicans. And if you're just like a regular ass dude following this along, why would you not agree with Donald Trump at that point? You look at someone going, well, Maduro is a ruthless tyrant and a despot, and he's fucking awful, and all the Venezuelans are celebrating this action, but you shouldn't have kidnapped him the way you did. Who is that argument for? Right? If I'm a regular dude and I haven't really thought about this stuff at all, and I see this guy that looks kind of like, you know, Latin American Saddam Hussein, getting what's coming to him because everyone, including the fucking liberals, are saying this is, this guy's a fucking brutal despot, a tyrant, ruthless, all the shit. Okay. And one side is saying, yeah, he was a brutal tyrant and we're stealing his fucking oil. Sucks to suck, bitch. We're the United States of America. And the other side is saying, yeah, he was a ruthless tyrant, but it's actually really fucked up that we're stealing his oil. And it's also really fucked up that we actually, kidnapped him without following the proper process. You didn't ask us if we had a say in this. Yeah, obviously the side that's saying, yeah, get fucked, he was brutal, ruthless fucking tyrant, who gives a shit if we're following the law or not, is going to win in that conversation. It's just like, I always find myself asking, who is this for? Who is this argument for? Right? Like, oh yeah, this guy was a ruthless tyrant, but you didn't kidnap him the right way. You didn't abduct him the right way. It's like, what do you mean? What right way? If you're saying he's fucking Adolf Hitler, but Latin American, everyone's going to be on board with kidnapping Adolf Hitler. The fuck?
How interested have people been since this news broke Saturday morning?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I don't think this, wagging of the tail will actually work out is because folks' interest in this story has very much been going, adios amigos, goodbye. I mean, just take a look here. Take a look here. Google searches for Nicolas Maduro after peaking this weekend down 70%. Down 70% versus Saturday. There was a peak on Saturday, but John, then the interest went, see you later, goodbye. And more than that, we can look at history, right? We can look at history. Look at another time we went into a foreign country, right? Take a look here. Google searches for Maduro at the peak, 74% lower than when we went into Pakistan and got Osama bin Laden back in May of 2011. And that had a little bit of a boost for Barack Obama, the president back then, but it was very much of a fleeting boost. So the bottom line is, you look at these numbers.
Yeah, also, bin Laden did 9/11. What is the 9/11 comparison for fucking Maduro? Like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, there is you can talk about the legality of that operation or whatever, but what the fuck did Nicolas Maduro do to America or Americans, right? Like, nothing. Like, there is no connective tissue, okay? Unless we are, I guess, a nation that only cares about some of the most reactionary population that happens to preside over Doral. Like, that's it. That's who we're doing this for. You know what I mean? It's like a 9/11. It's like a million 9/11s for them. That's Maduro existing is like a million 9/11s for them. It's just dumb as fuck. It makes no damn sense.
There's fleeing interest in the story and way less interest than we had back during a military operation that did provide a boost to Obama, but not really one that was long lasting.
Interesting to see if that changes over the course of the week with football over, but this really does show that people stop paying attention pretty quickly on Saturday.
Yeah.
In terms of what happens next, obviously the United States says it's running Venezuela, but what do the prediction markets say? Who do they think will be running Venezuela?
Yeah, who do we think is going to be leading Venezuela? Look, it's a little bit of a cluster car.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. And it's like sponsored gambling. We're gambling on who America will let lead a sovereign fucking nation. I like that Maria Corina Machado is at 20%, by the way. Edmundo Gonzalez is like the fucking the person that's at least like the guy who you got Delcy Rodriguez, who's the vice president, who's now the interim president. Okay. She is through and through a Chavista, as far as I understand, even though the operation itself was a little bit suspicious and worthy of scrutiny on whether, like, what level of involvement existed within the Venezuelan administration, within the Venezuelan government. But I like that the very clear-cut CIA operative here that has been trying to fucking do this for decades now has had her moment in the spotlight, and boom, instantly she's cut out. And maybe even for a very pathetic and very selfish reason. But once again, sucks to suck. I mean, I think she's a disgusting little creature anyway. I don't give a fuck about her perspective. And I hope people understand that the Nobel Peace Prize has maybe the same level of authority as like the FIFA Peace Prize, if we're being real. Okay? So, yeah. We'll obviously talk about the Maria Corina Machado part of this equation as well. It was pretty funny. Insanity. Sources close to the White House told the Washington Post Trump lost interest in backing Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado to lead the country because she accepted her Nobel Peace Prize rather than demanded it be given to Trump, which was viewed as the ultimate sin. I don't know if this is 100% valid. I know it's like fun to say Trump is a fucking baboon. And this is one of those, like, Trump is not doing Venezuela coup. Trump is not doing a Venezuela coup the right way type argument that you hear from different sides of the State Department. I'm sure there's like disagreements. Remember, there's always different planks in the State Department. Okay? There's always different planks in the State Department. You're going to have like the reasonable coup guys. They're all pro coup, of course, but you're going to have some guys who are like, you're not doing the coup the right way that we were supposed to do it. And you're going to have other people in the State Department who are just like, whatever Trump says goes. So I think like there is probably a little bit of friction happening internally. And that's why you're seeing these sorts of reports coming from Washington Post, New York Times, and other places where all the reasonable State Department guys are actually very upset. This statement was, of course, repeated by my favorite 2028 presidential hopeful. Where is it? Oh, Chris Murphy. Here it is. Chris Murphy says, they got rid of Maduro, but let Maduro's corrupt thugs stay in charge. It's mostly because they just want their oil friends to get rich and Maduro's crowd might let them. But I guess it's also because the pro-democracy opposition leader was actually righteous, and that's bad. This is, of course, Chris Murphy, who once famously said in the first Trump administration, we tried to do a soft coup in Venezuela and Trump fucked it up. And I could not believe it. I thought that was an unbelievable admission. It's like, you're supposed to be a Democrat, brother. You're supposed to be the anti-war guy. Remember? The anti-war Democrats? Do you guys remember that? Of course you don't, because all of you are like at most 30 fucking years old. And you have never actually experienced a Democratic Party that even entertained the notion of being anti-war, because shouts out to Barack Obama. So yeah, maybe some of you that are older remember a time when the Democrats at least tried to present themselves as anti-war, and all of that went away with the global war on terror. But yeah, Chris Murphy attacks Donald Trump from the right here. Didn't think it was possible to attack Trump from the right on this, but here we are. Very, very funny to imply Trump's oil friends wouldn't get rich with Machado. Machado herself has made this central to her political project. This is literally all she talks about. Machado was begging in a business conference in Florida to allow her to run the country and install her as a puppet leader so she can give all of the natural resources of Venezuela to those who want to rape and pillage it to foreign capital. So it's very strange that he's making it seem like Machado was the pro-democracy choice here. Get the fuck out of here, okay? But once again, this is the same Chris Murphy who in 2020 said, then it got real embarrassing in April 2019. We tried to organize a kind of coup, but it became a debacle. Everyone had told us they'd rally to Guaido, got cold feet, and the plan failed publicly and spectacularly, making America look foolish and weak. This once again goes back to the same thing that I always say. American foreign policy is bipartisan. American foreign policy is uniparty, okay? That's it. That's it. It's uniparty with very little distinction between one party over the other, okay? So, yeah. Juan Guaido Twitch says, I respect Chris Murphy. I can't believe the real legitimate leader of Venezuela is in my chat right now. I cannot believe it. We've long asked the question, where's Juan Guaido? And maybe many of you thought that this was a joke. Well, it turns out he's here. He's in my Twitch chat saying he respects Chris Murphy. Why aren't you considering the Venezuelans and Miami's feelings? M. Machado High. Machado. Yeah. I'm not considering anybody's opinions or feelings on this. It's always funny when people are like, why don't you listen to this? Why don't you listen to the fucking victims? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm telling you what is happening, and I'm telling you what's going to happen. Do you think that like the Venezuelan perspective even matters a little bit? And it sucks because I said this exact same thing during Ukraine. And a lot of people were like, why don't you care about the average Ukrainian? Because I was like, because this is America, okay? America does not care about the perspectives of the average Ukrainian. Now, it's taken a couple years, but I think a lot of Ukrainians now realize that turns out maybe America doesn't give a fuck about the feelings of the average Ukrainian whenever they're making decisions. And it's not even like totally a Trump versus a Democrat thing either. Let's be real. America as a government doesn't even give a shit about Americans and their feelings. Why would they ever care about foreigners, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, the American government won't even allow, despite being the wealthiest nation on the planet, won't even allow its own citizens to have free health care. And there are foreign nationals in my chat talking about, why don't you care about our feelings? Why won't you care about the feelings of foreign nationals? I'm talking about American action. I'm talking about American imperialism. You think your fucking feelings play a role in this equation? My feelings don't even play a role in this equation, and I'm a fucking American. I pay so much in fucking taxes, and the government still doesn't give a shit about what I have to say. Okay? Stop with this delusion. Stop with this fucking delusion. The best you can possibly do is gum up the works to the best of your ability and continue protesting and continue making it as difficult as possible. Okay? For the administration to do this without any scrutiny whatsoever. God damn. The irony is we are thinking about that because we discussed how much American meddling creates fail states. Yes. The funniest part is the Iranian idiots in LA asking, Persian idiots in LA asking for Trump to do it to Iran. Dumb fucks. I know. And that's coming too. As long as you continue to actively admit you don't give a fuck about us Venezuelans, then so be it. At least you admit it, harsh and heartless as it is. Brother, it's a little bit of that fucking hard to swallow pill I think that people need to hear in the same way that Trump does. You know what I mean? I do actually unironically care about the safety and security of Venezuelans, by the way. I do. That's why I'm arguing against intervention of this sort. I want Venezuelans to have a sovereign country. I want Venezuela and the Venezuelan economy to be rid of unjustifiable sanctions. I want Venezuela to be able to develop. I want Venezuela to be able to have democracy. Okay? But if you think that it's going to come at gunpoint with American empire led by a person who openly fucking says that their ultimate desires here is not who actually controls Venezuela or what kind of repression that they do in at the behest of controlling Venezuela, okay? No, Americans will make this worse. That's obvious. Okay, glad that you understand, okay? My argument is that if you're going to come in here and tell me that I'm wrong about this, I'm just going to keep presenting a million different examples where this has taken place and it hasn't been good for the people that live there, okay? This is a problem us Venezuelans should have to figure out ourselves. Exactly. Well, that's my point. You see, that's what I believe. That's what I am advocating for, okay? But when you justify American intervention in any way, shape, or form in that situation, you're not advocating for that. And at which point I tell you, it doesn't matter what your perspective is. Do you see what I mean? And we can talk about like how we got here if you want. You know, we can talk about how we got here, which once again also plays a big role in you know, what America was doing too. That's literally what he said he believes in. Did you just realize that? Fuck yeah, you tell him. Yeah, I know people, when I say harsh words, okay? When I say harsh words, people get very frustrated by it. They go, how dare you say those harsh words? But I think the faster people realize that American intervention is not going to be helpful for you, and any kind of justification around like, oh, well, you know, Maduro is a despot or whatever the fuck, or, you know, Maduro arrested or shot student protesters, or any number of different things that you're presenting here, is just being used as a justification for why America is doing this kind of action. So all you're left in that situation is just hurt feelings. But, you know, neither you nor myself have any say in this process. I'm just here to tell you that any kind of like, oh, well, you know, Maduro was bad, and I'm glad that this like very bad president was able to do something that was ultimately good. It's not going to lead to a better future for Venezuelans at all, given the many different examples we can point to. Okay? It actually takes away from autonomy and sovereignty for Venezuelans when you have American intervention of this sort. Okay? American intervention of this sort that didn't start with Donald Trump, mind you. This intervention began far before Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just the one who went with it and said, we're going to do the maximum thing that we that no one would do in other circumstances. We're going to do it because I'm fucking crazy enough to do it. That's why I also get annoyed at people saying like, this is just Marco Rubio's personal pet project. Like, no, it's not, man. This is America's fucking project since the Venezuelan oil company, the petroleum company existed. Okay. This is not new, and it's not even 15 to 25 years. Okay. This has been going on for a very long time. Venezuela is one of the first countries in the Western Hemisphere that actually found oil. They found oil even before they fucking knew what to do with oil, basically. They've been extracting it since the 1800s, okay? Like, and the company, the Nationalization Initiative, did not start under Chavez, which is also somewhat false. The Nationalization Initiative started far before Chavez in the 70s. The only difference with Chavez, just like with Mossadegh, is that they wanted to fucking take ownership over the contracts. They wanted to take ownership over how the extraction was taking place, who was actually making money off of it. Okay? It's been yeah, they're also literally, the American government is also literally saying they're furthering the Monroe Doctrine, you know? It's not like, this is not a new concept at all. This is just Trump playing along with the same uniparty protocols that the American government has always had, working at the behest of capital, making sure that they control all fucking resource extraction in their own backyard, as they like to say, you know, the Western Hemisphere. So yeah, that's where we're at. Yes, Chavez just finalized the expropriation by killing the contracts and kicking out American management. That's it. How is that not like Mossadegh? No, I said it's exactly like Mossadegh. It's the exact same thing that happened with Mossadegh. And we all know what happened to Mossadegh, right? In Iran. Ugh. It's ironic because American repression for years and years, for decades, okay? American intervention and American repression for decades takes root within this country, whether it be Venezuela or Iran, right? America has very sophisticated means of going in and finding wealthy people that have business interests in thwarting communism, thwarting socialism, or any kind of socialization initiative. So they tap into the, Chamber of Commerce, as they did in Venezuela. They tap into the big billionaires that own media companies, that own grocery chains and whatnot. And then they actively foment discontent. While on the other hand, they also apply heavy sanctions and carefully excise Venezuela or any other foreign adversary that we've declared a foreign adversary because they want sovereignty over their own natural resources to not participate in the global marketplace in the same ways that they normally would. Okay? And then year over year, the economy worsens. And while there is still active intervention and active interference from the CIA, from the American government, obviously, as the economy worsens, volatility increases, people get more mad. People say, I'm starving. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you not giving me food? Okay? So then there is real protests that build up on top of the discontent that was fomented by the Western world, okay? Oftentimes by the CIA. And the leaders of this discontent are oftentimes like nationals themselves, nationals with a different ideological investment or nationals with a different goal in mind. Oftentimes the goal is domination and control over the resources anyway. And then what takes place is tremendous amounts of protests and a government that is much less powerful than the most powerful government on the planet, the leader of the hegemonic superpower here, the United States of America, ends up engaging in incredible amounts of cruelty and repression because they have a state that they need to manage. This is not a justification for these actions. This is just analysis, okay? I'm not saying this is good. I'm just trying to explain to you how it works. That's how it's worked in America as well. During times of war, we invent new methods of cruelty, even if it's not a hot war, but a cold one. Red Scare propaganda, McCarthyist trials, and blacklisting people and even imprisoning them took place in both of the instances of the Red Scare trials historically in the United States of America. Why? Because we were fighting against communism, right? So America's done this as well. Other countries also do it with regular frequency. That's why I also constantly say you will see how much America cares about free speech when America's power in the global stage is waning and other superpowers get to try and influence the American government. You'll see. You'll see how much free speech we have. We've already shown that we don't give a fuck about free speech during the student protest movements that took place in this country under the Democratic leadership, and then also certainly under Donald Trump as well. So, as I was saying, state repression begins, or state repression greatly increases, and that state repression ends up fomenting even more real discontent, even more militancy, as a matter of fact. And the more militancy there is, the more discontent there is, the more state repression there is. So even if someone comes into power with great hopes and dreams, if someone came into power thinking like, oh yeah, I'm just going to continue the Chavista improvements, and we're going to learn from the lessons of the previous Chavez rulership, you ultimately drop all of that because you are trying to maintain stability and trying to maintain sovereignty, fighting against one of the most powerful forces on the planet. And that's how cruelty, that is how the state repression and state cruelty increases and grows. Okay? There's outside forces that you are constantly fighting against, and those outside forces have a really good way of creating forces inside of the country, both by way of sanctions and crippling the economy, which Trump openly stated he wanted to make the economy scream. And then also simultaneously, actively creating discontent amongst the population, some real, some pushed by the United States of America. And then we turn around and we use that discontent as a reason for why we must intervene in Venezuelan affairs. We use that discontent as an argument to why we must destroy the Venezuelan government. We must destroy the Venezuelan population. We must steal their natural resources. Now, of course, what's interesting is this administration is not even doing that. They're doing this instead. And yet there are still liberals I see all over the timeline going, listen to Venezuelan voices. Listen to Venezuelan voices. Listen to Venezuelan voices. They're so happy. They're so happy. They're celebrating this. And that is the reason why I say I don't care, and neither does the fucking American government. So you are just doing propaganda for this administration that keeps saying, we don't give a fuck about the Venezuelan voices at all. We're just here to steal the oil. We're just here to steal the oil, the natural resources, and dominate our own hemisphere. Okay? I don't know if you're telling that to yourself or you're telling that to others, or you're just saying it because you want to feel good about this action, even though all signs point to this being bad. But ultimately, it has no basis on this commentary. It has no basis in my analysis. As I've said time and time again, I didn't listen to the Iraqi voices when they were celebrating the fall of Saddam and the American intervention. I didn't listen to the Libyan voices against Gaddafi, because at the end of the day, those voices don't matter. And the evidence of their voices not mattering is exactly what we've done to Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. The only time there is a successful example of development is Vietnam, when after 20 years of protracted struggle, the Vietnamese population is actually able to liberate itself from the throes of American control and American dominance. And look at Vietnam now. Okay? You're saying this in the most autistic way possible. You're trying to say what they feel doesn't matter because their feelings and interests won't be considered by the American state. Not that you don't personally care about them as people. Yes, you're right. I'm saying, of course, I care about the safety and security of Venezuelans, which is precisely the reason why I'm arguing against this kind of action. But if you're going to come in here and use standpoint epistemology to justify American imperialism at a time when the American government itself is not even fucking entertaining that notion that like Venezuelans' safety and security is a primary focus here, you're being a bit of a dupe. Okay? Like I said, America doesn't even care about American citizens. Why the fuck would they care about Venezuelan citizens? Let's be fucking real.
It's been summarized for him and that he understands it. Maduro then waived the public reading of the charges, says he will read them himself. The judge did then read him his rights. He acknowledged his counsel, Mr. Pollack. Then the judge read essentially his Miranda. And then Maduro said he did not know of these rights, but that he is now informed. And then Maduro went on to plead not guilty.
Wow. He says, I am still president of my country.
Right. And he says that for a number of reasons. I would imagine, number one, because that's the way he sees his situation. Number two, Manuel Noriega, the Panamanian dictator who was taken into custody in the Bush administration.
This is not a good comparison because Panama was under military control by Noriega, who was already a CIA asset. Okay? You already had an American military base. It's very different than a full-blown sovereign fucking nation. Okay? And the president of a full-blown sovereign nation that has fought long and hard for its sovereignty.
And we heard from Bill Barr earlier today. He was the AG in charge of overseeing that at the Department of Justice at the time. But the head of state immunity issue is the one that he knows he can press, that he will try to use to defend himself, that I have immunity because I am the head of state. It did not work for Noriega in that trial back in Panama, and he was indicted on very similar drug charges, drug trafficking charges. The other thing that I would mention is, just in terms of venue, as Emily pointed out, it could have been anywhere. I think some people would have argued that Florida was a good venue for this particular case. It is in New York. It falls under the U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton in the Southern District of New York in this case, and they have a lot of experience with this, but it is unlikely to go to trial for a very long time. And one of the issues, it will have a very long process, is what I'm hearing from former federal officials. And so he is likely to sit in jail for quite some time.
That's a fascinating detail, how long he sits in jail. And that cartel of the Sons, De La Solis, you've got those members, you've got Tren de Aragua, you've got others. Those people are going to try to continue to do business. And that's just fresh intelligence on the ground for who will be there, the United States. And so it gets more complicated day by day, I would imagine. But that is such an interesting point of how long he'll sit there. I was trying to find his age, because that matters too, right? The longer he sits there, maybe that changes things for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been in power for 17 years. And we can look up his age. I'm not exactly sure, but it is, he's not recognized. 50 countries do not recognize him as the legitimate leader of this country, including the EU. So this is we just heard about this from Michael WALZ at the United Nations. So this is a there's a lot of consensus on this. Did you just discover?
Yeah, I found it, and maybe because I'm getting older, but 63 doesn't seem that old to me.
Yeah, I would put him around there.
Yeah.
And he's a tall man with a big.
Well, apparently he was towering over his counsel.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Just want to point out too, his wife now has counsel as well. Texas Attorney Mark Donnelly filed motion to be admitted as counsel for Celia Adela Flores de Maduro. So I believe that there are something is happening with her right now, according to Paul's notes in the room. It appears we are getting a sense of a very defiant Maduro in this courtroom, insisting he has done nothing wrong repeatedly to the point where the judge.
Dude, it's awesome. We just make up fake charges. We just do a very open, broad daylight kidnapping operation. And we're like, well, in our domestic rules, in our domestic laws, we've decided that you've done a crime. Sorry. And then everyone talks about it like there's any legitimacy here whatsoever. It's interesting. I think that attitude-wise, I'm noticing a shift here, at least in the way that like the American government is operating, where clearly the American government is saying like, nah, we don't really give a fuck about any of this stuff. Like, we just want the oil. We want to dominate Venezuela. Who gives a shit? And yet both Fox News and also New York Times and everybody else is like trying to make it seem like there is any sort of legitimacy to any of the actions that were taken. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you always wanted to move past liberal democratic values. No, I want the actual. You always wanted to move past liberal democratic values. Respecting the sovereignty of other countries is one of those liberal democracy values. What did you expect? No, brother. I want actual dignity and respect for other nations, okay? That's the difference. Liberal democratic values is a fake patina that they slap onto it to do fascism the right way, okay? By claiming process, by claiming that there's any sort of democratization initiative taking place. I first and foremost want people to have dignity, want people to live good lives. I want them to be rid of American imperialism, okay? My argument against the liberal international order is that they utilize process and paperwork and make it seem as though there is a standard here that they're applying, when in fact, there is no real standard when America decides to do whatever the fuck it wants. Do you understand? Good point by chatter above. This would only be legitimate in a UN court or ICC, not a domestic American trial. He's not an American citizen. He has not done a crime in America. If he's done an international crime, should be an international court of The Hague. No, the argument that they're making, that's why they're using drug trafficking as a charge. They're saying that, like, if there's a criminal, that is, like, you know, actually trafficking drugs in the United States, like okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give you an example. The Honduran president, which Donald Trump recently pardoned. Okay, that is a former head of the state. Okay, and during during his tenure, he participated in cocaine trafficking into the United States of America. His name is Juan Orlando Hernandez, and he actually did that shit, right? And then there was an active court case. There was an investigation. They found him guilty, right? And he went to prison. And then Trump pardoned him. In that situation, there is, like, valid reason, valid suspicion, a real investigation that took place. And then last but not least, he wasn't even, if I'm not mistaken, he wasn't even fucking captured as the president. Like, that dude was literally doing the narco trafficking, right? So there is a validity to you know, arresting and apprehending foreign nationals if they are genuinely found to be guilty of you know, harming American citizens. Like, I mean, that's the same principle behind, like, Osama bin Laden, right? Like, Honduras extradited him. Right? We did the proper protocols in that situation. Okay? This is not the appropriate, this is not anything. We just decided we can just make up a crime. Okay? We decided that we could just make up a crime, kidnap this dude, okay? Bomb the fuck out of its capital, kidnap him, and then make it seem like there's any sort of real legal process taking place here. And what a lot of people don't realize is that this completely violates the sovereignty of every fucking country in Latin America. And it's actually, that's the reason why they're doing it, right? If you don't fucking play ball with us, we come into your country, we say, hey, you have to have, you know, Chevron dominate your country. You have to have Walmarts in every fucking corner. We will enslave your population to work in Amazon distribution facilities, right? Right? We don't want to use China anymore. We want to use Mexicans. And if you say, no, I don't want to do that, the fuck? I don't want to enslave my population. That's insane. We go, oh, well, you're a narco trafficking hub. Turns out, sorry. Now you have to be lasered. We'll abduct you in the middle of the night and we'll ship your ass to the Southern District of New York where we'll throw on like a fucking sham trial. And whoever we install in your place will play ball. That's it. That's what America is doing. And it's not like they're hiding that they're doing that. They're just straight up saying it. Which is why I find this extra strange. Like, unless you are a straight up die-in-the-wool hog, okay? Unless you are a straight up dumb fuck Republican. And if you are a dumb fuck Republican, I can explain to you how none of this stuff actually benefits you either. From a totally selfish perspective, too. But unless you're like a dumb fuck Republican, how the hell do you look at the situation and go, well, at least the Venezuelans are celebrating or whatever the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, do you not realize that this is exactly what happened? You're supposed to be a little bit smarter than this, right? Like, at least liberals are supposed to be a little bit smarter than hogs. But I think, like, American imperialism is so calcified in the collective consciousness of Americans that they just cannot even remotely think of anything but, like, America's kind of still doing the right thing, even when they're doing it the wrong way. No, they're not. They're not doing the right thing at all. They're doing the wrong thing, and they're doing it the wrong way.
Has had to stop him from talking.
Yeah, and he is, you know, he said, well, we could talk about the 4 counts and the fact that you want to, you know, say that you're not guilty to all 4, but we're not doing it today. I want to bring in Carrier Bond.
Yes, explain how it's good or bad from a selfish standpoint. I already did earlier, but I'll repeat it once again. The Iraq war was not good for anyone. It was not good for the soldiers that were there. It was certainly not good for the Iraqi civilians that were slaughtered ruthlessly. It was not good for the power vacuum that created in the aftermath of Saddam being taken out. We destroyed and destabilized this massive country. And it was good for a couple people, though. It was good for Dick Cheney. It was good for Halliburton that got fat contracts, which Dick Cheney was literally the president of Halliburton and or the CEO of Halliburton before he became the vice president. It was good for all of the oil companies, right? Because then they got to extract the previously nationalized Iraqi oil fields, right? And it was good for, I guess, like young upstarts in ISIS that were presented as like the connective tissue between Iraq and 9/11 somehow. So it was good for them. They got a lot of play. Piker. They got a lot of play off of this. It was good for Blackwater, right? Which had a steady flow of new veterans that they could just hire that were looking to get back into the action. It was good for Israel that got to topple and destabilize a regional actor that, could potentially invite harm or keep Israel in check. But it wasn't good for the average American, right? And I think a lot of people understand that. That's partially why I compare this to like China, who at the same time, while America was engaging in this like endless military adventures all around the fucking world and doing American imperialism, China was focusing on development, right? And that's precisely the reason why they were able to improve the material conditions of the average Chinese citizen over the same time frame. Okay? That's it. That's it. Because none of this stuff is good for you. It's not good for you at all. You might think it's good for you. You're like, well, at least the price of oil is low. It's like, okay, well, keeps increasing, right? And it seems like everything else is not pegged to the dollar, the oil, or the price of an oil barrel anymore. Anyway, with all the corporate consolidation that has taken place. So it wasn't good for anybody. It wasn't good for the people who were celebrating the toppling of Saddam in Iraq. And it certainly wasn't good for the average American either. So that's it. This is precisely why the platitude of war is pointless and supposed anti-war movies like Garland's Warfare is so soulless. They strip the war of the context and pretend it's enlightened. Whereas war is immensely beneficial for a small group of people and ignoring the context hides that. Yes, war is always good. And wars are not meant to be won. Wars are just meant to continue in the backdrop. Okay? And that's precisely what has happened with American war. There are always people making money in a war. It's just you're not making any of that money. And also, before people say, okay, if we had like some kind of real military Keynesianism or if we had like real robust social democracy, would that justify all the fucking endless extraction of natural resources from around the globe? Fuck no. I'm just saying that we don't even dignify the American labor aristocracy with the benefits of the imperial super profits. So if you are a selfish American who thinks you are going to benefit from this, at least for the time being, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not benefiting shit. But that's a second conversation that must take place later down the line, even if we get there, right? What is this? From a locked friend. I know I keep stating various variations of this take, but so far the only people Trump bombed who dug in and committed to a protracted fight on Allah, won for all intents and purposes. He's obsessed with kicking in rotten doors, but the minute he meets real resistance, he bails. Oh, it's true. True. That's also true. You have to fight back. If might makes right, then the only way you can survive is by making it as costly as possible. Right? That's it. That's it.
Again, we have a team of people who are watching this for us, legal experts, and we also have Paul Morrow, who is a legal expert as well, a former NYPD, and has been inside that courtroom many times. He's at the courthouse. So, Carrie Urban, I want to go to you now about the defiance that we are hearing reported inside the courtroom. And was that anticipated? Does that matter?
Interesting take, Hasan. It's not an interesting take at all. It's just objective reality. With respect to what took place between Iran and Israel, they didn't fucking stop because, they came to their senses, or they didn't stop because they became woke. They stopped because Iran was depleting the fuck out of their defense systems. That's it. Interesting take, Hasan. Not what I heard last week. Yeah. Wait, what? What? This has been my perspective and something that I have described over and over again for especially the last 2 years. This is not even like bias framing or anything. This is just a analysis over objective reality. I'm not giving you like a unique take here. It is difficult. It is difficult to achieve your goals if the other side is making it difficult for you.
Oh, yes. Well, the fact that he's wearing a black shirt on top of his orange jumpsuit, that's defiance in a T-shirt, right? It's symbolizing control. It's saying, look,
yes. You're using so many words to say he's got aura.
I'm doing what I want to do still, and I'm in charge. But look, his wife, and since we're talking about ages, she's 69, and she is about to be arraigned. She's no shrinking violet. She was the head of Venezuela's Congress, what's Congress for them. She was Attorney General, and there are some serious allegations against her in this indictment.
Hasan, so how did America become the richest nation then? The fuck you talking about? Neocolonialism, the fuck I know is not as fruitful as it used to, but it's still, stocks are doing great. Don't BS and say it wasn't good for America. BS, it kept industries involved there. Mad America better. Maybe not as good to negate the worsening material conditions due to capitalism, but in general, it's good. The fuck? Oh my God. Okay, third worldists, you're right. The war you must be waging is with the American proletariat, the labor aristocracy. Okay, yes. Let's not in the heart of empire, me. Okay, I shouldn't be trying to educate other Americans to snap out of this fucking reality. You're right. I should be telling every single person. I should be actually maybe even fighting with fisticuffs my Amazon delivery driver, okay, when he shows up at my doorstep, because he also is participating in the labor aristocracy, in the extraction of imperial super profits. Thank you for your incredible adept analysis here. You actually fucking figured it out. You dialed in. You figured it out. This is the most appropriate way that I should be conducting myself, okay? It's another like Maoist third world is in an effort to find like moral consistency, unironically basically turn into fucking like anarchists and shitlips somehow. I don't know how, I don't know why. They just like lose sight of how to communicate with people. They lose sight of all of that. And they just become fucking weirdos. It's also wrong. Like what the argument you're making is that like a regular dude that fucking works at Starbucks gets a 401k and therefore they're also participating in the imperial super profits because their fucking 401k is going to look better when the market's doing better? Is that unironically the argument that you're presenting here? Jesus Christ, dude. What an insane fucking statement. We make jokes about people who think they have an ownership stake in the stock market all the fucking time. Why would you think this is any different? Yes, Americans have been duped into believing that they also play a formative role. Like they also get benefits from all of this shit. They don't. The only benefit they get is that they're not literally staring on the other side of the fucking barrel of the gun. That's it. That's the only benefit that the average American worker gets, okay? Is that you are at least not under the boot, okay? In some instances, you're wearing the boot as a servant of empire, but you're not under the boot, and that's it. Like broadly, if we're talking about the American population, yes, your biggest benefit is that you don't live in the country that is being destroyed, dominated, used and abused, raped and pillaged. That's it. That's it. That's the biggest fucking benefit you get. And it's a tremendous benefit if you are under the boot, right? If you're sitting under the boot and you're looking at Americans living in the fucking heart of empire, you're like, oh my God, like these guys are living large. It's true. But I too am also living in the heart of empire. And my goal here is to try and educate people on what we do, what empire does, why it does the things that it does, and how it doesn't actually fucking end up benefiting people at all.
Including the fact that she attended a meeting where she accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to broker a meeting between a large-scale drug trafficker and, wait for it, the director of Venezuela's National Anti-Drug Office. Yes, they actually have one, apparently. Her nephews were recorded, presumably to DEA sources, and they said that they were, quote, at war.
Come on, man. You can't say that the benefit is not the whole point or pose it as negligible. Brother, I'm not a fucking Filipino Maoist, okay? I'm an American citizen living in the United States of America. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I'm not talking to people that are already, I'm not talking to the fucking Iraqi family member who lost his family to American imperialism. I'm talking to a person who probably did the imperialism, who probably has a fucking cousin that went and did that shit to make them realize what this looks like, okay? Shut the fuck up. Many of you are also like that. You're just LARPing. Many of you are not actually living under the crushing boot of American empire. You just read too many fucking books, and now you LARP as though you are living under the crushing boot of American empire, or you are at least a morally consistent, intellectually honest diasporoid yourself, okay? Jesus Christ. God damn, every fucking conversation, even when I'm in the process of making an anti-imperialist argument, motherfuckers have to argue with me on the aesthetics of the anti-imperialist argument. They're like, oh, you need to just like talk about how every American soldier is a terrorist that needs to be shot and killed. Why aren't you doing that? I don't know, because I'm not fucking insane, okay? Shut the fuck up.
With the United States. And that's very helpful language, I think, for the government's case as they bring that, for sure. And those were her nephews. But interestingly, they indicated in this meeting that they were seeking to raise $20 million in drug proceeds to support a campaign by Celia for her re-election campaign.
I think you underestimate your role outside the U.S. You try to redeem Americans. All right, good luck. I hope I'm wrong and you can do it. But you're also awakening many people throughout the world to the horrors that USA commit, and that matters too. No, this is the exact same fucking argument that we have whenever we talk about, like when I talk about transphobia, I'm not talking to trans people. They already experience transphobia, okay? They already know what that is. They live it every day. When I'm talking about, you know, anti-black, white supremacist racism, I'm not talking to black people. I'm talking to people who are in the margins, who might actually entertain that kind of ideal that I'm trying to pull off the fucking ledge here, okay? And when I'm talking about American imperialism, I'm talking to mostly Westerners, okay? Mostly Westerners. I'm not talking to the people who are victims of American imperialism. The fuck do you mean? You already know what that looks like, okay? Jesus Christ. Please, stop. Why do you keep getting pissed at valid points? Because you want to know why? Because this argument is utterly unproductive and incredibly stupid, and it's just me getting one guy, maybe not one guy, but like 30 guys in this situation, and it makes us look like fucking clowns because it is an infinitely easier argument to process if you just go, yeah, based, it's actually awesome. America's dicks are so fucking mighty. It's actually awesome. We're going to get free oil. I'm combating against much more powerful, nefarious forces here when I'm actually conducting myself a certain way. Okay, and many of you don't know this. Many of you might be morally correct in your position, but you're being fucking annoying, and it's impossible to actually penetrate people's collective consciousness when they've been duped into thinking that American empire is mighty and that's a good thing for them. When I got a bunch of fucking people chirping in my goddamn ear being a nuisance. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Stop chirping.
for National Assembly when she was running that. So it's quite a family operation that has been using the Venezuelan government as a front for this international drug operation for many years now.
So, you know, the most recent video that I remember where we saw anything coming from Maduro was in that moving car where he was saying, you know, come and get me, and, you know, he's not afraid of anything, that sort of thing. I'm paraphrasing. Some of it was salty. But I'm curious to know what's being seen in court today. Is that the individual who was anticipating being taken? They were trying to go into, you know, a locked room. They were trying to get away and hide in their protective room, and they couldn't outrun our U.S. military, he and his wife.
Yeah, that's right. And look, this is standard processes of justice that's happening right now. They're being arraigned. They're entering their pleas. They are. We're seeing who's representing them, and his wife, it seems like, is up next. The fact that
that's the other part of this equation. Like, I don't even know the fuck is Maduro's wife got to do with any of this. Like, they're like, yeah, his children and his wife were also trafficking cocaine. Everyone was trafficking cocaine. Actually, they were doing the cocaine. They were boofing it. And they were doing it. And also they had guns. Yeah. They had machine guns that they were going to traffic cocaine with.
He wants to read, apparently, the charges himself. I think you just said that out loud. I didn't see that in the notes, but that's quite interesting as well. He is, I think, like Martha was pointing out, you know, he is very much wanting to portray to the world, I am the president of Venezuela, I am in charge, and I'm not going down without a fight. Now, of course, because of the Noriega precedent and this being a very, I think, open and shut law enforcement case with the added benefit of defense.
Yeah. Remember when they were trying to say Maduro was trafficking fentanyl and they completely dropped fentanyl and now they're saying it's actually cocaine? What happened? I thought the argument was that Maduro was trafficking metric tons of fentanyl into the United States of America. And now they're not even doing that. Fentanyl is not even mentioned once in the 25-page indictment. Not once. What happened? I thought fentanyl was the great WMD. I thought Maduro was the one trafficking fentanyl. He loves trafficking fentanyl. This is like WMD that loves trafficking in the United States of America. They just dropped it. They're just like, it's cocaine, actually.
This is from a national security perspective. I don't really think he has much of a shot, but this is going to take some time, and it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
So it's interesting from our team, our producing team, and also Paul Morrow in the courthouse. The wife, Celia Flores, is dressed the same as Maduro. She confirms her identity. Her voice is weak or thin. She waives her charges being...
By the way, this is no different than like in the Roman Empire. They would parade the fucking like heads of like tribes that they from inside of the city streets, like in a triumphant manner to like get all the fucking peasants and everybody else to like, yeah, triumph, like the Roman triumph, the spectacle of it all. They did the exact same thing with Maduro, with like the doors open and like all this fucking you know, the perp walk that they made him do, all this shit. It's just a way to say like, look how fucking powerful we are. Like, look, you see that? That's the head of a state right there, and we just kidnapped him in the dead of the night like it was nothing, right? And I think maybe it works for some Americans. Maybe it makes some Americans who are utterly powerless and very insecure feel like they have some kind of power in their lives, right? They fall for the spectacle in the same way that like the Roman peasant did, I guess. I don't know. But ultimately what's happening here, what's taking place here is that this is a threat, okay? This is a threat to every other country. America is now saying, look, we can do this. We've always done this to countries that we already dominated. Like, that's why Panama is not the best example here. But basically they're saying like, you know, we can do this to any nation on the planet. If you don't fucking abide by our needs, by our demands, this could happen to you. And what's crazy about it is that if the rest of the world realized what was going on and actually had some kind of backbone They could apply an international standard. They could actually apply some pressure to America. They could put a dent in the American imperial armor, but partially because they also stand to gain from the same systems, endless third world extraction at the behest of their own capital owners. And they have been elected into positions of power to maintain the same exact system. They just don't want to press America at all. And in the absence of the rest of the world coming together and uniting against America, no one's going to be able to do shit. Okay? That's it. No one is going to do shit.
To her, overall, Maduro comes off as defiant. The wife seems defeated and small. That's our team making these observations. And she says that she's pleading not guilty, quote unquote, completely innocent. So we are hearing from her at this point, Carrie.
Yes. Well, she's entering her plea. This is part of what you see at an arraignment. But again, she was a power player in Venezuela politics and government. And, in the indictment, the government all.
What? Why every country combined still couldn't invade the U.S.? Okay, stop. That's such a stupid argument. America has nuclear arms, man. We're not talking about an actual fucking invasion. This is like the same with Israel, okay? It's pressure. It's pressure points. It's destabilization. It's crippling the fucking economy. Like, that's not... America has nukes. We're not talking about fucking invading America. Also, I'm American. I live in America. I don't want America to be invaded, okay? Like, I'm saying that there is a much better way to go about this, but that requires collaboration with the rest of the international community. Okay? Yes, L, I know, I'm very selfish. I'm very selfish because I don't want fucking nuclear holocaust to take place, dude. What are you talking about? It's the same reason why I say I don't want Russia to be invaded either, okay? I'm not Russian. What are we talking about? Shut the fuck up. You guys are so dumb. Oh, God.
Also alleges that both she and her husband maintained their own personal groups of state-sponsored gangs to facilitate and protect their drug trafficking operations. I mean, this is extensive, powerful stuff here, and she appears to be right there with Maduro all along. In fact, there's some local reporting that I was looking at earlier that has suggested along the way that she may be even more.
Let the goat speak on it.
I don't fully support Trump taking over Venezuela, but come on! People have suffered under Maduro forever. Getting him out is at least some good, right?
Was U.S. intervention good for Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan? Be real for a second.
But look, people are celebrating in Venezuela. If the
This is the only AI usage that I find to be appropriate.
Ayatollah got ousted in Iran, people would celebrate too.
No Venezuelan perspective will change U.S. foreign policy patterns. If every U.S.-led regime change caused more instability, worse living conditions, and long-term chaos, why would Venezuela magically be different?
Okay, but at least the economy will grow. Sounds like a win-win.
Grow for who? ExxonMobil? Chevron? Wall Street? What happens is simple. Maduro gets replaced by a Western-backed strongman who sells off oil and resources to U.S. corporations for pennies.
But that still helps rebuild, no?
No, that's extraction, not development. Trump literally said controlling oil reserves was a strategic...
Yeah, like, look at Africa, dude. Okay? Look at Africa. Oh, so much development took place, dude. What do you mean? No, we as America, we in the Western world, we do not want these places to actually develop, because if their material conditions improve, then we can't continue extracting the natural resources for pennies on the fucking dollar. There is no real development taking place. The only development that will take place is logistical supply lines Okay? That's it. That make the extraction easier. There is no real development that takes place. It doesn't translate to like better building standards or better homes and more buildings in general, or a robust infrastructure. The infrastructure only helps with the extraction. It's always logistics. Okay? Look at India. It's not, you get roads, okay, that you can't even fucking use because you don't even have money to purchase a car or anything like that. But the only development that takes place in this process is development that does not improve the material conditions of the average person, but instead development that improves logistics, supply chains, makes it easier to extract the resources. You don't get to see a piece of that at all.
Interest. This isn't humanitarianism, it's corporate foreign policy.
So this wasn't done for the people?
The illegal act of kidnapping Maduro and claiming Venezuela does not benefit American citizens nor Venezuelans. It benefits rich oil corporations who do not have your best interest in mind. This ain't about fighting dictatorship or drugs. It's about expanding capital. Always has been. Follow for more.
I don't fully support
My goat, Comrade SpongeBob, Comrade SquarePants. Check the comments if you think you can take it. No, you have freed us. Oh, I wouldn't say freed, more like under new management. As a Venezuelan, and then it's Agartha Charlie Kirk. And then the no dictators card when a dictator is removed. Don't disrespect Patrick like that. He isn't that dumb. Yeah, I do love me some. This time it's different argumentation, but I think I've been a little bit too aggressive with people, and it probably doesn't look good for those who are just coming in, who are confused and trying to understand it. So I recognize that I probably should dial it back when I'm coming across as very harsh to people that go, what about the perspective of the Venezuelans? But like, I've just heard it so much. This has been my entire political commentary career where it's like, oh my God, dude, like, it's just, what do you say? What do you say? What do you do? Like, real regime change hasn't been tried yet. You don't understand. This time it's going to be good. This time it's going to be good. This time it's going to be good. It's not. It's not. And your perspective from the American foreign policy position doesn't matter. And it's not even like, it's not as though the American government is even presenting themselves as giving a shit about your humanity at all. That's what's so crazy. Oh. Trust me, bro. This time it's different, bro. Just one more regime change, bro. This time it'll work, bro. We get the oil, bro. Trust us. We'll be a win-win, bro. Previous attempts were not done well. We learned from them, bro. You know what's funny? Trump is saying that. The 2002 coup was more crazy because once they got into power, they disbanded the parliament, the Supreme Court, the Electoral Committee, the Attorney General, etc. Why has this not even been mentioned by anyone? Because that one was different, bro. This time is different, bro. Ironically enough, I think Trump wants to do regime change, but also does low-key recognize, I hate to give him credit in any way, shape, or form, but I do think the reason why they don't want Machado and the reason why they're trying to work with the current administration does feel like they just understand how difficult of a process it is to just like literally send in the military and do the exact same thing Iraq style, right? Because like they know, no, it's not because Machado took his peace prize. That's the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post fucking argument. I don't believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe that that's one reason, right? I'm sure Trump is so fucking narcissistic that I'm sure that played a role in him, that probably pushed him over the edge, right? But the reality of the matter is there are still smart thinkers behind him. They're evil, but there are intelligent people in this process, because if they were simply looking at this like as Iraq 2.0, instead of analyzing this from the perspective of a post-global war on terror administration, they would just do Iraq 2.0. They would just do fucking shock and awe, all this shit. I'm not giving Trump credit. I'm giving the State Department more credit in still having some semblance of analysis here in enacting their cruel agendas. Okay? They're a little bit more rational than you guys think they are. And I think that they recognize that Maduro arming the fuck out of the local population, okay, and the amount of influence that they still have over the military, right, led them to realize that they have to at least threaten the current administration by doing this to Maduro, and then force them to play ball. Because as I said before, let's say they didn't just do this, but put Machado in power, right? They brought Machado in. There would be insane strife on the streets. Okay, everybody who is currently saying like, oh, but the Venezuelans are dancing, they're throwing parades. Would there be people that are excited that like the Chavistas are gone? Sure. Would there be Venezuelans who've been duped into thinking that Chavez is a bad guy? That attitude is done. The Bolivarian Revolution is over. All this stuff. Certainly, there would be some people, right? There's hogs in every country. Okay, and there's also some good reason to feel excited at the prospect of having or thinking that there will be new ownership over the country, right? Because if you have been protesting against this administration and your friends have been killed, then you're obviously not going to be happy about Maduro at all or his administration at all. That makes sense. So there will be people who will dupe themselves into believing that like this will be good for them. There will be people who have like real interest in revenge, right? However, Machado is a true believer and really believes Trump was bringing democracy. They needed someone realistic and cynical to work with. You are deluded, okay? No, Machado is not a fucking true believer that thinks Trump is bringing democracy. What are you saying? Oh my God, it's so hard for me to fucking be chill about this stuff, okay? No, she has been an active thorn on Chavez's side as well as Maduro's. She is a fucking CIA asset, brother. What are you, or sister? What are you saying? She is no different than Juan Guaido. Is that the reason? Because she's such a firm and committed believer in fucking real democracy in Venezuela that she was begging Israel for intervention to push America to the best of their ability? That's why she was like, oh, Israel didn't do a genocide. Israel's so awesome. We're going to put the Venezuelan embassy in fucking Jerusalem. That's really how... That is the number one concern, you think, for Venezuelans? The number one concern for Venezuelans, you think, is the privatization of all the oil extraction and also all the gold to sell off the Venezuelan coastline to like American hospitality? Is that what you think? Yeah, real believer in democracy. Come on, dude. She was demanding that they drop bombs over Caracas. It's ridiculous. Yeah, here she is with pro-democracy leader Bush. Unironically, a line of thoughts some Latin Americans believe. Yes, you have to remember, even kind-hearted people can be duped into believing this kind of stuff. If propaganda didn't work, the American government would have spent billions of fucking dollars pumping every fucking airwave with this kind of narrative. Okay? That's it. It's so ridiculous. In any case, where was I? Before I was talking about shut the fuck up, Hasan, honestly. Jail Maduro for life. Maduro rot in jail. Maduro will rot in jail and Latin America's happy. Y'all left is really defending a dictator. LMFAO. Venezuelans, I have been waiting for decades for this moment. Let's go. Venezuelans have been waiting for decades. Can y'all leftists be happy for Venezuelans? Holy shit. How much pain has Maduro caused to Venezuela? Enlighten me. Just be happy an asshole dictator is going to rot in jail. So you support the fatty dictator to stay in power? Shut the fuck up, Hasan, honestly. You're speaking out of your ass. We Latinos are happy the fatty is gone. I like that you're not even Venezuelan, by the way. Like he's like, no, we Latinos are happy. No, I'm going to unban this guy. I need to hear more from him. Okay? Oh. If you can comprehend how American hogs will look at this and go, nah, it's going to be fucking awesome for us. We're going to get free oil. Then you can understand why there would be, hogs in the global south as well that are just like primed, that are primed into thinking like, no, you don't understand. American intervention is good. Venezuelans have been partying all day where I live. Okay, brother. It doesn't seem like you live in Caracas regardless. And yes, I know. Of course, Venezuelans that fucking escaped the country the Venezuelans that left Venezuela didn't like Maduro. Yes, I know. This is not new information to me. You know who was actually fucking celebrating the fall of Saddam and the invasion and intervention of the United States of America? Iraqis. There is a multitude of different reasons for why some people are celebrating this. There are also in the Spanish-speaking world, at least from what I've seen, there are people who are excited because they think they're going to ship the Venezuelans back to Venezuela now because they can't stand the fucking Venezuelans living in diaspora because of how fucking right-wing they are, it turns out. And there are literally people being like, no, okay, like, this is really fucked up, but at least like, the right-wing Venezuelans with like Spanish citizenship who are constantly fucking yelling at our government will maybe go back to Venezuela. They won't. I'm letting you know, they will not. Okay, 2 different scenarios. Okay, you didn't respond to my question, but it's fine. True, I've seen a lot of people think this means they're going to send the Venezuelans out of America. Yeah, they're fucking stupid. That's not going to happen. Anyway, the point is, obviously, if this kind of fucking propaganda didn't work to dupe people, they wouldn't be doing it. But there's a reason why the American government has spent billions of fucking dollars, okay? Anyone that does not fucking play ball with American interest will get destroyed. Anyone that even calls into question America's ambitions when America is nakedly ambitious and openly stating their desire here, which is the extraction of natural resources and things like that, and complete domination, complete colonial subservience that they demand from the Venezuelan population, you will get yelled at too. It's awesome. Completely cut.
Spain, Canada, Germany, as well as the UN Secretary General have all said.
Dude, this is awesome. I love hearing from Keir Starmer on this stuff because, like, he is Mr. Cuck Chair, okay?
Said that the US has violated international law. Has the US violated international law?
Well, international law is really important. It's the framework, and it's for the US to set out its justifications for the actions that it's taken. But it is a complicated situation.
No, it is a violation of international law. What the fuck are you talking about? It literally is. It straight up is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just, there is no like analysis here. It's just a straightforward violation of international law. Even Noriega was, okay? Even America's like abduction and like deposition of Noriega was a violation of international law. Like even Panama was. So whenever these guys try to fucking be like, well, you know, I don't know about international law, like, come on, dude. Yeah, and what's worse is they're also trying to do this. Like, they're also trying to do this with the fucking Greenland thing. British minister cannot say the U.S. should not invade Greenland. What an ally Denmark has. Dude, it's so crazy because Trump is literally looking at this and salivating. He's like, I'm going to take Greenland. I'm going to take... Fuck it, dude. Colonize France. You know what I mean? Fuck it. What can you say? You can't say anything. You can't do anything. Donald Trump's going to fucking literally come over and be like, actually, you know what? It's not just Greenland. Denmark is mine too. What can you say? Nothing.
It remains a complicated situation.
So you're not going to say whether you think
the most important thing is stability and that peaceful transition to democracy. That's what matters to Venezuela above all else, and that was the position we took before the weekend. It's still our position
so
now.
You're not going to say whether you think they have or haven't, just to be clear.
I'm going to be clear that I believe in international law. I've long been an advocate for international law. I'm absolutely clear that is the framework that applies. Okay. Obviously, it'll be for the US to set out their justification in relation to the action that they have taken.
You don't want to call it out. France, Spain.
Dude, he's so brave. I don't think you guys understand the bravery necessary to be Keir Starmer, okay? The world is constantly awaiting what his next take is going to be. This guy moves the world, okay? He shocks the world every time he comes out with statements. Anyway, let's hear what the position is on not just Venezuela, because like this obviously has reverberations. This obviously has like impact on everything else. And one of the things that Trump has said is that he's going to do this to Cuba next. He might even do this to Mexico. He might do this to Colombia. But also, he's going to take Greenland. Let's take a look at how the Europeans are talking about Donald Trump eventually overtaking Greenland.
But allies matter. Allies influence, they pressure. I mean, let's look at Greenland, for example, right? We've had the Danish Prime Minister calling on the United States to stop the threats against a historically close ally and against another country and another people who have very clearly said they are not for sale. If Donald Trump's moves against Greenland or against, Denmark, is that a different matter? Will the UK government condemn that?
First, I'll be really clear that allies do matter, which is why these careful diplomatic conversations behind the scenes are ongoing with the United States and with our European allies and Five Eyes partners. And we're not going to give a running commentary.
But what about Greenland?
When it comes to Greenland, Denmark and the United States, these are both NATO members. And I'm really proud that NATO has used discussion over division to ensure that these problems in the past
Can you at least just say Donald Trump should not, do the same in Greenland?
What I can say really clearly is I can't see this being any different to any previous conversations that need to be had between NATO members. And
I find it extraordinary that you can't just say flat out that Donald Trump needs to.
And I think the Venezuelan issue
intervene on Greenland.
The Venezuelan issue
I find that extraordinary.
Is obviously different to.
Dude. I mean, if this was my job, I'd have a little bit of shame. Like, if my job was to sit there and just eat America's dick, as America literally puts his dick and balls all over the fucking table, like, I at some point I'd be like, this is too much. I can't do this. I can't stand doing this. What the fuck is my life? Like, you have no dignity, man. You have no honor. You have no care or consideration for your fellow man. It's incredible. Because, like, with Greenland, at least, like, white supremacy is still a very big motivating force in this calculation, right? Like, Venezuelans are brown. They're far away. Who cares, right? Gazans are brown. Israel is our ally. Who cares, right? But Greenland, now, of course, there's indigenous people in Greenland, but, like, it's still under the white periphery. This is the difference between, Belgium and its colonial conquest, or even Germany and its African colonial initiatives, versus colonizing and wholesale slaughtering white people, right? This was literally what caused people to go, hold on, Hitler. We were with you, right? But this is a bridge too far. What the fuck are you doing? You're taking over other white countries. You can't be doing that. You know, we have this established thing. Like, what the fuck's going on? And Donald Trump is literally doing the Adolf Hitler play of being like, no, I'm going to take all the white countries too. Nothing you can do about it. This is unironically the real appeasement. I know everybody goes like, oh, well, Adolf Hitler, you're doing appeasement against Adolf Hitler. Like, this is appeasement.
The Greenland issue, but that's for them to have those discussions. It's for NATO to have that solid anchor to ensure that there is no division here.
So you don't have an opinion on whether or not Donald Trump should go into Greenland?
Well, look, this isn't for me to sit here and talk about hypotheticals. We could go on forever.
This
like
is
that.
The Danish Prime Minister.
Dog, that's not a hypothetical. That's not. You might think that's a hypothetical. That is not a hypothetical. That's what Trump is saying, okay?
Is talking about this. She's asked the US to step the threats. This is not a hypothetical.
And that's why it's really important that allies stand firm and ensure that discussions... And that's because we're not giving a running commentary on that. There'll be more in the House today.
Come on, guys. We're different than Venezuela. Greenland's prime minister... We are not in the situation where we're thinking that a takeover of the country might happen overnight. Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen said at a press conference in the capital, Nuuk, speaking via a translator, you cannot compare Greenland to Venezuela. We are a democratic country. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? When I hear stuff like that, I think to myself, bet. Okay? Bet. You kind of deserve it. Okay, I'm sorry. You kind of fucking deserve it because you normalized this, you normalized the previous instance, and now it's going to happen to you. And guess what? You do actually deserve it. You're fucking asking for it. Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck is this argument? What the fuck is this argument? I mean, look, if the game is so fucking disgusting, and if all of the other players are basically saying like, nah, it won't happen to us over and over again, as the domineering force is saying, no, it will happen to you. I mean, you might as well be begging for it, you know? You're just looking unconquered. Just looking sexy out there, you know? Unconquered. The fuck are we doing? He's literally shown if he wants, he could take it. The EU doesn't even fight their own battles when they can travel across land. They can travel across land to Ukraine. No fucking way. Their no navy having asses will cross the Atlantic and be able to hold and invade Greenland too. Yeah, no, it's just not. Like, this kind of stuff is not supposed to happen with war, okay? Obviously, NATO is not going to disband so they can go and fight and defend Ukraine. Just like NATO is not going to disband to go and fight America. That's even dumber, right? These are both nuclear powers. One is Russia, a nuclear superpower, or a nuclear global power, and America, the nuclear superpower, right? The point is, you're supposed to apply diplomatic pressure, but they've completely given up on that. You're supposed to apply economic pressure. You're supposed to make a big fuss about it because this kind of stuff builds up. This kind of tension builds up. This kind of tension is exactly why even Donald Trump, at the end of the day, had to tell Israel, all right, we got to dial back this genocide a little bit because, you know, you're actually fucking the bag up for yourself. So the faster countries recognize that, and the faster they actually use any opportunity to make a big fuss and to try and actively entertain cutting ties with America in a meaningful fashion for one reason or the other, the more united the rest of the world is, the more peaceful this pressure campaign will be, and the faster we will depose of this kind of naked imperialist ambition. The problem is they think they'll benefit from it as well, or rather, the international consortium of capital owners are also the same owners of the European countries as well, because they're also liberal capitalist democracies in the same way that they own the United States of America. And therefore, in a way, I'm trying to entertain like sovereignty, the sovereignty argument, or maybe even like the nationalistic arguments as well. I think you're taking the quote out of context. No, the quote is not being taken out of context. He's saying, or she's saying, or he's saying, sorry, that Venezuela is undemocratic. And therefore, like, deposing of the leadership was the appropriate thing to do in that situation. As though democracy has anything to do with this process. They're saying it couldn't happen here, and it's very stupid. Literally, Bjork gave a better statement. Bjork supports independence for Greenland in new post. Colonialism has repeatedly given me horror chills up my back, and the chance that my fellow Greenlanders might go from one cruel colonizer to another is too brutal to imagine. I wish all Greenlanders blessing in their fight for independence. Icelanders are extremely relieved that they managed to break from the Danish in 1944. We didn't choose our language. My children will be speaking Danish now. And I burst with sympathy for Greenlanders repeatedly, especially like when the case came up about the forced contraception where 4,500 girls as young as 12 got IUDs without their knowledge between 1966 and 1970. 4,500 girls as young as 12 were fitted. They are my age and younger, childless. And still today, the Danish are treating Greenlanders like they're second-class humans, removing children from their parents in 2025. Colonialism has repeatedly given me horror chills up my back, and the chance that my fellow Greenlanders might go from one cruel colonizer to another is too brutal to even imagine. Skunni I eldin, we say in Icelandic. Dear Greenlanders, declare independence. Sympathetic wishes from your neighbors. Warmthness, Bjork. Hey, I mean, Europe loves colonialism so much in the global south, they're going to get a chance to experience it. Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe that'll fucking... Maybe that will help them realize what's afoot here, what's happening here.
El precio que tenemos que pagar todos como
Venezuelans is our oil, yes. Well, maybe we'll be much better off this way. You understand? This is Venezuelan in Uruguay. So yeah, maybe a lot of people are going to die, or maybe not. I hope not. But it's the price you have to pay. And sometimes she goes, yes, please shut the fuck up. Is this a real? I mean, I have no reason to believe that this is not a real translation, but Spanish speakers, what's going on here?
Ojalá que no, pero es el precio que hay que pagar. Y a veces, por favor.
Yeah. Are you dying? No. It's an exact translation. A pattern is emerging. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's also this element as well. It's jarring how racially segregated Venezuelan politics are. Seems as though all Gusanos are white Spaniards. But, I mean, there's an element of that, too, even though it's not always the case. But this is something that I always say, look, there's going to be a diversity of opinion in every country. The notion that any country is monolithic in their understanding and their approach to politics is fucking idiotic. And unfortunately for you, in the Western world especially, you rarely ever get to hear from the voiceless, okay? You don't hear from the voiceless. You don't hear from the fucking hungry mouths that are fed. You don't hear from the people who actually improved their lives dramatically under Chavez, right? And there obviously was a fucking major movement. A major movement that even democratically elected, like with legitimate votes, the likes of Maduro, who is nowhere near as good as Chavez was. Okay, and Chavez had issues too, obviously, in terms of figuring out a real exchange of power, like how this movement would continue. There were definitely issues there as well, but that's besides the point. We're not getting into that kind of stuff at all. None of this justifies intervention anyway, right? But in so many of these circumstances, are you seriously still trying to say Chavez made things better for Venezuela? Yes, I am saying that. I will forever say that. That is objectively the truth, okay? That is just the truth. And not only am I saying that, but I'm also on top of that saying that the people that fucking despise it, right? The people, it's so much the truth that now Western media is unironically saying that while simultaneously using that as an effort to shit on Maduro. Like, I'm not alone in saying this, okay? This is objective reality. Oh my God, bro, you know nothing. It's insane. You are so dumb. I know. You guys would be so much better off if only the country was run in the same exact fucking ways that the American government has been run. You're right. You're so right. I wish that you could continue extracting oil for profit for Exxon and Chevron. Fuck all of the people in your country. Fuck the Venezuelan voices that were saying this was awesome, right? The idea that like Chavistas was not a real fucking movement is ridiculous. We're not even talking about Maduro at this point. We're talking about Chavez, okay? About the Chavez thing, bro, you have no idea what the fuck you just stated. No, I do. I do know what the fuck I stated. I do. Venezuela was once the richest countries in the world till socialism took control. I mean, these guys know whose broadcast they're a part of, right? Like, I assume they're coming in here to just say, like, they're saying this just to, like, there's, like, you guys understand what's going on here, right? Like, this is just anti-communism across the board. It's just a fact. You're right. I think the country remaining illiterate with no rural hospitals, no rural infrastructure whatsoever was actually pretty awesome. You know, this was great. Oh. Brother, Chavez was so fucking popular that when America did an initial coup that was like successful for the day, he was so popular that they had to give up on it. Okay. Like they literally had to immediately, they were like Chamber of Commerce, they were trying to fucking disband all of the functions of the government. America automatically goes, we recognize a new government of fucking Venezuela. And the people poured to the streets so aggressively that the CIA, which I would say was much more competent back then, had to give up on that endeavor. Not that they actually fully gave up on it. Give up. Venezuelans will soon learn their lesson. It's a lesson that nearly every Latin American country has learned. Unfortunately, people nowadays seem to be forgetting about it, though. I know. I guess that's what it is. If you don't want U.S. oil companies from the U.S. going in, does that mean you let Russia or China use it? Why give them that power? First of all, I don't even think these guys have an issue with American companies extracting the oil, for the record. It's America that has an issue with American companies extracting the oil until they're desperate for it. And that's precisely the reason why. That's precisely the reason why they let Chevron work in Venezuela. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I don't give a fuck whether it's Russia or China extracting the oil. What I care about is Venezuelans being able to survive. Venezuela is not suffering. Venezuela is not starving. And there's only one country that has actually done a pretty solid job at ensuring that Venezuelans continue to suffer and starve. And that is the country that carefully excised Venezuela from the global marketplace. And that's the United States of America. Okay? That's it. I can't believe in the last 2 days the Mr. Donald Trump, my people yearn for freedom, has grown in magnitude and frequency. Okay, then why not broker a deal to make them strong? Wait, what do you mean? They were trying to do that. They just didn't want to do it under Maduro. They wanted to do it with their own conditions. They wanted to do it. My assessment on this is that America did not want to broker this deal with Maduro because they don't like the deal that they would get from Maduro. And they probably won't like the deal that they'll get from the current Venezuelan government either, which is precisely the reason why they wanted to threaten the current Venezuelan government, because America is stuck between a rock and a hard place itself in its colonial ambition, right? Because they kind of recognize that in the post-global war on terror world, that this will be perhaps too costly, that might actually spread America's resources too thin in an effort to maintain a colonial occupation in Venezuela. Okay? And that's the reason why they're trying to, that's the reason why Venezuela is not Iraq, brother. Explain to me what this means for the record. Because I hear this a lot, and it's this very interesting perspective that I keep hearing. Why? Because, you know, the Iraqis are actually dumb sand people. Is that what it is? And Venezuelans are Catholic? Is that what it is? Because I do feel a lot. I do feel this argument kind of stems from a perspective like that. You know, two different situations. Okay, well, America's the one that's actually the common factor here, and I'm actually talking about American intervention here. In any case, yeah, worth reminding that people like Rumsfeld and Cheney were sold as the NBA NatSec team. Their idea was to streamline military bureaucracy and make it more efficient. They seriously believed you could occupy Iraq with less than 100,000 troops. Yeah, these are different operations. 2026 Venezuela is more like 1989 Panama, but Operation Iraqi Freedom was an incredibly well-planned invasion that just took a month. Though finding Saddam took longer, we had no plans on how to rebuild or occupy the country, though. The reality of the matter is, our military policy in Iraq war was basically just giving Heart of Iron 4 players the keys of the most powerful army in the world. Everyone thought they could win if they just tried hard enough. Yeah, there is a pesky problem here that always rears its ugly head. The people's just need for emancipation. Okay? That's the problem. There is no world where the Trump administration puts a fucking puppet state in charge of Venezuela, and then the Venezuelan population goes, okay, I guess we're now cattle for American ambition. You know, there's no shot. That is the reason why I said when Maduro was arming the entire population, giving them guns to create like a self-defense force, right, amongst the population, I kept repeating, this is not for right now. This is not to like actually use the Venezuelan population to defend their own homeland, their own borders. This is for what comes next. Because if he is deposed, then it will be virtually impossible to deal with Venezuela. It was a contingency plan. It was to say, look, I can arm my population without fear that they will rise up against me and fucking kill me, number one. And number two, if you have an entire population armed to the fucking teeth, that is going to make it much, much more difficult to engage in any sort of puppet exchange of power into a puppet leadership. They will consistently have to fight back against a now armed population that will be very frustrated. And also, even if they don't do that, then you actually bring in America into this military quagmire, and you actually recreate the same exact conditions that took place in Iraq. Okay? That's it. I think at the end of the day, a lot of this stems from Americans falsely believing that, like, the Iraqis were fighting back because they're all like jihadist, scary Muslims that are radical because they read the Quran, whereas Venezuelans won't do that. Ultimately, the point is the same. The goals for America is similar, right? Colonial domination, extraction of natural resources. But then also on top of that, also you're confusing soldiers with gang members with impunity pro-government. Brother, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? They already used those weapons against Venezuelans. It wasn't to fight Americans. You're confusing cultures with gang members with impunity pro-government. It doesn't matter. When the puppet leadership takes hold, they will still be a major fucking threat. Do you understand? They will be a major threat. That's the point. They will make it impossible for Machado or whoever comes next to actually control the country. And you need to have control over the country if you want to extract its natural resources. You can't just simply build oil refineries and expect those oil refineries not to be overtaken by the people that you're calling gang members, okay? Your own countrymen, for the record. I cannot think of a more cucked position in this regard. Yeah, if they're Hispanic, they're gang members. If they're Muslim, they're terrorists. That's the reason why Trump is trying to play ball with the exact same leadership structure that exists, but absent Maduro. Okay? That's what's going on here.
In general, but of course...
But you can't say...
Oh, Trump, the United States is going to run Venezuela. Darren Jones is asked if we are now in favor of colonialism.
Mr. Trump yesterday said that the United States would now run Venezuela until it decides to do otherwise. I think we used to have a name for that, colonialism. Are we now in favor of colonialism?
We're not in favour of colonialism, and we're not entirely clear yet what President Trump meant by those comments yesterday.
No, he's pretty clear. He says, we're in charge until we decide otherwise.
Sure, but it's for the Americans now and for Venezuela to set out what happens in the coming days. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, we shouldn't make assumptions or guess what might happen next in certain hypothetical scenarios.
We don't have to make any assumption. President Trump has been pretty clear. He said, we are going to run Venezuela. We will decide when we can stop running Venezuela and pass on power in his word was, judicious way. It's pretty clear. We must have a view on that, surely.
But we don't know the shape, the timescale, the details of that. And as I say, we don't know yet.
So colonialism is all right as long as it's in the right form?
No, that's not what I said. All I said is...
Well, it is what you said.
No, it's not what I said. What I said is we don't know the details yet.
Can you stop showing me how cucked my country is? Bro, I'm serious. In the next decade or so, if America decided to literally do what they did to Venezuela to like Keir Starmer, you know, in the next couple of years, if America did to Maduro what they, if they did that to Keir Starmer, like no one would say anything. I swear to God, I feel like people would just be like, well, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, Keir Starmer, he's a criminal is what the American government is saying. And if the American government is saying he's a criminal, Keir Starmer would be like, you know, I'm devastated by the charges, but I do believe that the law will prevail. And yes, maybe I have done some of the crimes that I've been accused of committing, and I will be a dutiful servant to the American emperor. I think there would be backlash purely because of a white Western country. Yeah. Well, they're talking the same game about Venezuela as fucking Greenland. So who knows? Maybe they won't do that, actually. We don't know that yet.
What's happening in Venezuela. And it would be wrong for government ministers to try.
Yeah, and then China would come out and say, America needs to uphold international law. It's really, we're doing our monthly sternly worded letter campaign.
To make assumptions or to comment on hypotheticals about the future. We're engaging with our counterparts. Of course we are. Our embassy is working in Venezuela, but we should understand what's going to happen next before we comment. That's what the public would expect of a grown-up professional government.
Yeah, Keir Starmer would be like, I'm monitoring the position from an American prison. Oh, it's so fucking stupid. Alex Ward, this is the thing. Trump is no neocon. These aren't military actions for normative reasons like democracy. This is 19th century stuff. Gunboat diplomacy, tariffs, etc. The U.S. gets what it wants, and you don't. In this case, hopes for more oil, fewer drugs, and migrants, says the NatSec reporter at Wall Street Journal. Right? Yes, neocons earnestly love democracy. That's why their primary project of the last 8 years has been codifying security arrangements with Gulf dictatorships. Yeah, famous lovers of democracy, the neocons. It's the same. It's just Donald Trump is not fucking around with the propaganda. That's it. The only thing different in this situation is that Donald Trump is not playing around with the propaganda. He's just saying the quiet part out loud. That's it. That's the only difference. And it's so funny to me that like the American liberals are the ones who are trying to normalize it and wash him. Just say it's bad or good. That's it. I'm tired of this, okay? I'm tired of this. Just say you like what he's doing because you fucking think America number one, okay? Every other country, not even number two. And let's fucking move on. Like, in a way, I'll be honest, Asmongold and his audience, albeit stupid because they think this will benefit them, are more honest about this perspective because they're at least hearing what Trump is saying and they're repeating it. Liberals, on the other hand, in mainstream media are hearing what Trump is saying and consistently going, hold on. There's a separate, there's more nuance to this. There's got to be a separate reason. Oh, we should listen and learn from what the Venezuelans are saying or whatever the fuck. It's like Trump doesn't give a shit about the Venezuelans. You know that. You've covered it over and over again. Okay? Speaking of, what is this?
How Venezuela.
Oh, more Asmongold. Hold on.
After waking up in a Brooklyn jail cell this morning, a limping Nicolas Maduro was driven to a helicopter and flown with his wife over the East River to a federal courtroom in Manhattan, surrounded by Drug Enforcement Agency officers 2 days after they were snatched from Caracas by US Special Forces in the dead of night. Thousands of miles away, Venezuela's interim leader, his ally and junior Delcy Rodriguez, was preparing to be officially sworn in as president. She may soon be at the helm, but make no bones, said Donald Trump, answering his own questions on Air Force One.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Earlier on Sunday, he told The Atlantic magazine that if Rodriguez doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. Her public riposte came on Instagram in a direct missive to the US president, saying, Donald Trump, our peoples and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war. But with the country under a naval blockade, surrounded by up to 20,000 US troops amassing since the summer, she'll be operating with a not-so-metaphorical gun to her head.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Maduro will appear in court this afternoon alongside his wife on charges of drug trafficking. His lawyers are expected to argue that under US and international law, he should, as a sovereign head of a foreign state...
I'm going to keep it $150 when people say... At Kaya, where is Hasan? That's funny. When people say this is spiritually Israeli, under different circumstances, I would agree with you. Like, and it's funny as a joke, but like, this is just American, and Israel is spiritually American, really. This is just how we do things, and this is how we've always done things. The difference, of course, is that because we are the ones doing the thing, and Israel is at least seen as a foreign nation, a lot of people have attributed to this kind of behavior to Israel now, but like, this is how we've always operated.
Be immune from prosecution. The Department of Justice is expected to argue instead that the US doesn't recognize him as such, following 2024's election described by international observers as fraudulent. The UN Security Council is today convening to discuss the situation in a meeting backed by Venezuelan allies Russia and China and requested by Colombia, itself in the verbal crosshairs on Air Force One.
Venezuela is very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine
Adolf Hitler.
factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds good to me.
A threat of sorts to Colombia's left-leaning leader Gustavo Petro, whose term comes to an end anyway next year. Senator Lindsey Graham.
That's not going to stop Trump from prosecuting him if he sees fit. If anything, he doesn't even have like the protective cover, which doesn't really mean anything as we found out, of being the head of a fucking foreign state.
Graham at the president's side told Cuba to watch out too, even if Trump said it didn't need any action because it was going down anyway. Trump's is an administration stacked with Latin America hawks, not least Secretary of State Marco Rubio, said to be the architect of US Venezuela policy. But there were words too from the US president on his hopes of annexing Greenland, the semi-autonomous Danish territory, comments Greenland's prime minister described as utterly unacceptable.
We need Greenland from a national security situation.
Cuba's next, Colombia's next, Mexico's next, Greenland is next. And everyone's like, come on, guys, he's just fucking joking. Okay? Come on. He's just joking, brother. It's like, has he been joking? Because it's fucking, I'm not laughing. I don't see the laughter.
It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
With the echoes of Saturday's strikes on Caracas still reverberating, and with the future governance of Venezuela yet to be defined and determined, one thing is clear about ongoing US intervention.
We're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go.
Venezuela holds the world's largest estimated oil reserves, most of it untapped. The price for peace then for its new president.
You think as the Roman Empire was falling, like the peasants were falling for the aura and hype moments, they're like, yeah, we actually took out another tribe here, like fucking sick. No, it really makes me feel like I'm playing a role here. You know? Falling for the aura and hype moments. Yeah. The peasants did not get the news. It's true. Until they were parading the Gauls and the leaders, right? Like the tribal leaders and shit, through the main roads. Too busy dying from influenza. Brother, yes, that's my point. They were literally fucking dying. They were dying. They couldn't, they barely had money, but they were like, I'm based in SQPR pilled. Like, nah, you don't understand. It's actually kind of dope. The armor goes hard. You know what I mean? They were like, listen, objectively, like, it's cool that we're just dominating these fucking villages, right? Yeah, what do you think? We're about to die from Legionnaire's disease in the United States of America in 2026, and you're over here acting like it's any different, dude. We're bringing back old plagues with RFK Jr., okay? We're out here fucking measles maxing. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Measured in barrels that will take billions and years to extract. Another costly, lengthy intervention, the likes of which Trump had once ruled out.
Yeah, the town crier was fucking... The town crier was going around going, yeah, based. Yes. We've done it again. It is so based. Fear not, commoner. We will... Yeah, this is real civilizational decline, but the people who usually use language like that don't care about it. Yeah, so here's the thing. Okay, the reason why I brought this up is because, like, I obviously posted about, like, dying empire and the last fight of a dying empire, and a lot of people got in their feelings about it. Because for them, this is like power projection, right? Like, this is supposed to make them feel like the empire is not dying, right? Where is it? Like, it was the first thing that I said initially. And I had some criticizers from the left as well who were saying, like, this is absurd to say this is a dying empire. America is still, like, obviously the hegemonic superpower of the world. It's the great evil, right? And I get it. Like, I understand why you're saying that, because it's still true, right? Of course, it's still true. America is still the hegemonic superpower here. But yeah, when I said belligerent madman sitting on a throne of a dying empire, lashing out in every direction, pulling the rest of the world into chaos and destruction. And a lot of people got mad at me for saying this, of course. And you know, the most common like own I saw was like, get wrecked, commie. Like, we actually are still incredibly powerful. But what they don't realize is, like, this isn't what I'm talking about when I say we are a dying empire. Okay? Like, we've been doing this. We haven't stopped doing this, and we will probably continue doing this until we can't, right? This isn't the reason why I'm saying we're a dying empire. We're a dying empire because, well, first of all, yes, Hit Dog's holler is correct. The reason why you got really fucking mad about it is because you kind of experienced it too. We're a dying empire because look around, okay? Mass homelessness, mass drug addiction in the fucking streets. The roads are in a state of disrepair. Everything is fucking crumbling. Everyone recognizes that we're on a downtrend. And yet, for some weird reason, every second like imperial conquest is a moment for us to, I guess, set back the clock to believe that we're actually doing all of this for some reason because we're dominating somebody else and we're going to be good. Meanwhile, the very same forces that have actually caused this empire to fall apart and create this like state of disrepair are the same forces why we are doing this kind of thing for this nakedly ambitious imperial conquest. The reason why we're doing it is so that the very same people that refuse to give back any of the fucking resources that we've extracted, refuse to actually fucking fix anything in this goddamn country, continue to bring in super profits year over year. That's it. And it's crazy because we are so heavily propagandized that we don't even demand like a return on this, right? We don't even demand like, hey, well, can the Venezuelan oil pay for healthcare? Which, for the record, would still be unimaginably immoral. Okay, make no mistake, and it is still fucking ridiculous. But I do think that eventually, this movement will move in that direction of like nationalist social democracy, maybe inevitably. Where you will see like a nationalistic fervor if America even actually loses sight of their pro-capitalist sentiment to build some sort of like nationalistic mythos around their people, which I don't even think is going to happen anytime soon. But I do feel as though the next stage in this will be to create national social democracy. Because like, at some point, the peasants are going to revolt when they realize that, they're not getting the same bread that they were getting year over year. A social fascism, if you will. That's what Jeff said when you left last night? Yeah. You're just stealing talking points from Adam. Get your own shit. Adam Friedland is saying that the next evolution in America is full tilt social fascism or national social democracy. Not socialism, because they're too propagandized against that kind of prospect anyway. But even then, I don't think we'll ever get there, partially because like Americans are too pro-capitalist to ever build any sort of like nationalistic sentiment. Are you talking about MAGA fucking communism? Yeah. Well, Venezuela is the testing ground for MAGA communism. You will see. We shall see if the MAGA communism will be implemented in Venezuela. Okay? Ay, ay, ay. Everything sucks so bad. Ay, ay, ay.
And his wife seen here in U.S. custody being transported by law enforcement. As they prepare to appear in federal court, President Trump is adamant that the U.S. is now in charge of Venezuela.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
That statement contradicted hours earlier by his own Secretary of State.
You are all the same American shitbag. The world fucking hate you. Poor Gen Z. Long you're going to keep listening to those two dumb fuck Asmongold and Hasan to get your politic view. You will go nowhere. Poor kid getting ass fucked. Truth hurt. You are all the same American shitbag. The world fucking hate you. I mean, I'm gonna chalk this up to ESL. I don't think this guy understands my perspective at all, so I think that's the reason why he's saying that. Why don't you use your fucking Why don't you use your fucking Second Amendment to your fucking Constitution to clean up your fucking shit? American shitbag. Fuck, I hate you. Based in third world is pilled. Answer the question. This is the Maoist third worldist version of saying, you're so rich, why don't you do socialism with your wealth? Okay. Cowardly is the answer. Yes, it's cowardliness. That's the answer. It's the cowardice that is stopping me from doing an act of violent terrorism and getting my shit blown off momentarily. You know, that's what it is. Let me foment Maoist revolution in a country of Treatlerites without even doing any kind of fucking class consciousness whatsoever. That person is not a Republican. That person is a third worldist saying, Americans, you all have guns. Why haven't you overthrown your government? And the reason for why is because they are the most propagandized people on the planet. We are. Okay? I'm an American as well. My goal is to cut through that propaganda to help Americans understand that this is not the way. And it's, you know, because we're on the internet and there are people from all around the world that can tune in and say whatever the fuck they think. Luckily, that's a great thing. It's not a bad thing. You're going to hear differing opinions such as this one. Okay?
Who suggested the U.S. won't govern Venezuela, but instead pressure the country with a military blockade on oil.
What we are running is the direction that this is going to move moving forward, and that is we have leverage. This leverage we are...
It's just funny because, like, that is the founding principle of the Second Amendment, is to, you know, combat against tyranny. And I guess, like, a lot of people that are overseas don't realize that most of the people that have guns actually love the boot and sometimes even take matters into their own hands to be the boot, right? Like where they'll be like, no, outsource the policing to me, please. I love the boot. Like, they don't even realize that, like, that's the first, the lumpenproles with weapons are the first vanguard for the capitalist imperialist boot. They will defend the king, okay? They are not even the landed gentry, and yet they see themselves as a part of the process. They have been deluded into thinking that they play a role in this, that they think like, no, it's good actually. I do want Exxon to continue farming imperial super profits. This is good for me too. I don't have health care, nor do I even have a working hospital in a 100-mile radius to me because all the rural hospitals are closed. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Using, and we intend to use. We started using already.
This morning, the administration has yet to explain the legal authority for running Venezuela or detail how America will actually take charge of a country of more than 31 million people. The president has made clear he wants to see U.S. companies move to tap into Venezuela's vast oil reserves, demanding total access.
Total access. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
And then delivering this threat to Venezuela's interim leader, Delcy Rodriguez, saying,
it's so funny because, yeah, I've seen a lot of people in Latin America say that Americans could do something about it, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, meanwhile, Americans are like, why won't China do something about it? Okay? Americans are like, why won't China do something about it? Why won't Russia do something about it? Everyone wants someone else to do something about it. And I kind of understand why, because if you look at if you look objectively at the conditions in America and where the working class is here and how deluded they are, how propagandized they are, how powerful pro-capitalist dogma is here, it's genuinely impossible to look at it from the outside and not understand exactly how hog-like the average American is. Down to the liberal, too, down to the progressive person. There's a reason why even progressives and liberals are like, well, at least the Venezuelans are happy that America is extracting super profits from Venezuelan natural resources, right? It's just virtually impossible to put a dent in it. Why the fuck do you think there are so many people objectively devoid of capital, right? No capital whatsoever, no bitches, no capital, no deed to the factory, no capital accumulation prospects whatsoever, come into this chat and defend the billionaires and the millionaires. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think that people actually take on the ownership role over the propaganda and do it themselves? Why do you think I receive so much fucking backlash? Because we are brainwashed, okay? We are straightforwardly brainwashed, brother. That's what it is. A lot of people are brainwashed into thinking one day I will be ExxonMobil. Okay? That's it. And there are very powerful propaganda forces here, ideological forces that play a formative role in developing not class consciousness, but everything but, right? Nationalism is one of those things. Racism is probably more impactful than nationalism in America, because America, I don't think, has like any sort of even civic nationalist understanding. But racism is a good one, right? White supremacy is a good one. Now they're trying to do Christian nationalism, which I don't think will work either. But that's another version of this, like this tribalism that they try to foment, to be like, no, we're a part of this in-group, right? We're a part of this in-group, and we have to unite on the same goals here, not realizing that they should be uniting on the boundaries of class internationally, really. But it's just not going to happen. Rugged individualism is so set in the collective consciousness of the average American that they even fucking they lash out at someone that tells them, like, no, this is not the right way. Here are the people that are fucking you. Here's who you should be mad at. And they get even mad at the messenger, right? They shoot the messenger all the fucking time. That's it. So in a situation like that, you just have to work within the confines of what's permissible. You have to work within the confines of what could, where you can actually have some impact. Yeah, I saw this. Maduro or Trump, be informed. Compare them on the issues that matter. Yeah. Yeah, Maduro really fucked up, because he should have just been doing that instead. And then he would not have been he would not have been abducted in the middle of the night. Asmongold just said that you are delusional and is a terrorist. What the fuck is going on? Well, there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about, right? Do not listen to this guy. Do not listen to Hasan. He's not actually, he doesn't have your best interest at heart. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's scary. He's scary. He's scary. He's a terrorist. Same shit every day, okay? It's fine. It is what it is. I hear your name calling, but I don't hear you saying I'm wrong. Address the arguments that I'm presenting. Tell me exactly how America's actions in Venezuela is going to be helpful, not only for Venezuelans, but for Americans as well. You can't. So instead of actually presenting an argument as to how awesome this is going to be, you just say, yeah, base, yeah, base, yeah, base. And then you turn around and say, all the naysayers are actually haters of America because they don't like how long America's dick is right now. They don't like how powerful we are. It's like, brother, you're not powerful. As a matter of fact, your argument is coming from a place of powerlessness, that you're leaning into American military prowess to make yourself feel like you're a part of a team. Because at the end of the day, what is this all for, right? I think so much about the idea of like, oh, insert, third world country is going to learn today why we don't have healthcare, why Americans don't have healthcare. When that joke started, right? When that joke was first brought up, it was actually shitting on Americans. It was supposed to be a joke about how, like, we spend all of our money on endless military adventurism overseas instead of spending it on ourselves, instead of spending it on healthcare, right? And now, because conditions have worsened to such a degree, people actually put that as like people actually lean into that. And there's some truth in that sentiment. The truth is, if we don't have health care, if we have no job prospects, if we have no opportunity to purchase a home, if we know that we're never going to retire, and the only thing that we can lean into, the only thing we can grab onto is America's military prowess, then obviously you have to lean into that. Because if America's military prowess is all for naught, right? If America can't even dominate other countries, then what the fuck is this entire project for? And for me, I try to explain to people that like that meme in and of itself is showing you that you're the one getting fucked. Because you're not a C-suite executive at Lockheed Martin. You're not a major shareholder of Northrop Grumman. You're just a regular guy working day in, day out, trying to fucking make ends meet. And you're basically defending your own demise. You're defending capital accumulation. You're defending the interests of capital without even realizing it. So much so that you've made the boot a whole ass part of yourself. You have swallowed the boot whole. And now you are championing American imperialism as though it's somehow helpful to you and your bottom line, when it's clearly not, right? New senior Trump admin officials commissioned CIA announced about who could leave Venezuela if Maduro were to lose power. The answer: Maduro regime figures like Delcy Rodriguez, not opposition figures like Maria Machado. Trump was briefed on the assessment before the Maduro op. See, I told you. Remember when I said there's right there, baby. Remember when I said there's probably internal conflict within the CIA and that Trump does have like, you know, some rationale behind why he's not going with Machado. And the other side of the CIA is saying, well, we put a lot of investment into Machado. Why the fuck wouldn't you work it? So they leak stuff to the Washington Post. And then the other side of the CIA leaks stuff to the Wall Street Journal and says, no, we actually gave him a decent rationale for why he shouldn't go with Machado. The reality of the matter is trying to put the fear of God into Delcy Rodriguez to ensure that Delcy Rodriguez plays ball with the current administration is probably the pathway to least resistance if your goal is extraction of the natural resources from Venezuela, and to ensure that Venezuela gives you assurances that they will never work with China or Russia. That's it. So that's why I said what I said. That's why I told you that like there's probably internal conflict, and that's the reason why people are leaking stuff to the press. It kind of feels like you're forgetting about the several, if not dozens, of American Oil Corporation board members who are going to see huge gains if this happens. Yeah, you're right. I never factor those guys. The true minority, okay? The POWs, people of wealth, the POMs, people of means. After all, who is more marginalized than the average billionaire? Okay, I forgot about them, and I apologize sincerely for this mistake. My mistake. I was too busy talking about the working class, both here in America and the working class in Venezuela.
Are you?
Yeah, reporters, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners? Trump, we haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
Are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
No, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that.
Looks like Trump is primarily aiming at running Venezuela through other senior Chavistas who will give him what he wants on the energy issue and is not interested in getting into the woods of engineering a liberal regime or even tilting the fortunes towards the opposition. Yeah. It would be really funny. I mean, to a certain degree, that actually gives me a little bit of... It gives me some satisfaction to see this fucking asshole lose everything in the process. And all of her fucking powerful donors and backers eating crow, eating shit.
Amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know, Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open.
Dude, this is literally the Juan Guaido problem. Every single oppositional figure in Venezuela cannot even hide that they're a CIA asset. Okay? They just say the quiet part out loud. Like, honestly, if I was, I don't know, the son of like some fucking Venezuelan billionaire, okay, I would never bring this shit up. I would be like, Venezuela must be strong. We must actually make sure that, you know, we must actually make sure that we're a strong nation. We're a proud nation. We're not a nation that's supposed to be dominated by other, other countries and things like that. Nope. These guys literally go, I'm a dog and I will bark for you. I will get on all fours and bark for you, American capital. Like they just straight up openly say that they're like CIA assets. And I feel like if you are a Venezuelan with like 3 fucking brain cells, you're going to look at this and be like, this is ridiculous. Like, why the fuck do I care about this? I just want to eat food, you know? I just want to make sure that, you know, my country is doing all right. Because at the end of the day, that's what people want. It's not really funny. What is this?
Amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donald J. Trump.
Stop.
Markets, we will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you. And
what is this? Eva Golinger, attorney and author of the Chavez Code, Immigration Human Rights Occasional Screenwriter. I don't know what this assessment is. Hold on. Let's I can't read all that. That's too much. I'd rather read it in an article format if I'm going to read that much. You know what I'm saying? Here, let me show you some Chavez stuff. Okay. Let me show you some Chavez stuff a little bit.
Nos acusa a nosotros,
they accuse me of sponsoring terrorism. They are the ones who sponsor terrorism. I take this opportunity to once again condemn from the depths of my soul the state of Israel. Damn you, state of Israel. Damn you, terrorists and murderers. Que viva Palestina libre. Long live the Palestinian people. Heroic people, good people. Have you seen the Yankee Empire? Have you not seen the massacre that the genocidal state of Israel committed? Just weird because like this is pre-October 7. It seems like I don't know what he's talking about. Why is he talking about the most moral nation on the planet? Like far before I found out. You know, growing up in Connecticut, and I found out that Israel is bad, but only after October 7. And it's just strange that this guy is talking about Israel being bad far before October 7. Interesting. Against a group of pacifists that was taking humanitarian cargo to the Palestinian people in Gaza. Wait, and completely surrounded by Israel on all sides, which doesn't even allow them access to water. They massacred people there. You all saw it, didn't you? Well, look at the United States. The United States has said that they are concerned. They're concerned. Imagine Alcala, God forbid, that such a thing would have happened in Venezuelan waters. We would have already been invaded. Know that they would have already invaded Venezuela. But no, since it's Israel, they are allowed to do anything. It's an example of a double standard. The Obama government condemns terrorism. Unless it's terrorism which they themselves have committed. Now look, the Venezuelan opposition hasn't said anything against Israel. Note that this video was not taken in 2025. Yes, it's not. Because Israel finances the Venezuelan opposition. Israel funds the counter-revolution. It's true. There are even groups of Israeli terrorists from Mossad who are after me, trying to kill me. This video is older than most Zoomers able to vote right now. Here's Isaac Herzog, current president of the genocidal Israeli death and rape cult with the ADL's Abe Foxman, talking about how crucial it is for Zionist hegemony to destroy Chavez in Venezuela, and they have plans for it that they won't discuss on camera. Is this from the lobby? No.
Hi, Abe. I wanted to ask you, since we met last, about the issue of Venezuela. Because I heard voices kind of saying it's not so bad, and Latin America is not so bad, but I'm not convinced. And the question
you
is,
have good reason not to be convinced. Good reason. It is getting worse.
Right.
And little by little, as long as oil money works.
I'm told that by our experts, it's the only, except for Iran, it's the only government-propagated anti-Semitism today around the world. It's a
formally. Right.
This is
First
quite scary.
within the country and then outside.
So are you pressing in any way?
We've talked to Jesse Jackson, who has a relationship, but it's not for camera, but there are other plans.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
Shit, nice, dude. Thanks. That's cool, I guess. There's also a clip of Chavez completely humiliating Machado when she was in Congress being a hog. Here's Machado saying, how can you talk about respecting the private sector in Venezuela when you have decided decided on expropriation, which is stealing? Chavez says stealing. She says, yes, stealing the properties. The business of business people, merchants, even small guest houses, whose owners haven't even been compensated. Tell Venezuela the truth. There's a decent Venezuela here that wants a profound transformation. Brother, this is low-key precisely the reason why you do have to have, like, you know, good party discipline and stuff like that. I'm just saying, holding on to like whatever you can, especially in the tumultuous period of transformation, you just got to do it. You just have to do it. You can't, there's no other way. Otherwise, you're going to get fucked over and over again. And this is the time to face with seriousness and responsibility the historic challenge ahead of us. Your time is up. This is the time for a new Venezuela. Yes, accept the debate, President.
Bien.
He said, bien, fine. First, I suggest you win the primaries, right? Win the primaries. That's the first thing you have to do, because you're not on a level to debate with me. You're not on that level. I'm very sorry about that. Since you went so far as to call me a thief, you called me a thief in front of our country. I won't cause you offense. An eagle doesn't hunt flies, Congresswoman. They should have arrested her for being CIA. See, if you don't do that, then many decades down the line, you find yourself killing a bunch of random student protesters and creating an environment where, understandably, a lot of people are going to hate your fucking guts. If you don't cut off the head of the snake, you know, definitely a true Adam. Some more Chavez predicting the current situation. In a 2009 interview, then President Hugo Chavez rejected claims of the U.S. That he was paranoid about the United States, arguing that U.S. hostility towards Venezuela was driven by oil. He said Venezuela has more than a century of oil reserves while the U.S. is running out, and that Washington has repeatedly sought to install a subordinate government in Caracas to secure control. Chavez described a long record of U.S. and CIA-backed coups and assassinations across Latin America, calling it a dark and destructive period for democracy. The warning remains relevant as the United States carried out large-scale bombing campaign on Venezuela and captured President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, forcibly removing them from the country in a direct attack on Venezuela's sovereignty. Governments around the world have condemned the operation as a violation of international law and a blatant act of imperial control aimed at seizing Venezuela's oil resources and undermining its political independence. Yes, governments across the world. Not a single government in the fucking Western Hemisphere, though. Well, not the Western Hemisphere, but like just the West in general.
Pero tú no ves.
So there's a possibility
Tú
of
no
war.
ves la
You don't
amenaza
see
que es
it?
para
You don't see
nosotros.
the threat that the
El
United
imperio de los
States
Estados
empire
Unidos.
poses to us?
Why
Do you think the United States wants to attack Venezuela? Well, there's recent history.
Yo te voy a decir la causa más importante.
I'll tell you the most important reason here. Right here is the largest oil reserve on the planet. Here in Venezuela, we have oil for more than 100 years. The United States is running out of oil. Okay, to be fair, they're not anymore. But anyway, the most important reason why the United States wants to put a government here that is subordinate to it, to the empire, as they had for a long time in Venezuelan oil. I want to ask you a question without offending you. Are you paranoid about the United States?
No, de ninguna manera.
No, not at all. I'm just being realistic.
Si tú le pudieras hacer esa pregunta,
if you could ask them that question you asked me,
lo que pasa es que no podrás,
the thing is, you can't because most of them are dead.
Hazle esa pregunta a Jacobo Arbenz, que era presidente de Guatemala.
Ask Jacobo Arbenz that question.
Que era presidente
who was the president of Guatemala when I was born? You hadn't been born yet. Just because he wanted to carry out agrarian reform. The United States invaded and overthrew him. You could ask the question to João Goulart in Brazil. The United States overthrew him. The Brazilian. The United States overthrew him. You could ask that question to Salvador Allende, the martyr president. Yes, we can read Hasan. Some people are not actually fucking tuning in. They're just listening, okay? Why is it that people get mad when I do accommodation? And if I don't do accommodation, people get mad when I don't read it out loud. When they go, I can't read right now. Can you please read it out loud? You could ask that question to Juan Bosch, the former Dominican president, overthrown by U.S. invasion. Omar Torrijos, assassinated by the CIA. And many others. It's not paranoia. It's the truth. I am fulfilling my responsibility as head of state. The paranoid, those on the extreme right, the crazies who believe that the world will not change. The Yankee bootlicker bourgeoisie of this continent who want to continue dominating these people in their wills, not be able to achieve it. Wait. Who want to continue dominating these peoples and their will, not be able to achieve it. Only after September 11 did the United States begin to make a list of terrorists. Well, I'm on that list too. The U.S., the government of the United States, dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, an atomic bomb, and another on Nagasaki. That's terrorism. Yunky. Anyway, the reason why I bring up Chavez is because first of all, Maduro's base is called the Chavistas. Okay, that's how powerful the Chavez mobilization was. Like, they're still Maduro for all intents and purposes. Like, he maybe wasn't the best continuation of Chavez's legacy. However, like, the reason why he has any fucking base of support whatsoever is because of Chavez. And yes, he was a polarizing figure, certainly, especially for especially for a lot of wealthy business owners, and he consistently had to duke it out with them in this democratic process. But just if you want to truly understand why, if you want to truly understand like where this kind of attitude is coming from, why there is why there's any fucking support for Maduro whatsoever in the country, that's what it is. This is where it comes from. It's the immediate improvements that Chavez did. For whom, you might ask? Well, oftentimes for the voiceless people. When Chavez was kidnapped and held in a military complex in 2002, he said, "At least I have the advantage that Che did not have. He stood up to his killers while being injured. I am not injured. I am prepared to die." Yeah, Delcy, the person who is now the interim president, for the record, that Trump is trying to play ball with, has an incredible family legacy as well. She is the daughter of a revolutionary who was tortured, imprisoned, and killed by the CIA. She is a Chavista to the core and more deeply immersed in leftist ideology than Maduro, intellectually speaking. And her brother is also deeply embedded in the Venezuelan government too. And as VP, she was also in charge of the intelligence community as well. So like the person that the Trump administration is currently trying to play ball with, or trying to manage what happens next with Venezuela, is someone that is maybe even less pliant than Maduro is. But I don't know. I don't know what will happen, because she has already said that she wants to comply. Because at first, now I know people are saying she gave Maduro up. I know that there is some suspicion, considering that there is clearly a bunch of moles in Maduro's orbit. But I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's her. I don't think it's her. But we shall see. We shall see what takes place. Having said that, however, here is a CNN exclusive from Jim Cejudo, however you say his last name, contradicting Trump claims on opposition leader Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the support to lead Venezuela. Her advisor told me, I don't have, here, this is what Machado's advisor said.
And I don't have any doubt that she's going to be, with President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez, the leaders of the rebuilding of Venezuela, where obviously the U.S. is going to be our main allies, and we will have plenty of other allies in Latin America and Europe and beyond. But Maria Corina Machado is a leader who is out of this world, and she's got the support for...
Yeah, this is cope as fuck, dude. I think it's cope. Especially because, do you think if Kamala won, do you think it would be Machado instead? 100%. 100%. And you'd be hearing a lot of like woke and gay propaganda about how this had to happen wokely. And you would, if you think people are saying, oh, well, the Venezuelans are celebrating now, right now, a lot of hogs are saying that shit when they're not busy jerking off over how they're going to have free oil or something, because they're stupid. But if you think that the propaganda would not be a million times stronger under a competent liberal administration, you are out of your fucking mind. Okay? Yeah. If Kamala won, they would have said this is to save Guyana from Venezuelan imperialism, and that they're doing this to install democracy and a liberal democracy in Venezuela, and the streets of Venezuela are crying with joy that we did this. I promise you, the one thing you can still get from liberals is competency and empire. You think Kamala would have done this? I mean, I don't know what kind of like military extraction would have taken place. And there's no reason to have this kind of like hypothetical back and forth, because she lost. And I don't know if it would have been like, kidnapping in the same way. Probably not. But even if push came to shove, and we were forced into taking some sort of military action against Venezuela, okay? Even if we were forced into taking some sort of military action against Venezuela, the propaganda would be much more competent. I suspect it would have been covert CIA shit, though, rather than what took place in broad daylight. And they never would have been like, yeah, we're doing it for stealing oil. Like, they never would say that. Liberals know never to say that. But ultimately, it's a hypothetical. I don't know. Maybe Kamala wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Maybe Kamala Harris would not have done it. I have no way of knowing. She lost. Okay? She presented herself as being militant, right? We're going to have the most lethal military, all this stuff. And that was the reason why Donald Trump could present himself as a liar once again and claim that he was going to be the most peaceful dove. But there's no reason to have a conversation about whether or not Kamala Harris would have done it. But you just said, wait, what? Said what? The good news is that it seems like the Democratic Party's focus testing has found that it's about the oil is the most potent response. The bad news is that the lady who's saying this accepted an endorsement from Dick Cheney in the last election cycle. Yeah. Your read on this isn't 100% fluid. It's about our refineries. I doubt Kamala would send boots on the ground. No, I'm not. I don't. Again, the question is not what Kamala Harris would do or how she would approach Venezuela. The question is, like, if there was any sort of military action against Venezuela, whether it's like boots on the ground or like CIA assassination or anything like that, right? And again, this is all hypothetical. It's stupid. It's a stupid hypothetical to have. It's a stupid hypothetical to entertain. But what I'm talking about is how they would sell it. Okay? How they would sell it. And how they would sell it is to never bring up oil. Do you understand? But it's once again a totally pointless exercise because Kamala Harris is not the president. What's more important to me is why Kamala Harris lost and now Trump is the president. Okay? And if you want to have a conversation about that, that's a real conversation that we can have. One that I've had time and time again throughout the election cycle. If you go back and listen to my commentary back then, I kept repeating over and over again, Kamala Harris is posturing alongside Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney. Kamala Harris is posturing towards like, a lethal military. This kind of stuff does not actually win votes at all. It just, no liberal is going to look at that and go, hell yeah. I mean, maybe some liberals are, but like, no, the broader base in the Democratic Party is not going to look at that and go, hell yeah, I want a fucking lethal military. That's right. That's awesome. They're not going to, you're going to lose votes on your side, and not a single Republican is going to turn around and think that you're actually going to be the more competent, military leader. And yeah, that's why Democrats still trying to fucking do this kind of thing are so stupid. They still bring this point up every time, and everybody dunks on them. Okay? Everybody dunks on them anytime people post this. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why is this clip 17 or 18 seconds long, I wonder? Oh, perhaps it's because I was talking about Israel, right? This evil man told millions of impressionable young voters that Kamala and Trump would be 1-to-1 exact same on everything. Look how passionate he was. He believed this to his core evil. First of all, he's trying to make this seem like I was saying this in the lead up to the election. But if you watch the video, you understand that I was saying this after the election, literally, which is why I said this is about Israel. And after the election, I'm right. Harris postured in favor of more U.S. military intervention. This is why Trump was able to lie about being a peaceful dove. Your inability to admit Dem campaign mistakes is why fascists keep winning. Lock in. I love how they even cropped the news article you were looking at. Yeah. Hasan is correct. Democrats also overwhelmingly support this. The only difference is they find Trump's method uncouth and would rather ramp up the sanctions regime to starve the people. Liberals or fascists without the little red swastika hats should be treated as such. Now, this is a Jim Jones Jusha Kool-Aid, maybe a little bit more aggressive than me in terms of the commentary there. But there is some truth to it, because it's not like the Democrats did not keep up the fucking sanctions on Venezuela. They did. To quote a certain pervert, I do not stream in 30-second segments. Yeah. I don't know which pervert said that, but it's pretty funny, because I assume, given the way you presented that, it's probably one of the people that love clipping me in 15, sometimes even 5-second segments, only to then get mad when people don't understand the nuance of how he's defending whatever dumb, indefensible thing. Yeah, and if you want to see the original clip, we've shown it before. Championing that was coming from, remember all the fucking anti-war championing that was coming from, you got duped. Hasan was talking about bipartisan American support for defending the attack. You got duped. Hasan was talking about the bipartisan American support for defending Israel and the attack against Iran. Maybe you should ask yourself why the context, a clearly visible tweet about Israel and Iran that Hasan was talking about is cropped out. Well, I think we got duped because that person does not give a shit. Dumbass Republicans. I fucking told you that it was all bullshit over and over again. And make no mistake when I say this. Make no mistake when I say this. Democrats would do this exact same thing. Democrats maybe won't do the same, like, song and dance in the way that Donald Trump does. They wouldn't go about it the same way, but they would do the exact same thing. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel right now. Chuck Schumer has come out and launched his support. Chuck Schumer, a week ago, was complaining that Donald Trump was Taco Trump. He wasn't going to actually fucking strike Iran. Ask yourself why they do this all the time, man. Why are they left bashing? If you are first and foremost offended at Donald Trump, why the fuck are you spending any time actively going after people who are doing that, perhaps better than you are? Okay? Oh, this is one of my old hits.
One of the things that worries me is just how quick...
This was right after the Al Ahly hospital strike, by the way.
After the event.
Where I told the BBC straight to their face that they should have never apologized to Israel for their initial assessment that it was actually Israel that struck the courtyard of the hospital.
Events of the last 2 weeks, how polarizing the debate becomes when it comes to this issue. Why is that?
I think it's polarizing because people do not see the humanity of those who are under colonial subjugation. Ever since the Nakba, Palestinians have not been able to return back to their homes, 700,000 originally in 1948. There has been a brutal occupation that the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International now correctly consider to be an apartheid state. This is, of course, 20 years after Nelson Mandela had considered Israel to be an apartheid state, and I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid states in general. It's not necessarily a polarizing subject. It's just that there are right-wing forces inside of Israel that are utilizing the conflict as a means to continue getting more land grabs and continue the brutal occupation in the West Bank as well, which is illegal by international law. But it's not polarizing.
Oh, that light wasn't doing you any favors? I know. This was literally, I think, a day or two after the Al Ahly hospital strike. You can be so eloquent and nice to randos and yell at chatters here. Yeah, I wonder why I'm not yelling at fucking the BBC news guy who obviously understands my position and probably put his fucking career in jeopardy to have someone like myself on the BBC News broadcast when it was like literally a week in or 2 weeks into fucking Israel's death and destruction campaign. Are you crazy? Did you see this? An Amazon Prime reality show
We're on
featuring Hasan obsessed pro-Israel influencers. Oh my God.
in 3, 2, 1.
You elected a literal socialist to run the global center of capitalism.
We're talking about giving the Nobel Peace Prize to a guy who is declaring war on his own cities.
Your job was like the first lady.
What's the goal? Like, are they only letting you on the show if you're fucking pro-Israel? Is that what it is? Like,
That's
where's
not
the
even
debate?
a real job. You just support your gay husband.
It's Xavier Day.
It's Xavier Week.
Like, the only reason you're choosing to go meet up with your friend Amber Rose while we're filming a reality show is because you want her in the show. America is unwell.
The ice is back in town.
Now I run your show. Can't even run your diet. Get the out of here.
I miss Charlie. This is America. Everyone has guns, you know.
We're the counter organization to Turning Point USA.
We slapped! We slapped!
I try to be the gateway drug. Thirst trap them in a little bit.
He's a liar, and he lied to everyone.
I do not want to crawl back to being a corporate.
Wait, she's actually woke, I think. I think she might be the only one that's woke amongst the entire bunch. I thought she was like, I low-key thought that she was, well, not Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz is awesome, but I don't think she's a part of this. But no, I'm serious. I thought she was like, I thought she was actually a fucking reactionary when I first saw her. Okay. But I've seen some of her videos. She hates you because of Kayagate. Oh, really? I mean, I don't really give a shit about that. Everybody, whoever got duped by that, it is what it is. But no, I'm not biased. I don't know if she's like pro-Israel or not. But I have seen some of her commentary. And I have seen some of her commentary. I think she's like woke.
I don't want this to get ghetto. It's stressful out here being black and Republican.
You accidentally said slavery was okay.
What?
The only reason why I say that is because like I thought she was right-wing as fuck. I know Taylor was there, man. I don't think she's like a part of the fucking cast though.
What's wrong with you?
I'm actually authentic. People change. You stay this fucking sane because you just want to get a check. That's all you care about.
I'm as real as my hair.
Thank you.
If I were Israel, I wouldn't even provide.
I can't watch the rest of this. I can't stand this shit. God damn. Gross. What? If you needed further confirmation that the once proud craft of political commentary is now quite literally just drama slop. Yeah, I mean, this is very clearly, this is epic political slop. See what you could do if you had unlimited super PAC funding? Yeah. I will not. I mean, good luck to these guys, I guess. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. You got to react to it like Iron Chef. I don't want to even give it any clicks. And I'll be honest, I wish I didn't even know that this existed. The CIA informed Trump ahead of the kidnapping that regime loyalists would be best positioned to lead an interim government in Venezuela. I don't quite believe the stories about Delcy Rodriguez yet, because if I was the CIA leaking stories to the press about how Delcy is secretly a traitor and how she's been having meetings with Rubio, would be a great way of dividing the loyalists and exacerbating the morale crisis. Time will tell, but Delcy Rodriguez, her brother Jorge, Padrino Lopez, and Cabello all seem steadfast in their defiance to the attack and their support for Maduro. Exactly. Open Presence, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Open Presence, thank you for supporting the Piker Broadcasting Service. Reuters and Other major media outlets falsely claimed that Delcy had fled to Russia ahead of the kidnapping. I wonder who leaked that fake story to the press. Surely Reuters thought that they had solid info from a solid source. Yes, you too can support the Piker Broadcasting Service, which is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm monitoring the situation with the Delcy thing. Not to get all Chinese with you, but I'm not to get all Keir Starmer with you, okay? Not to get all Chinese with you, but I'm actually condemning this strongly. And not to get all Keir Starmer with you, but I am monitoring the Delcy situation, okay? Because I'm both Keir Starmer and Chinese at different points. Strong condemnation, but also monitoring the situation. But I don't know. I just, given her background, it seems strange if she was like, you know, the person who betrayed Maduro. I would be more likely to believe that Maduro cut a deal with Donald Trump and offered like a show similar to this. But even then, it's not going to happen because then they killed so many people. Like, I doubt that that would be the case. You know? Taylor did film a segment for the show. Yes, I'm saying she's not like a part of the cast. She probably did a fucking segment. Anyway, there was more that I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, but Maria Machado is a leader with out of this world support, right? A survey by Venezuelan Herm Hinterlace in October 25 found that 91% of Venezuelans hold an unfavorable opinion of Maria Corina Machado, making her one of the most unpopular political figures in the country. A December 2025 national poll by another Venezuelan firm, Data Viva, found that 89% of Venezuelans rate their support for Maria Corina Machado as low or very low, including 61% expressing strong rejections, while just 11% report any level of support. The same survey found 80% dismissed the Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Machado as a farce. Didn't she win, though? No, she didn't win shit. What are you talking about? 90% also were found to oppose any foreign military intervention in Venezuela. Maduro got 100% betrayed by his own people. That's just how the Maduro regime is. We get it, bro. You hate him, okay? We got it. She did win a Nobel Peace Prize, to be fair. I suspect these polls are biased, if we're being real. But I don't think that she is like independently or uniquely popular, especially considering that if she was, Donald Trump would have insta-locked Machado as the puppet. She would have been on one of the fucking 30 helicopters flying in, and this would have been a more comprehensive assassination. It would have probably been a full-blown decapitation strike, and then they would have installed her as the puppet, and then the people would rejoice if that was the case. But the reason why they didn't do that, and the reason why Donald Trump is still talking about how, you know, maybe Machado's not it, is because they recognize that she doesn't have the juice. She doesn't have the motion. Sure seems like Delcy Rodriguez was a CIA source on the inside who set Maduro up and handed him to the United States. All these leaks makes you wonder about her longevity amidst a country full of Chavez Maduro loyalists. The U.S. operation to capture President Nicolas Maduro at the weekend speared him out of Venezuela for a trial. Rodriguez, a canny political operator, was envisaged as the head of a transitional government in secret talks with her political brother, Jorge, led with Washington last year, but a post-Maduro future, said two people familiar with the discussions. The part of that the reason why I don't believe that it's her, the reason why I don't believe that she betrayed Maduro is because of her background. The reason why the reason why I think that there is some fuckery in the way that this operation was conducted is because of the lack of resistance on the ground. And by that, I don't mean like the actual, you know, Cuban security team that Maduro had around him, which in and of itself is already like interesting, right? I mean, there were also Venezuelans around him too, but a big part of his like internal security team was Cuban. Okay? But clearly, someone must have given the stand down order, because aside from like the moderate resistance, aside from wasn't that debunked? What was debunked? aside from the moderate resistance that they received, and they certainly did. Wait, what? Wasn't that debunked? The security were Venezuelan? No, he had Venezuelan security as well, but he also had a big chunk of... No, the Cuban government announced that their militants had died. 32 Cubans died. Yeah, the Cuban government announced it. Now, listen, my point is, there is still some suspicion that there was, I mean, there's obviously inside people, right? There's obviously people that were like giving the CIA immediate coordinates and like, you know, whatever the fuck Maduro was doing every single day. But beyond that, the reason why I say that there must have been like some insiders is because we're talking about a country with S-300s, right? Let's say they figured out where the S-300s all were. It should be classified, but let's say they somehow have a leak low level enough. Okay, but then there's like 5,000 man pads. How the fuck does nobody go, oh my God, there's helicopters, the lights are out. Let me bust out my personal anti-air weapon. Not a single heli was shot down. And then even besides that, how the fuck were small arms fire not even like targeting the helicopters? They did use manpads. They did. So what happened? How did the, like, you got manpads, you got RPGs, you have drones, you have small arms fire. You're saying they were shot down? You're saying that helicopters actually exploded in the process of this this military campaign, and we didn't see it? You guys are on fucking copium in the same way that people were saying Iran shot down an F-35 jet, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Come on, dude. Jesus Christ. If they actually fucking shot down a heli, you think the Venezuelan government wouldn't show that? Yeah, remember the fucking F-35 that people were claiming that Iran shot down? They shot down the biggest F-35 known to man. It's ridiculous. Like, come on, be a little bit, you know, be a little bit smarter about this stuff, please. So yeah, I don't know who's the insider here,
And
but
if she doesn't comply, her fate will be worse than Maduro's.
I just say that she will face a situation probably worse than Maduro, because, you know, Maduro gave up immediately.
Overnight, Rodriguez striking a conciliatory tone, saying in a statement, "We invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation," adding, "President Trump, our peoples, and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." This all started late Friday, the president giving the green light, telling U.S. forces and intel agencies good luck and Godspeed. The operation, known as Absolute Resolve, came after months of planning, U.S. intelligence studying every aspect of Maduro's life, from how he lived to what he wore and ate, even down to what pets he had.
We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong.
The president watching with his national security team from Mar-a-Lago as the mission unfolded. More than 150 military aircraft launching from 20 different bases and shifts across the region. Helicopters flying under the cover of darkness, arriving at Caracas around 2 a.m. local time amid heavy gunfire. U.S. forces capturing Maduro and his wife, taking them to the USS Iwo Jima. President Trump posting this picture of Maduro on board. Maduro now on American soil, touching down in New York surrounded by federal agents. ABC News obtaining these images of the ousted leader as he landed in New York, handcuffed, dressed in a blue sweatshirt and sandals. In a video shared by the administration, the once defiant leader led down a hallway by DEA agents, wishing everyone Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
U.S. members of Congress caught off guard, notified after the operation began, some questioning its legality.
Maduro's a horrible, horrible person, but you don't treat lawlessness with other lawlessness, and that's what's happened here.
President Trump, who campaigns on keeping America out of foreign conflict, facing criticism from a member of his own party. Thomas Massey writing, "Wake up, MAGA. Venezuela is not about drugs. It's about oil and regime change. This is not what we voted for." And Robin, the president did not rule out putting American troops on the ground in Venezuela, telling reporters on Air Force One it depends on what happens with the Venezuelan government. But again, that would be a sharp departure from what the president campaigned on, keeping America out of foreign conflict. And there's big questions on just how the United States plans to take charge of Venezuela, Robin.
That is true. All right, Rachel, thank you for your reporting.
Okay, but have you considered that it's based now? Have you considered that it's based now, though? Would you support the U.S. taking control of Venezuela and choosing a new government of the country? 45% oppose it, 24% support it, 30% unsure. I've decided it's based now because Donald Trump did it, and anything that he does, I think, is based. Yeah, this is, once again, my take as well, especially astonishing when you consider the plainly pro-interventionist slant of coverage in this country. There may not be any national figures bold or ideologically motivated enough to realize this, but it is not 2002 anymore. Yeah, the fact that 39% approve and 46% disapprove, even now, which those numbers will continue to increase, I think, as the media is really pumping it. Okay? But I think this, to me, is a testament to two things. One, the Trump administration really fucking did a bad job of doing enough propaganda ahead of time. Okay? But also, we are too close to the global war on terror for shit like this to stick without any pushback. Okay? And the age range actually showcases this as well. Even Nick Fuentes is getting ratioed by his fans for glazing this. Total Groyper collapse is underway. Nick Fuentes' own fans realize he's a Zionist and neocon. Nick is getting ratioed in his own Telegram. Times like these really show you how the stark differences are between a reactionary America First nationalist movement and these left-wing anti-American third worldists. There was a moment when there was some apparent overlap, but now you see what's really going on. Many of these people don't live in America and are basically anti-colonialist America haters who do not want our country to succeed and actually want us to get in line. I don't like that a Jewish oligarchy is taking control of America and used America to fight its wars, but that is because I like America and want America to be powerful and independent, not because I'm a hippie who thinks that America is Grey Satan. And if we would just get out of the way, the UN could outlaw war. I watched an interview with Jew Jeffrey Sachs recently, who was glazed by Napolitano and Tucker constantly. The guy is literally shaking liberal chudjack, seething about Trump and celebrating how 500-year cycle of European domination is coming to an end and how all of humanity can thrive without violence. These are the non-interventionists and libertarians and other elements that we are dealing with. And by the way, they all hate anti-Semites and Nazis and white nationalists. Brother, holy fuck, 2.1K dislikes? They probably botted it, right? There's no way. It's crazy to see Nick Fuentes getting absolutely fucking destroyed by his own Telegram channel here. Nick Fuentes argues that low IQ anti-Semites have their foundations wrong. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay? This is my favorite show. I love when I watch someone go, you got to go back to first principles on how Jews control everything. This is not the first time he's done this. He did this with the Candace Owens shit too. He was mad that Candace Owens was siphoning his audience because she was doing anti-Semitism the right way. Or sorry, according to Nick Fuentes, she was doing anti-Semitism the wrong way. Okay? She was just saying everything is the responsibility of Jews, and that's not what you're supposed to say. Not realizing that, of course, his fucking audience wants that. They're anti-Semites, brother. It's not like it doesn't stem from a logical position. It's pure cope. That's what it is. So, of course, if someone is giving more of that same fucking higher dosage of cope, they're going to go to that. The two problems with low IQ anti-Semites is they know nothing about politics or even about Jews. So they retain all of their normally liberal ideological priors, and then they wind up being ideologically captured by the far left or Islamists because those groups actually have intellectual foundation to critique Israel and Jewish power. Or perhaps a better way to point this is, instead of being a fucking low IQ anti-Semite, you can be a high IQ anti-Zionist and a high IQ anti-imperialist, which has a moral foundation and an ideological foundation and perhaps hundreds of years of academia behind it from unironically intelligent people who have poured a lot of thought into this. Okay. And that is the reason why people who are at least smart enough recognize that this like slamming, oh, Jews did this, Jews did that everything is usually maximum cope from the most WASP supremacist country on the fucking planet, the United States of America. No matter how hard the average Christian Zionist behaves in the way that Nick Fuentes would call a goy cattle or whatever the fuck, at the end of the day, it is the American overlords that are not Jewish, mind you. In many instances, plenty of them are Catholic, plenty of them are WASPs, okay, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. There are some Jewish ones as well, okay, but they are doing this for capital. They're doing this at the behest of capital. Zionism, simply as an ideological foundation, is in line with America's imperial interests in the region. And also, it has been very helpful because it allows people to fall in line. In any case, the reason why I say it's cope at the end of the fucking day, the end of the day is cope, is because a lot of people don't want to see America as the big bad in this equation. A lot of people don't want to think that America actually doesn't have their best interests in mind. But instead, they want to think that, like, our big, beautiful Americans, if it wasn't for the international Jewry, organized Jewry, would actually be working at our behest. It must be the international Jewry that has allowed third world migration to come into the country. It must be international Jewry that has hypnotized and blinded the American, the American titans of industry into believing that we have to do these interventions at the behest of Israel. That is actually not about Israel at all, but just like a monolithic Jewish understanding of the world. It's fucking cope. You're a moron. You are basically singing a fucking lullaby, and you don't want to see the reality. So you just cope and you misdirect and you keep saying Jew, 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 Jew in the Alex Jonesian to bring back the famous Alex Jones clip. Like, that's basically what you're doing. And if that's the only thing that you're presenting, okay, if that's the only thing you're presenting, then yeah, obviously people are going to look for someone who takes it even one step further. Oh, I stubbed my toes because of the Jews, right? That's it. For a lot of these people, they don't want to recognize that, like, our leaders here in the United States of America love this shit. They do not give a fuck about death and destruction. All they want to do is colonial extraction. All they want to do is imperial extraction. All they want to do is improve their bottom line. They do not give a fuck about Americans, whether or not they are white, black, brown, Jewish, Polish, doesn't matter. As long as they are working class Americans, they will continue to be cattle. Okay? They are disposable. Their interests do not matter. You can look at this and say, well, it's because of international capital. These guys are globalists. That's the reason why. It's like, no, they are a vessel at this point for capitalism. They don't care about anything. They just care about continuing their domination. They care about making money. And you are simply meat for the meat grinder. You can try to use different delineations. You can try to, like, dilute the argument off of a class position and move to, like, all these different, like, tribalistic understandings of the world. and say, no, it's because like Jews are monolithic or whatever the fuck. It's just stupid. It's all stupid. And that's the reason why you lose your audience to even dumber people than you, because they're doing anti-Semitism the wrong way by your estimation. But in reality, if someone is low IQ enough to fucking believe that it's actually the international Jewry that is conducting all of these operations, and they're, you know, blindsiding all of the brave Aryans that are supposed to be in charge here in the United States of America, then, you know, that's already a low IQ assessment to begin with. And of course, if you prime your audience to believing that, they're going to look for even dumber versions of that same argument. Our job is to make sure that normies who question Israel become ideologically captured by the right. No, we can't use rhetoric about international law or left economic populism or colonialism or even sympathize with Islam anymore. We see how that has been repaid. Just because the Muslims in the far left criticize Israel doesn't mean they still hate. They don't still hate whites, hate Christianity, hate the West, and they do. We have to speak in terms of the American national interest, and our identity is European Christian civilization. I don't get why talk about all of this if anything isn't going to change. You have no power over the USA. Well, today we don't, but you never know what tomorrow may bring. That's the reason why I always say you can't succumb to nihilism. You must maintain revolutionary optimism. It's actually shocking how many of these alpha male Hitler worshippers are crying because Trump didn't ask Jasmine Crockett for permission to bomb Venezuela. Do you even hear yourself? These people find a new way to tweet about how Hitler was right every single day, but when America arrests a fat brown communist, they want to cry about how this is a war crime because he was pro-Palestine or something. It doesn't make any sense. No. In some ways, they remember what the Iraq War brought. Okay? And they are, at least, in spite of their anti-Semitism, a little bit more ideologically consistent than you are, Nick Fuentes, because you only care about winning favors with the administration. And that's why you are a lapdog who won't dare question what Donald Trump is doing here, even though I'm sure if we went back and looked at his commentary, which I will not be doing, obviously, you gave plenty of reasons as to why the Iraq War was bullshit. I'm sure because of its proximity to Israel, you made up plenty of reasons about how this was a Jewish scheme or whatever, all right? And did Israel actually, push America across the line? Did they actually influence America's decision-making process in Iraq? Of course they did. Having said that, however, the ultimate goal was always going to be extraction of oil. And a lot of people realize that. And a lot of people understand that the global war on terror and the invasion of Iraq wasn't just illegal by international standards, even if people don't give a shit about that. They recognize that this did not actually yield any bounties for the American population. None whatsoever. So, of course, they have that same fucking distaste in yet another regime change war for oil. It's that fucking simple. It's such a direct one-to-one comparison that many people, even in Nicholas J. Fuentes' audience, realize, well, what the fuck are you talking about here? This time it's good? It's bullshit. He's fake. That's it. Even a guy who had the most untouchable perspective in American politics, at least until recently, which is being openly not only anti-Israel, but also anti-Semitic, like aggressively anti-Semitic, a Holocaust denier, will still, when push comes to shove, when he has an opportunity to make money, when he has an opportunity to gain favor with the administration, will do the Alex Jones pivot. That's it. He's a fucking grifter. That's why I always also tell you motherfuckers that anti-Semitism is not like the most honest way to oppose Israel. Because I know that there are a lot of people, especially nowadays, who treat anti-Semitism as like the final position, right? The maximalist position of being anti-Israel. Sağ sosları verir misin? It's dumb as fuck. And if your foundations are set on this faulty premise, this faulty understanding of the world, you are going to be led astray. It's that fucking simple. Nick Fuentes, who recently reversed his views as pro-Israel, who was vehemently against immigrants from Latin America, is now demanding that all those countries be fully included in the United States. That's a funny way to describe Nick Fuentes. Tamam doğru. So. By the way, the reason why there was a prevailing thought in America at the time when we were thinking about colonizing the entirety of Mexico, and the reason why that did not take place was because they thought to themselves, well, then this country would be too Mexican. There'd be too many Mexicans if they colonized Mexico. But I guess for Nicolas Fuentes, he yearns for the fatherland. That's maybe at the end of the day, he wasn't lying when he said he's ethnic. How about we just let these countries be and allow them to develop and prosper without intervention and interference at the behest of like Amazon or ExxonMobil or any number of different fucking different enterprises, you know? How about we just let people live? I don't know. Crazy idea. Pro-Israel, then maybe stop blaming Jews and keep the focus on the people using the most technologically advanced weapons to get away with crimes against humanity. Wait, are you talking to me or are you talking to Nick Fuentes? When the fuck have I blamed the Jews? If anything, people yell at me and say, I am not blaming the Jews and that's why I'm a phony, I'm a fake. Even though half of these motherfuckers learned about Israel like last year. And I've been an avowed anti-Zionist for a decade plus.
Caracas, these are pictures inside the National Assembly there, where a new president has been sworn in, Delcy Rodriguez. Of course, she was the vice president up until a couple of days ago. Well, she is now Venezuela's new leader. It must be said with somewhat of the tacit consent of the United States. We heard Donald Trump talk about Rodriguez over the weekend, that effectively kind of accepting that she would become the transitional leader, if you like, from at least the United States point of view. We've also heard kind of different statements, if you like, from Delcy Rodriguez in recent days. Some of them attacking the United States action, wanting to see Nicolas Maduro return back to Caracas. A little bit of a change of tone, though, in the last 12 to 24 hours or so. Seemingly more of a willingness to work with the United States. But those are the latest pictures now, where Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in now as Venezuela's new leader in front of members of that National Assembly and clearly members of the military too.
Not a penny, not a dollar! Not a penny, not a dollar! We won't pay for war and slaughter! We won't pay for war and slaughter!
Not only in violation of international law, but also in violation of U.S. law. The president does not have the right to take unilateral military action against another country and detain its president, because it wants to. To take military action against another country, you need approval from Congress, and we did not see that happen. So
I love when people say not a single Venezuelan in sight. It's still the same guy, by the way. I don't know if you noticed this, but American taxpayers have every fucking right to say, not on our dime, okay? Suck my dick, bitch. You're not even Venezuelan either. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're not Venezuelan. Shut the fuck up. And even if you were Venezuelan, I say the same damn thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was supposed to spend my fucking tax dollars on taking out whoever you don't like in whichever goddamn country. Suck my dick. That's it. That's it. If you notice, they're saying, hey, no U.S. war, no blood for oil, stop bombing Venezuela. Shut your bitch ass up, okay? The Americans are talking. You understand? Shut your bitch ass up. This conversation has nothing to do with you. You're not even fucking Venezuelan. Law, someone is mad. Don't make me come over to whatever fucking country you're at and do regime change there too, you fucking cuck. Take a day off.
We're out here to say this is illegal, that we're against what the Trump administration is trying to do, and that we don't want another war.
War protests wrapped up not long ago. They actually ended up marching down 43rd Street, but tensions from the Venezuela strikes still remains high.
Hands off Venezuela! Hands off Venezuela!
Hundreds hit Times Square Saturday for an emergency rally yelling, "Hands off Venezuela," for the No War on Venezuela, Stop the Bombing protest. It's a protest over the U.S. strikes that nabbed President Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
And so I think it's really important for us to come out here and strongly show that we oppose this war, that we oppose the American imperialist drive toward war.
Explosions rocked Caracas, and now demonstrators wave signs calling the whole thing illegal.
We have heard from our friends in Venezuela that there are countless dead from this bombing campaign.
It's not about drugs. It's not about democracy. It's not about the last election. It's because the Venezuelan Bolivarian Socialist Project did indeed challenge U.S. domination.
They're pushing to stop any more U.S. moves and let Maduro go. When Trump announced the U.S. will temporarily run Venezuela, it sparked fiery reactions like this one in Times Square, where voices rage against.
Also, it's so funny to play this like, oh, well, what about, listening to these people or whatever? If you remember at the time, people would yell at me and they'd be like, well, all Jews are Zionists or 90% of Jews are Zionists. Why won't you listen to the Zionist Jews about their position on Israel? I was like, I don't give a fuck what percentage of Jewish people are Zionists. The fuck? You think that changes my calculation at all? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my dick. I'm anti-fucking genocide. I don't care. I don't care. Like, oh, listen to the pro-intervention Palestinians like fucking Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib, who works for the Atlantic Council. Listen to Palestinian voices. And then the Palestinian voices is like the son of Hamas guy. Yeah, I don't give a shit, brother. Okay? I don't care. Look at me, not giving a fuck about your standpoint.
the strikes, and demonstrators vow to keep fighting for their cause. And different reactions continue to pour in across the state.
Within 15 hours of the deadly U.S. military strikes in Venezuela,
U.S. hands on foreign soil!
Protesters hit the streets in downtown Denver, calling for accountability here at home.
My main worry is that we're going to be sucked into another prolonged 20-year war with no real end in sight.
We saw it in Iraq in 2003 with a takeover of a country that was no threat to us in the name of a resource, namely oil.
I want to show you all the people protesting here in the middle of the street on West Colfax Avenue. This group started out outside the Capitol. Now they're kind of moving down the street. You can see some of their signs say no war on Venezuela. Many of these people protesting say the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro will lead to escalation in the region.
And while Maduro really is not a good guy, he's a terrible dictator, I don't think that Trump is going to help their people. I don't think that's his intent here.
And reactions from Venezuelans are mixed. Some celebrating in the streets in places like Miami.
I can't tell you how happy I am. There's tears in my eyes. We've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, dude. Oh, shit. This guy's fucking got tears in his eyes. Oh, man. Well, I feel totally great about ExxonMobil's profits next quarter. You know, I mean, it's not going to even take next quarter. It's going to take a much longer time than that. But, well, I guess I'm good then. There's nothing more to see here.
1998.
While others, like Omelis Marchan, a Venezuelan living in Denver, say celebrating this moment is ignorant. She came to the U.S. with her family in 2023 to escape crime in Venezuela.
¿Qué vamos a celebrar? They're celebrating what exactly? The fall of people in Venezuela, the deaths that have happened.
Her father, uncles, and her husband live in Caracas. She says her family is living in a state of fear, not sure what will happen tomorrow, and not sure what President Trump is planning for Venezuelans.
There's a lot of people who are saying, yes, we need someone to intervene, but they don't know what an intervention is. They don't understand that what they're seeing in the poverty right now in Venezuela is only going to lead to more poverty after this and more need in the country.
No more sanctions, no more bombs!
In Denver, I'm Maggie Bryan, Denver 7.
These are the armed gangsters that chatter was talking about earlier. The one that we banned. Do you remember when I said, Shermer, who's the kind of person who's anti-genocide but is shy to mention it, necessarily given the facts on the ground? Wait, what? That dude was literally saying these are gangsters.
We don't want them to impose a Yankee government on us. We are free and sovereign. We are a people with guarantees in the Bolivarian Constitution. We are a free people, free and sovereign. Donald Trump is not going to take our oil. Rubio is not going to govern us. We have a president and a vice president who will assume for now, but our president is Nicolas Maduro.
Here is the great motorized force of Caracas. We took to the streets of Caracas to tell the world to raise their voice about the kidnapping of our president. And we won him back, damn it. Long live the homeland, and long live Maduro.
Hi, Mr. President. You came from a different way this time.
Yeah, a little bit different. We have some good people. We have Senator Lindsey Graham.
Hello, everybody.
We have Howard Lutnick, Commerce. We have Steve Miller. We have a lot of people. We have Aaron. We have a lot of people. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation in Venezuela?
Yes, we have calls into them. I want to speak. They're all in good shape.
Can you detail what watching that was like when all of this played out in Venezuela and what Maduro was doing that moment?
Well, I knew the possible danger. I mean, it was a very dangerous operation. It was amazing that we had a few injured, but all are in good shape right now. But I knew there was great danger. You got off a helicopter. The helicopters were being shot at. They got on the ground. They were amazing talent and tremendous patriotism, bravery. The bravery was incredible. Lindsay, they got off the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place. As you know, one of the helicopters got hit pretty badly, but we got everything back. And nobody killed.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn-in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said the U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And,
by the way, that tweet you reposted seems to be having the visibility repressed. You're the highest viewed, and like, despite the sheer number of accounts that regularly hit 10K in 2 hours. I could see that. I think sometimes they hit like certain lines. Oh yeah, I didn't even show you guys this. Here is a person who was organizing a fucking no war in Venezuela protest. Jessica Plica, organizer at Grand Rapids Opponents of War. Let's take a look at what happens here.
Not just in a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have immediately after the interview finished. Plica was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video, and an officer tells Plica that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there, and you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown.
Where else have I seen that? I can't think of. Reminds me of videos I've seen from other countries. Now, of course, we've been doing this here in America as well. This is a very American thing. But it is pretty funny to be like, we're doing a pro-democracy move here in Venezuela. And then the people who don't want military intervention in Venezuela are getting fucking packed up and arrested on the street. I mean, come on. Yeah. Remember when I talked to a cop for a minute and a half and international press literally made it seem like I was arrested and thrown into a Chinese prison at Tiananmen Square? Remember that?
On Grand Rapids. We have reached out to GRPD for more information about the arrest, but we have not heard back so far.
I was told this kind of stuff only happened in countries that are foreign adversaries who don't have free speech. Of course, the Israel protest, the response, and the media coverage legitimizing the apprehensions played a role in normalizing this clear violation of the First Amendment. Yeah, Trump just condemned Iran's government cracking down on protesters. I mean, yeah, it's just, this is what I was reminded of. This is a classic one.
Вы за активистов? За активистов, конечно. Я просто хотела спросить, как вы думаете, если здесь вот просто сказать 2 слова, меня за это сейчас арестуют или нет? Вас уже задерживают. С ума сойти.
Now, hold on, because it doesn't end there. It's not just Russia. I think we all know what happens when you hold up a placard in London that says Palestine action. Okay? Or in Germany. So remember, this is unacceptable no matter where it happens. But just make no mistake, this is happening all around the fucking Western world as well. Okay? This is not whataboutism. It's across the board, completely and entirely unacceptable. But these sorts of images will become even more commonplace in America, which, unlike other countries, did not, let's just say, didn't go to silly lengths. Because, like, America always, when it was impactful, would destroy you for exercising your First Amendment rights, right? Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange. There are numerous examples of this, right? But America, at least back in the day, wouldn't, I mean, they did this with the, the Red Scare. But at least back in the day, they wouldn't do it for like silly shit, like holding up a placard or whatever, or organizing an anti-war protest or whatever. The more America's power around the globe goes away, the more you will see how little they give a fuck about the First Amendment. That's it. Yeah, I mean, this was really funny. This is really funny. Von der Leyen tells the protester he'd be arrested in Russia while he's being arrested.
Thank you very much for receiving me. And first of all, to those who scream and yell here so loud, they can be happy that they are in a free country like Finland, where the free speech is a right, where they have not any restrictions. If they would be in Moscow, they would be in jail in 2 minutes. Thank God we have a democracy. We can be happy.
I love that one. That one's one of the best. Maybe she meant Finland is faster at processing discontent. Like, she meant like in Moscow, it would take you 2 minutes to go to jail. In Finland, it takes you 30 seconds to go to jail. Like, we speed run you faster. We speed run you through the process way faster. We're way more expedient with our unlawful detention. Liberalism is so dead, GG. Oh, for sure. I mean, it was dead. It was dead before World War II. It was dying before World War II. That was the whole point. Because it's capitalism. Liberalism is always, first and foremost, in defense of capitalism. And when capitalism is in crisis, fascism rises to take the charge. Anyway, so yeah, cool stuff there.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
That means we're in charge.
Have you spoken?
Every time, dude. Every fucking time. Don't ask me who's in charge. I don't want to tell you. We are.
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people
Do you want to?
Yeah, at the right time, I will.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating
No,
with your administration?
but she's cooperating.
Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term in Venezuela?
Well, it depends on, what you're talking. We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been.
Bro, bring us back, bro. Bring us back. Why are you worrying about bringing Venezuela back, bitch? Bring us back, bro. Bro, you said make America great again. If what you have planned for Venezuela is what you've done in America so far, they're fucked.
If I had lost the election, we would have been a dead country. We would have been Venezuela on steroids. Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back, and we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in, they're going to rebuild the infrastructure. We built it to start off with many years ago. They took it away. You can't do that. And you can't do that with me. They did it with other presidents.
How soon do you think an election can take place in Venezuela? How soon can an election take place?
Well, I think we're looking more at getting it fixed, getting it ready first, because it's a mess. The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level. Much lower than, even if it was badly run, it should have more income, more oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in, and they're going to fix the infrastructure, and they're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We're going to cherish the country. We're going to take care, more importantly, of the people, including Venezuelans that are living in our country that were forced.
I'll be honest, dude. For the liberals who say they hate Trump, if they cannot genuinely see Trump basically fucking saying the quiet part out loud, and if they still engage in like this delusion that there is any sort of like liberalization taking place here, if there's any sort of like democracy initiative here, I think they are just as dumb as the fucking hogs are. But I do believe that there are a lot of people who are realizing that Donald Trump is doing regime change for oil, and it's fucking bullshit. I'm serious. I think that there are a lot of people, maybe not the hogs, but I think there are a lot of liberal normies are seeing it. Liberal normies are realizing it. Maybe not the Democratic Party itself. Normal incel take on Venezuela. Fun fact, Venezuela has 6 million women of childbearing age. Most of them are desperate for money. If we employ them as surrogates, we could easily make 60 million more Americans in one generation. I can't say what I think I should do to that person or what we should do to that person.
Forced to leave their country. And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I have.
Which ones? Have you received any commitments?
All of them, basically.
Any commitments from the oil companies?
They want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place?
Yes.
Did you maybe tip them off about what
before and after. And they want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well. But you know, the infrastructure is rusty, rotten, most of it unusable. It's old, it's broken. You see pipes laying all over the ground. Nothing's been addressed in for years. Chevron's in, as you know, they've done a good job, but even they haven't been in a position to invest money because they're at a month-to-month basis.
What happens to this?
They're only there because I wanted them to be there.
Yeah, are there any contingencies in case the military in Venezuela is unhappy with the U.S. and the way it's running?
Isn't that wrong? I thought it was Biden. I'm pretty sure they brought, for the record, it's not that Chevron went in to do a good deed for America. America allowed Chevron to take Venezuelan crude. And yeah, it was Brandon. It wasn't Donald Trump. And the reason why they did that is because like the oil companies were not playing ball with global supply. They were not readjusting to post-COVID. To post-COVID standards, they were keeping supply short when demand had skyrocketed because they were making tremendous profits. And their justification for it was, well, we have to make a lot of profits to make up for the loss of revenue during COVID when demand went down and oil barrel prices went negative. So Donald Trump is wrong. It wasn't him. It was Brandon that did that. And secondly, it wasn't for the funsies. It's not like what's this argument? Like, oh, thank God Exxon and Chevron are doing our bidding here. The fuck do you mean? Oh, thank God, dude. They're so magnanimous. They are so kind. Thank God for Exxon and Chevron, dude.
Venezuela, do you guys have plans for anything?
So Venezuela thus far has been very nice, but it helps to have a force like we have. You know, we were ready for a second wave. We were all set to go, but we don't think we're going to need it.
There's about 17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela.
What is this, Hasan? For people who are asking, does it even make economic sense at this moment for oil majors to invest in Venezuela? Yes. Yes. It always makes sense. Because guess what? Who do you think Venezuelan oil is going to be sold to? It's going to be sold to Russia and China. Yes, he is just going to make the profit instead of the Venezuelan population reaping the rewards for the oil. And on top of that, now he will have a leverage point against China. Whenever he wants to do some fuck shit, like, I don't know, blow up international trade again, he will have a better leverage point. PDVSA isn't even fully nationalized oil sector. They just have slightly less favorable licensing and royalties than the USA and other OPEC members. Yes.
Venezuela. Is that going to be...
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you
something...
say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion? It's much more than that.
Okay, so what is going to happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. The main thing you have to fix, it's a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had, if I didn't win this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids. Lindsay would know that.
I'm coming around to the idea that the right-wing America is basically an onanistic sex cult devoted to working out unresolved sexual pathologies through complex racial ideologies. Damn. Like, I know this is like Foucault tier stuff, which I'm not usually keen on, but it's so obvious that this is all about mitigating sexual frustration and guilt through scapegoating behavior, but blowing up Venezuela won't make you any less gay. Trade proposal, 100 white liberal women for every one Venezuelan woman. Buddy, none of these Venezuelan women are going to fuck you either, okay? Because you're disgusting. Like, I need you to understand, when you post shit like this, you basically give the game away. Like, we know exactly. I don't know anything about this person, right? His name is observational. His description says observational journalist. I don't know a single damn thing about this person, and I know everything about him now. You see what I mean? You post shit like that, I know everything. Everything I needed to know about why you are an unfuckable loser who is probably going to kill himself and his family is going to celebrate it. You know? It's just, there's no shot. Like, there's no shot. You say stuff like this. You are a fucking whole ass loser, bud. Yeah, your mom is going to be doing victory laps, dude. They're going to be popping champagne. You ain't getting a fucking funeral either. They're cremating your ass. They're cremating your ass, and they're not even dusting it. They're going to forget it. They're not even going to pick up the fucking dust. Oh, my God. Rio TV, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Cloud Queen, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Unmarked pauper's grave. He's celebrating the arrest of a drug dealer at the same time? Who is? The fuck does that have to do with whatever dumb nonsense Trump made up to arrest Nicolas Maduro, by the way? Shut your bitch ass up. Venezuela was not using our dollar for trade. Now they are. Is that simple? No, that's also not the whole story. That's not the whole story at all. It's a part of it. But yeah, I mean, I've described this so many times over at this point.
I might say something on that because we were talking before. We would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly.
What's your criticism of Foucault? French. Easy. Fuck.
We wouldn't have had jobs, and instead of having $18 trillion in, we would have had at least $5 to $10 trillion leaving the country. So our costs would have gone up, and all of the money that's, we're setting a record. It's long broken, and that's it. That's after 10 months. We haven't included the 11th month yet. So we think we're going to hit over $20 trillion.
We would have, if it wasn't for Biden, we would have $10 quintillion. We will have Brazilian dollars. We're gonna have so many. Quinmin billion trillion dollars. I've made it up. New numbers like you've never heard before. That's right. Numbers like you've never heard before, folks.
The question.
Oh, God, I will fucking perish, dude. God, this dipshit. Oh, let's hear what this fucking asshole has to
About
say.
who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manu Raju that he doesn't know.
God, he's so repulsive and ugly and whines like a little fucking baby. There is nothing redeemable about this person.
Know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world.
Huh. We live in a law. Just kidding. We have no laws.
In which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed.
It's just like him saying that is so, I don't know. I get the same read when I hear like Asmongold be like, yeah, we're dominating these people. It's like, bro, you can't even dominate a napkin. Like, what the fuck do you mean we're dominating these people? Like, what are you talking about? You can't even go outside. You get dominated by the sun, motherfucker. What do you mean we're dominating these people? Oh, it's ruled by strength. It's like, no, dude, you are not a part of this equation at all. You will never be impacted by this. Your sons are not going to be in the fucking front lines. And you're doing this for your buddies that are going to make a shit ton of money. It's this type of stuff that, it's this type of like strong posture that I hear from the likes of Stephen Miller. And it's just like, you're a fucking loser. You're a loser.
Governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time.
But in terms of day-to-day operations in Venezuela, that is acting President Rodriguez, right? It's not some sort of American emissary.
What I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake. So I want to say what I'm saying, and you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is that, by definition, we are in charge, because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running.
Wow, that's so sick. I watched this from my rental apartment, my rented out apartment that is in a state of fucking disrepair. I called the landlord to put the fucking heat on because the heater broke, and he came over and he painted over it with white. Obviously, that didn't fix it. Also, my contract is about to be up and my rent is going to increase. But when I hear Stephen Miller say this stuff, I feel powerful all of a sudden, right? I feel like I do have power. Why? Because somewhere out there, there's a Venezuelan that's getting dominated, right, by the American military. And things are good for a brief moment. I close my eyes and I think, well, at least the American military is making sure that the petrodollar is strong. Like, do you understand how fucking stupid this is? They are not even trying to bring you into the equation. If you are watching this from afar, okay, and you're trying to find some way of looking at what Stephen Miller is saying and go, yeah, based. You don't have to do that. You don't have to entertain this stuff on partisan lines. You don't have to fucking sit there and feel like you are mighty and powerful because the American military went out there so that Exxon and Chevron can turn even higher profit margins in the upcoming couple of years, okay? This is not for you. And every moment that they spend trying to fucking make this something for you is a moment that you're being duped. Yeah, and then we're going to move on to Cuba, like another country that we have destroyed, okay? Like, how is this?
And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba.
Like, this guy is salivating, dude. Salivating.
Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
What is this? Crying the worst kind of chatter? The worst kind of chatter is the one that would literally say the most vile shit and then claim we're being so rude when we respond, like be so for real and fuck off. Oh, who was it? Who was doing that? I didn't catch it. That is my favorite kind of chatter. They're doing a sin eater thing with Trump now where they know he's cooked and checked out anyway, so they're just all going to ram through everything on the neocon wish list that's considered too politically disastrous for anyone else to touch. Social Security will be torched by August. The Greenland thing is all him, though. It's definitely making everything worse the more he talks about it. So there must be genuinely no way to stop him. Did you see Fetterman's bid from the night of the abduction? Curious for your thoughts. When I see that streamable link, I know, and I click on it anyway, okay? As soon as I see that streamable link, I know what's coming, and I click on it every time.
You take down the source of the problem. President Trump didn't wake up one day and say, hey, let's take Venezuela. He did what other people talked about, but didn't have the balls or the guts to do it. This is a good thing. This is not interventionism. This is making America safer. We're going to be more...
I don't even know why he's trying to argue against interventionism. Everybody knows him as Mr. Intervention. Like every Republican knows him as Mr. Interventionism. So whenever he actually talks in promotion of Donald Trump, I feel like everybody, even Republicans, are like, ugh, gross.
Prosperous because of the business deals. There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild their system. They're going to spend billions of dollars, and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they stole. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away. And all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed. And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild it. We're not going to spend very much money at all, if anything. But the oil companies are going to go, we're going to take our oil back. But we're going to all...
Can you remind me of the lore that makes Trump think Venezuela stole our oil? Oh, it's because they took over the refineries. That's it. They had contracts. They had contracts for Western capital to refine the oil, and they basically said like, no, we want to take another look at the expropriation initiatives. We want to take another look at full-blown nationalization. It was already controlled. Like there was still some mechanism of control with the government-owned petroleum company. And that's it. Stepan Bandera on Greenland. Bandera. Stephen Bandera on Greenland.
Also do things that, when you look at what he did, the drugs are terrible, but also terrible. He sent hundreds of thousands of people into our country that should not be here. And that means from prisons. That means Tren de Aragua, the gang, Tren de Aragua, that comes out of Maduro's country. He was very friendly with that gang. Well, they're having a hard time right now. You know, we had Tren de Aragua all over Washington, D.C., and they got the hell beat out of them. Go ahead. No.
Are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez allow opposition figures to return or free any political prisoners?
Are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
Now, is it fair?
We better bring the country back. Otherwise, you're gonna have a mess that's so bad. It was really bad. It's going to get a lot worse unless we go in and fix it.
Is the U.S. going to?
Go ahead.
No.
Or not. So.
Waters, they have to stop doing business with our enemies. They have to give us back our oil rights, which they stole. It's basically the Spanish Saudi Arabia. It makes us the seller of oil to China.
What does behaving look like? That's the big question. They have to stop doing business with our enemies, the cartels, the communists, and Hezbollah. They have to stop pouring narcotics and migrants into our country. And they have to give us back our oil rights, which they stole. And judges have agreed these have been.
Look, I'm not going to say what America deserves, but like, just try to put yourself in the shoes of someone not living in the United States of America for a minute. You know what I mean? Try to put yourself in the shoes of like someone living in Venezuela, for example. And not like the ones in Uruguay or Doral celebrating this stuff, okay? Just think, like, you're hearing this shit. They bombed your fucking capital. Maybe you weren't the biggest fan of your leader, but they kidnapped him. They killed a bunch of people in the process. And now this is the way they're talking about you. Because, like, this is a country with 30 million people, right? More than 30 million. Like, we are so cocky in the way that we talk about our desires. It's just like there's no shame whatsoever. It blows my fucking mind that this dipshit has the audacity to speak like this about a whole ass country.
Stolen from us. So if you have it's basically like the Spanish Saudi Arabia. They have more oil under the ground than the Saudis do. So you get the Western companies back in there, you get it back online, and what does that do? It makes Venezuela more prosperous, America more prosperous, keeps energy prices low, which starves the Putin war machine, keeps inflation down, which is good for the economy, and it isolates the Iranians, and it makes us the seller of oil to China, if they behave or not. So what is behavior?
Sad part is I'm actually in a shitty apartment in Texas, and I'm 100% agreeing with you on this. I fucking hate this. I feel fear for myself and my daughter. It's frightening. The shit is high stakes. I hate this type. I hate to type this much, but it's fucking insane. We're in such a fucked up timeline. I mean, it's gonna be all right, but it's just, I don't know. It's just such poor taste. I don't know how else to describe it. We're so disgusting. We're so monstrous. We're such a cancerous force on the planet. And people look at this imposture as though they have a piece of the pie. Like they act as though this is good. Yeah, we started off at stopping fentanyl trafficking, and now we've moved on very openly to we just want oil. We want the oil. It's our oil. They stole it from us. It's my oil. Me, 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 me. The Trump admin is telling Venezuelans to seek asylum while simultaneously deporting Venezuelans who have filed applications for asylum to random third countries like Honduras, Ecuador, or Guatemala. TPS is ending for 600,000 Venezuelans. DHS now says they can seek asylum instead, a process that is slower, discretionary, and far less protective than TPS ever was. Hey, by the way, remember, Venezuelans. Hey, Venezuelan diaspora. Look at that. Remember what I was talking about earlier? Like, that's the guy who cares about you. That's the guy who cares about your country.
The all-time record is 3 by another country known as China. About 10 years ago, they did 3. We're going to do close to 20 trillion. By the way, there has never been anything like this ever before. And it's all because of tariffs and the election. But it's
All right, we've seen all the highlights on
Joining
this.
me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We will continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Sols. Of course, the leader of that cartel, is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah,
and
U.S.
that's
justice.
Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes. But the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats. And we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
But Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
so obviously
Secretary?
I'm very involved in this. Well, of course. I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, very involved in all these.
I'm going to give you guys some deep lore here, by the way. And this is the same for Marco Rubio as it was for many other Cuban-American politicians for some weird reason. But so many Cuban-American politicians in the country will claim they hate fucking communism and Fidel Castro and stuff. They'll be like, oh, Fidel Castro like stole my parents' property and whatever. Almost all of them, including Marco Rubio, came into the United States of America escaping Batista. And their family members have actually gone back to Cuba after the Cuban Revolution. So they're actually just lying. It's one of the strangest things. There are a fuck ton. Obviously, like, Cubans now is different, right? Because it's been so long. But so many Cuban Americans, their parents actually fucking fled Cuba before the revolution. They actually fled Cuba during the Batista regime. Isn't that crazy? And then they've spent their entire fucking lives railing against the group that actually liberated Cuba. It's a fascinating phenomenon. Ted Cruz has done that as well. Here.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Fulgencio Batista was.
Yeah. Yep. Ted Cruz's dad, too. Bob Menendez, that's another one. Bob Menendez, when he was caught with gold bars, was asked why he had gold bars, and his defense for it was, oh, well, when my family fled, the Castro regime in Cuba, we learned that we have to put like a lot of our wealth in gold bars so we can like actually, take our assets out of the country. His family did not flee under the fucking Castro revolution. His family actually fled under Batista. Yeah, will never not be funny that Marco Rubio's parents left Cuba during Batista's reign, but he told people during his campaign that they fled Castro. I've recently realized there are many Cubans whose parents and grandparents fled Cuba during the Batista dictatorship, but over time the family story became that they had fled because of Fidel. Someone was telling me the story how their grandparents was imprisoned by Fidel even though they got here in 1957. Like, bro, your grandpa was a victim of the U.S.-backed dictatorship. Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that wild that they just, like, the wild part is not that they're lying. The wild part is I kind of feel like they believe the lies because it's so common. It's like almost collective hysteria. Why would you lie about that? That time when Marco Rubio pretended his parents fled from Castro for political gain. A day after Rubio had to amend his previous statement about leaving politics, it's worth remembering that Rubio has built a career proving that Floridians can't take him at his word. For years, Rubio peddled a theatrical version of his ancestry. In great detail, Rubio repeatedly said he was the son of exiles who escaped to America to flee communism following Castro's takeover. In fact, he specially wanted to distinguish between his family's experience and that of immigrants, stressing that the exile experience is different than the immigrant experience. Only problem, the story wasn't true. As the Washington Post revealed, Marco Rubio's family story embellishes facts. Instead of fleeing Cuba following Castro's takeover, his family immigrated to the U.S. on a commercial flight in 1956, well before Castro took Cuba, and returned back to visit several times. And immigration documents show they had always intended to stay in the U.S. permanently. When people found out he was apparently embellishing details of his personal origin story for political gain, they were understandably offended. According to Los Angeles Times editorial, Rubio felt that he had better chance of winning elections if he emphasized a narrative that portrayed him as the son of exiles, even though in reality, his story more closely mirrors that of other Latino immigrants who come to the United States in search of work. You know? Heard USCIS is processing Hasan's paperwork. Homie might want to pack up a bug out bag to deport me where? New Jersey? To deport me back to the fucking wonderful state of New Jersey? Is that what's going on? That's a Roach Watcher? What? Is that the new meta? Hate to break it to you, buddy, but I'm an American citizen. So, sucks to suck for you. That's got to actually hurt a little bit for a lot of people, right? Like if you're the proud son of Americans, white working class Americans, and you got a dude who has a dual citizenship, born in the United States of America, and in the eyes of the government, unironically is a more valuable person than you are. Like, given the amount of taxes I pay yearly, the American government would literally kill you if it meant preserving someone like myself. How does that make you feel? That's got to really suck, right? Muslim, communist. And this government would literally shoot you in the fucking face if it meant protecting people like me. Think about that a little bit. Perhaps getting more racist is not going to save you. Just saying. I'm just waiting for him to have a take on this, but I guess maybe the government agents came to his house. Okay, chill, Kaya. Is America just an openly irredentist imperial force? Openly irredentist? I mean, it's just openly imperialist. Whole thing was, of course, overdetermined, but seeming like order of influence was border fascism, Gusano lobby, China hawkery, resource imperialism. Kaya, sit. Okay. There you go. She doesn't have a collar on. You always have the most Cliff Farmable shit of saying things. What do you mean? No, she's going on a walk. That's why she's excited. That's why she went from sleeping, like being knocked the fuck out, to jumping out of the bed. But yeah, it's got a sting. Do you not say place anymore? No, I do. I do it all the time. You might have to remember, you have to realize, like, I'm live for fucking 8 hours a day. You're probably not catching me saying it.
You know, our nation was forced to absorb over 500,000 Venezuelans. So now that's the kinds of case.
Venezuelans?
Yes, and I think it was appropriate and surgical. This wasn't a war.
Yo, have you seen the video of the Hasan Piker effect yet? I haven't, but I assume that it's a fucking garbanzo, right? Someone made a video on why Asmongold gets more views than you. Oh, well, there you have it. You lost. Imagine losing this hard to Trump. Wisdom, Lamafau, nothing. Ha ha ha. Bro hasn't been watching the news. My video on you was accurate. You love to oversimplify and push disingenuous talking points. Do you believe you look at topics with critical thinking? Do you see nuances in everything? I do. Shit found in the toilet type audience? Yeah. I like that he was actually hawking his own personal video. He was doing self-promo. You know what? I like that, chatter. I hope you have a wonderful career ahead of you. Seriously. I do wish Asmongold would talk to you. Yeah. Well, I think we both know why he won't, right? Because he's got a lot more aura than me, and he doesn't want to lower his aura. He doesn't want to mog me too hard. That's what I think, at least. Debate you directly? No, he won't, because he doesn't want to mog me. He doesn't want to destroy what remains of my diminished charitability. Why do you think you get less views? Real talk. Asmongold has always been a much more popular, much larger content creator than me for years and years. And not only that, but also, have you looked at the internet? Like, I would free scroll Twitter real quick, but I don't want to get banned. There's a lot of right-wing commentary out there. I mean, you yourself are right-wing. Do you think perhaps it's because you're biased that you think he's more right? Or do you think it's because he is just more right? And that's the reason. I'm centrist. Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that he pulls from all political corners? I'm centrist. Brother, you celebrated Donald Trump winning. I don't understand. I mean, why is it that everybody that claims to be a centrist always ends up being right wing? It's just so strange. Yeah, I guess like when you, I have yet to, in my 34 years of being alive, I've yet to encounter a person who's like, I'm centrist. And then when we scratch the surface of their ideology, they reveal that the secret position that they're ashamed of revealing is that they actually want free healthcare for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, it's always like, I'm centrist. And then you ask them stuff. You ask them a couple questions about immigrants. And they're like, well, they should probably stop doing mass rapes on white women, you know? And it's like, well, that doesn't seem like a centrist position. You know? That loser got banned from Roach Chat half a year ago for being a weirdo and they're still dick riding. Respect. Respect, brother. I do support Trump because of what he does, but hate how he does it. I like what Trump does. I hate Trump. I was saying you're mad. I like what Trump does. I don't like how he does it. Okay. Yeah, you seem like a centrist. I just, again, so many people who say they're centrist, when you scratch the surface on their thinking, very quickly reveal that they're not, they're not really centrist at all. I think what you're looking for is, the word you're looking for is confused, right? And I think we'd do better if we just acknowledge that. Like, a lot of people, if a lot of people are not being cynical when they say they're centrist, but seemingly like hiding their right-wing positions, perhaps they're just confused and don't really understand that they're right-wing, maybe. And that's fine. For the longest time, we had a lot of people like that in this chat. Not so much anymore because of all of the confused people deciding politics on the virtues of whether they like a particular content creator or not. So I don't think you're like, maybe you're not necessarily like cynically hiding that you're a right winger or whatever, but maybe you're just confused about it, you know? Because the line itself has moved far left, my friend. I wish the line had moved far left, brother. I fucking wish. The Overton window doesn't exist in his age anymore. The mainstream left is now Sneeko. The mainstream right is Andrew Tate and Fuentes. Mainstream left is now Sneeko. Okay, dude. What are some of the things that you think moved to the left? I guess like Eileen right. Ooh, okay. Look, we're making progress. Not purely centrist, but I'm more centrist than most right-wing people. You do know it's a spectrum, right? No, I do. I do know. Of course I know it's a spectrum. And of course I know there's nuance to this stuff. It's not black and white. Except you just said the line moved so far left. And I don't think that's the case. So why do you not have any nuanced thinking when it comes to left positions, for example? This guy saw this meme and it changed his life. Yeah, the left me. He's like, this is me. This is so me. I totally get it. I go for policy. I agree with you on healthcare 100%. Okay. It doesn't seem like you prioritize healthcare that much, though. Because if you did, you'd be on my side yelling at Donald Trump because he doesn't give a fuck about healthcare. And neither do the Democrats, really, which I yell at evenly on this issue. See, do you understand why when people say I'm a centrist and I say, you're probably a right-winger? This is the reason. Because a lot of people say, oh, I'm a centrist. I think healthcare is good and everyone should have it, right? Great. Clearly, healthcare is not as high a priority for you, though. And the things that you prioritize, if you like what Trump is doing, but not the way he's doing it, clearly you probably think that there is like a massive, massive wave of migration that's like ruining the country, for example. You know? Like that is the highest priority for you. So obviously, if you have a hierarchy of different things that you care about, and the highest ones align you with Donald Trump, it would be ridiculous for me to say that you're a centrist just because you want health care, but not for all, right? But I do think that if I were to have a conversation with you about what policies or what you believe, right? I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm policy-based. Just because I'm not 100% left doesn't mean I'm right-wing. Why do all leftists label without seeking nuance? Chatter, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that this person made a video about you 5 hours ago on their sad YouTube channel. They're trying to figure out their rent next month. I know, I'm entertaining it. I like an enterprising young man who is probably 45 years old. And I suspect British. You're talking to a Nazi, by the way? I doubt that they're a Nazi. You're in this TikTok, CC Clock Test Centrist chatter?
Claiming that they're moderate when they're obviously right-wing. Okay, I've never encountered another human being that's been like, oh, I'm a centrist or I'm a moderate, and then lo and behold, it's a big secret, but they were actually liberal.
I'm bringing it back to what I said in this video. Conservatives, alt-right, chuds, losers, all of those people know what they believe is deeply unpopular and deeply unsettling to most of the population. But they have to hide it. They have to keep it from other people. They need to obscure your understanding of their beliefs in order to still be accepted within popular society. Because they know once they have been outcast, there is only one place left to go, and that is basically pandering to one group of people. You can no longer have any type of creative pursuit, or in the, more popular sphere of the world, any type of dating pursuit once people understand.
This guy's a One Piece anime critiquer. He's dope.
You are a chud conservative who believes that women shouldn't be able to vote, or we should kick all immigrants out of the country, or we should have an ethno state. Once your views are found out, once they are understood, you can no longer run away. And Hasan is 1,000% right in that video. No liberal, no leftist hides their views.
Yeah.
Nobody says, I'm a centrist, or I'm a moderate, or I'm...
As a matter of fact, I go so far as to say some leftists can't shut the fuck up about their views. I'll take it one step further, okay? Like Maoist third worldists or anarchists or Marxist Leninists, Trotskyists, like they cannot consistently needle in their marginal ideological delineations with regular frequency. It's obnoxious. I wish that leftists would maybe shut the fuck up sometimes, okay? But they never do. They are endlessly open about their worldview, down to the wire, and they will make it your problem if you don't fully subscribe to it. That's how it is. I am a centrist of the socialist variety, okay? That's the kind of centrist I am. I'm a big tent, left-wing kind of guy. I'm a big tent anti-capitalist, big tent centrist on the left.
Not political. When you have a deeply held belief that all people deserve a right to a decent life. Because that is nothing to be ashamed of, but by being a chud or being a conservative...
This is how right-wingers talk about you? Yeah, except I don't really hide my perspectives at all. That's why it's so funny when every time like someone to my right, doesn't mean that they're like a far right figure or whatever, tries to make a YouTube video about my perspective, They will always use clips from my stream or clips from like the fucking podcast that I'm on or something where I'm openly revealing like, you know, I don't immediately go fucking hard dick mode when I'm talking to someone about, you know, my worldview. You know, that doesn't mean that I'm like sheltering people from my perspective at all, but I just talk to people in the language that they understand. Ethan Klein is who I'm talking about, of course. The one that went, the one where he was like, oh, we caught him. We caught his like true ambitions, which is to slowly but surely, you know, radicalize the population. It's like, no, that's not my, like, that's not hidden. Like I say it all the time. Yes, I want to make people more class conscious. It's not trickery if I say it with my chest all the fucking time. You groom that 40-year-old man, yeah, into socialism. Maybe Hasan was right. Something positive for once. Recently seen on the Destiny subreddit. Maybe Hasan was right all along, and America is bad. Found on a thread about the Venezuelan illegal act of war. I know they're being cute, but many of them will realize one day Hasan has been more consistent than any centrist liberal ever has been. One day. But yeah, true. Dead Palestinian children won't move them, but an occupation in Greenland will. It is what it is. Easier to pin the latter on being a uniquely project of Trump, which the Democrats say is bad. That's most of the moral clarity they'll need to figure out whether they support something. They cared about the wall until they didn't. Hopefully AOC's tear ducts have healed themselves. One of the best things about being left-leaning is that it reduces your hypocrisy levels by at least 98%. The thing is, because it reduces your hypocrisy levels, they will find a way to make it look inconsistent. Stop reading Reddit. It's my Reddit. Chatter, shut the fuck up. I'm reading. This is a positive Reddit thread. I guess we're too late now since Epstein's community finally recognized reality. I don't think they fully will recognize reality because there are a lot of people who have just completely dropped all notion of like a broader policy perspective at all, and they just only run on hate. They only run on hating content creators that he has identified as like enemies of him.
That poor people should just die in the streets. Of course you have to fucking hide it. And like I said, when it comes to dating, it is so explicitly unpopular. And for some reason, conservative men are obsessed with liberal and alt women. They have to hide it. I promise you, go on Twitter. Anytime that people start bringing up moderates or centrists on any dating app that you can possibly find, they are always the same. They are always conservatives, alt-right, chuds, losers. And it's so patently obvious to see. Like, there's no hiding it. There's no obfuscating it. The second that any actual conversation comes up about your values, it comes bleeding out of people. And what's even funnier is the people who hold these kinds of beliefs will come into my comments and say things.
I don't expect the leftists to know this, but Ben Shapiro, Riley Gaines, and Stephen Crowder are moderates.
Things like Ben Shapiro, Riley Gaines, and Steven Crowder are the moderates. The level of self-reporting going on is fucking bananas. So you believe we should have some kind of ethno-state? You believe people of color shouldn't be pilots? You believe...
If you actually believe there is a political spectrum, can you give an example of a true centrist? Not really, because I don't fully subscribe to the political spectrum. I don't think it's like that at all. Especially not like that in America as well, where there is no ideological investment, and there's no consistency in people's worldview. Centrism isn't really a position. It's just, it constantly moves. As society becomes more progressive, the center moves to, technically, the center is supposed to move to the left. An example I can give you is like the generation that is alive now, like Gen Z is infinitely more pro-gay, right, than the generations prior to it, right? Millennials and Gen Z are far more pro-gay. They might be anti-trans, but they're far more pro-gay, right? They are super, super pro-gay in comparison to boomers are. Let's be real. Come on, guys. It's just not. And on that front, the reason why they are pro, not across the board, like across the spectrum, but like pro-gay, is because it's become normal. It was always normal, but it's become normalized. It's legal. The culture, there's no like right-wing cultural force that's trying to tackle existence of gay people that has reached any sort of serious like it hasn't reached any sort of like serious popularity, right? So that's what it is. So I guess like in that regard, a centrist in this day and age will probably still have pro-gay positions, whereas a quote-unquote centrist 40 years ago would not be pro-gay. Okay? You understand? You're either pro-queer or not. If you're not pro-trans, you're not pro-gay. You're just fixated on trans people for the present moment. I agree, but it is come on, chatter. People who are pro-gay weren't fucking pro-trans back then either, okay? What view is too left-wing for your liking? I don't know. I can't think of anything right now.
All of the insane stuff, like women shouldn't be allowed to vote anymore. The Civil Rights Act should be repealed. You should only have a say if you're a
veganism. Veganism is too. This has nothing to do with politics. You're talking about worldview desensitization. You're not talking about the left as a whole. You're talking primarily about progressivism. This guy clearly needs help. Not a single good argument. I'm sorry you lost this one. Have a good day. The left called the right Nazis while policing every little thing the right believes. South African, appreciate you pulling me up. I'm a oh my God. Surprised this guy didn't actually offer or seek refuge in America against the white genocide that's taken place in his country. But anyway, I don't know why we went on this fucking pivot here, this random tangent, but let's get back to Stephen Goebbels.
Important topic.
That pat of shit is a clip of him drinking Coke from his shoe.
No! Oh! Bro, why does it taste like that? Oh! It's wet for proof. Can you hear me crunching? There's like sand in here, bro.
I mean, I've done some dumb shit in my day too. I'm not gonna hold it against them.
The premier of Greenland and the premier of Denmark and other Danish officials are responding to a Twitter post from your wife, Katie Miller, herself a former Trump White House official, showing Greenland covered with an American flag, saying soon. After that was posted, President Trump repeated the claim that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. The Danish prime minister responded to this in an interview earlier today, as reported by Bloomberg, quote, I believe one should take the American president seriously when he says he wants Greenland.
Right now are the people who genuinely believe America wasn't as bad as people say. Yeah, I mean, look, these are jokes. To be fair, when they made this, South Africa was basically the Israel of Africa. You know? Breaking small arms or anti-aircraft fire heard in Caracas, Venezuela. Gunfire reported outside of the Miraflores Palace in Caracas. Oh, here we fucking go, brother. Seeing lots of these apartment videos with heavy gunfire in the background. Some reporters say drones are in the sky around Miraflores. Unconfirmed. Anti-aircraft fire as well, then it's probably not fucking... if there's anti-air, I mean, yeah, that looks like anti-aircraft fire. If it's actually recent.
Anthony! No me jodas, no me jodas. Que son balas, Santiago, que son balas. No me...
Yeah, it could be different elements turning on each other. It could be, I don't know, it could be anything, dude. Are we sure this is from tonight and not yesterday? I mean, they're reporting on it as if it's happening right now. This is very recent, so it's unconfirmed. But then again, Trump was scrolling these OSINT accounts himself. True. Yeah. How does that feel, guys? That we currently are looking at probably the same exact fucking accounts on Twitter as Pete Hegseth, sitting in a situation room. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, I don't think they're... I don't think that's the sound of serious celebration with anti-aircraft fire. Locals in Caracas tell us they've lost power. It's unclear how widespread the outage is. Oh my fucking God. Classified Venezuela briefing with top administration officials, Gang of 8 and key House and Senate chairs and ranking members now close to hitting the 2-hour mark. All the while, there's gunshots in Caracas. Use Grok to see if it's fake or not. I would rather directly put my mouth on one of the anti-aircraft weapons than do that. And demanded open fire. I just popped on some Caracas lives on TT and there was a power where they were. Yeah, let me go ask Grok if it's real so we can give me CSAM in the replies or something. All right, well, we'll keep an eye out on this, and I will inform you if there's more information coming out. The Pentagon Pizza Report. Come on, guys. There are armed people on the streets.
Mandando a tirar al suelo a este carajo y este carajo ni. Si escucha lo que le dice y que para dónde vas tú, yo vivo aquí, le dice este carajo.
Is it like a fucking coup attempt? What is this? I mean, I doubt that that's how a coup would take place. Let's be real. I mean, sure, they are the government is not the most stable at this moment, but if it was like a full-blown coup or something, I suspect they would have to, you would need like actual members of the military with military gear, tanks, shit like that. Use translate button. Reports of shooting in Caracas, Venezuela, near the Miraflores Palace, seat of the Venezuelan government. This is what is known.
En los últimos minutos.
To Barcelona. Who remains in the country that is still... Who remains in the country in Venezuela right now that is like pro-regime change? Because if they're going to Barcelona... If they're going to Barcelona, it's got to be like a lot of the diaspora that's super pro-regime changes. I doubt that it would be the vice president. Attention, shooting in Miraflores, the piece of criminal Chavismo, confusing situation at this moment. No, chatters who think it's like Maduro's kids or the vice president don't understand. Someone who is against the current government, absent Maduro, but still against the current government, unless... Oh, BLA is Barcelona and Venezuela. Oh. The Hill defense reporter Philip Timoja is also reporting loud blasts near the presidential palace in Caracas, Venezuela. Bro, where was his energy a couple days ago, though? Like, low-key, when the fucking helicopters were storming the palace. You know what I mean? So they did have this stuff. What the fuck is happening? I don't know. Can a chatter translate what he's yelling? Go home, get inside. Go inside your home. I'm in Caracas. Those are probably colectivos, aka state-sponsored terrorists. We're very well known here. They're trying to instigate fear. Listen to them. I mean, I doubt that the colectivos have access to fucking anti-aircraft weapons, chatter. You know? No. The colectivos are the people that Maduro gave rifles to. That's why he's saying they're state-sponsored terror.
Bueno, fuertes detonaciones aquí en Miraflores, no se sabe qué. Están saliendo unas luces hacia arriba. Hay fusil. Hay disparo. Hay disparo aquí.
Probably a coup. Dude, this will fail, I think. If it's not like a full-blown military coup, as far as what we've seen, like, there's a difference between the American government doing a fucking targeted military operation with 150 planes versus like a bunch of random dudes with guns being like, now is our opportunity. Now is our opportunity, comrades. We must seize the presidential palace. I'm in China, so I've been watching Russian Times news on the hotel TV. Really different story presented here. First time I saw people in Venezuela protesting the actions of the USA. Well, you would have seen it here too. Robert A. Pape. Venezuela is prime for resistance to U.S. control in the oil. Perfect terrain for insurgency. Plenty of armed groups already. Far worse than Iraq. Chaos is coming. The colectivos would be primed to try to coup the government, given the media rhetoric is painting Rodriguez as cooperating. Likely CIA is inciting them to attack the government, so the U.S. is better bargaining position with Rodriguez. That could be it. I don't know. Breaking. Reports of Scoiches taken off from bail headed towards Caracas. Again, where the fuck were these the other night? You got them. Yes, they have Russian jets in Venezuela. These are the Venezuelan Air Force's jets. You got them. Where the fuck were they the other night? So yeah, these are if this is real, then these are the Venezuelan Air Force jets. One thing that has limited insurgencies throughout history is the lack of access to weapons and ammunition, but the U.S. has produced so many guns in the past few years that the hemisphere is pretty flush with them if you have some cash to pay. Well, they also did, I think, arm like 8 million people with guns. So there's that too. Bro, this makes me so scared as a Colombian American. It feels like we're next. I mean, Trump has basically said that. But now, Fitux is saying shots fired near Venezuelan presidential palace, situation under control. But it doesn't look like it. It didn't look like it at all. But then again, it was like very aesthetic. No, it's not a U.S. invasion. It doesn't look like it's a U.S. invasion at all. Bro, be considerate for them. They're a real person. What do you mean? You guys are fucking delusional. I have friends and family in Venezuela. There couldn't have been a better outcome. Really? No better outcome whatsoever. Okay. Because right now, your country is ripping itself apart, it seems. Does this look like a good outcome to you? And this is just like a couple days in. You know, we're not even talking about what it'll look like in the next 6 months.
Hay fusil. Hay disparo. Hay disparo aquí. En Miraflores, Miraflores.
Chad, in April 2003, if Twitch had existed, you think killing Saddam Hussein is bad? All the Iraqis I know are celebrating. You don't know how good this is. Yeah. For the record, objectively speaking, Saddam Hussein is worse than Maduro. Like, that's not even a question. Like, objectively worse than Maduro. So, you know, just so you understand, like, what the dynamic is here. Like, not even a fucking question on that. Like, the level of Hasan would have a boner for some horrible outcome. Lol, what has this been for 25 years? What an honest broker. What? It was good. I mean, this is happening right now. You think killing 8 billion Americans with fentanyl is better than Saddam? No, it's actually 18 billion Americans. And it's not just fentanyl, it's abortion too. I have it on good authority that both Chavez and then later on Maduro really pushed for abortion to drive up the number of dead American babies. You just don't get it. While the U.S. has singularly created failed states, evil dictatorships, and now a modern Nazi exterminationist state with its foreign interventions over the last 80 years, I know 7 people in Venezuela, and they think it'll work out well. Pepega, yep. No, you don't get it, dude. You're being so cynical. You're looking at the situation and matching it up to like American intervention for resources everywhere else on the planet, and that's your mistake. Because guess what? This time it's going to be different. Okay? You don't understand. Oh, you have commentary about how every time America has done this, it has led to a complete destabilized fail state. Well, guess what? How about it's different this time? Oh, that's what people told you last time and the time before that. And the time before that. Well, I have a perfect argument for you. One that you have heard many, many times over, but this time it's different. Because this time it's different, trust me, bro. It's like the gambling addict one. You know what I mean? Like the gambling addict that's picking for diamonds. 90% of gambling addicts quit right before they strike gold. But this time it's it's regime change for extraction of natural resources. 90% of victims of American imperialism quit right before America is about to do the good regime change, okay? Straight up. Yeah, this war will destabilize the entire Latin American region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism versus no, it won't. From our friends over at Fox News.
You have to take action on that. Let's just cut to the chase. Here's what Democrats really are about. They actually like dictators. Think about Obama and his embrace of the Castros. Think about Joe Biden, his embrace of the mullahs. Remember the pallets of cash that they were sending off? In fact, even crazy Bernie Sanders.
I think there's something really funny about this statement because, like, American foreign policy is bipartisan. And yeah, we do love dictators, except it's not what he's referencing. Like, that's so funny to say that. Like, you're Donald Trump's guy who on this planet has unironically kissed the asses of more like non-aligned nation state leadership other than like, you know, the appropriate ones like the Saudis and whatnot, right? It's pretty funny because like it's some of the more redeemable qualities of Donald Trump that he just like genuinely sucks off Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un. Like he thinks they're cool. Okay. I just like saying that about anybody. Ew, who is this meatball with glasses? Hasan Piker, that's crazy. Hasan on me, that's fucked
He
up.
went on his honeymoon to the USSR before even the curtain fell. He went to the
This is Jason Miller. He famously unsuccessfully sued friend of the show, Will Menaker, back in the day, by the way.
USSR. Democrats love dictators. In fact, they love dictators so much, they copy their tactics. Think what Obama did to President Trump.
Come on, dude. Please, do you fucking hear yourself? Brother, I'm not in the game of being like America is the fucking holiest nation on the planet and it's a bastion of liberal democracy versus all of our foreign adversaries are major dictators and all this shit. But like between contemporary presidencies, who's closest to the way that we have presented all of our foreign adversaries of being like bloodless authoritarian tyrants? Who? Donald Trump or fucking Joe Brandon and Barack Obama? Come on, dude. This doesn't even meet the standard of like things that people can fucking see with their own eyes, regardless of how little education they have. Come on, dude. Who is closer? Who is closer to, I wonder out of the last couple of presidencies, who has actually deployed the fucking military at the domestic level over and over again and significantly rolled back First Amendment protections, okay? And Biden did that for Israel too, but Donald Trump literally was trying to actively deport people, okay? Who has decided to ship off people, random neighbors, to a slave labor prison in El Salvador? Get the fuck out of here. Even down to silly shit like Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is the most vanilla guy out there. And Donald Trump was trying to utilize the licensing board to take him off the air. What the fuck? It's so crazy. It's like from the silliest shit all the way to the most fucked up stuff. Who is closer to like a Russian style authoritarian dictatorship out of the last three presidents? Please.
With tapping the phones. Think what Joe Biden did with weaponizing his DOJ against President Trump.
Yeah.
The Democrats act like dictators themselves. That's why they're upset. No.
Dude, come on. Donald Trump, dude, come on. Barack Obama weaponized the DOJ, or Barack Obama weaponized the FBI, and fucking Joe Biden weaponized the DOJ. Are you serious? Donald Trump literally replaced attorneys general because he was like, you're not doing it for me. You're not prosecuting these people hard enough. You're not prosecuting my enemies hard enough. And we don't even have to speculate on this because he literally fucking said it in what we all now know was supposed to be a private DM that he accidentally leaked to Attorney General Pam Bondi. He was like, enough, make haste, start prosecuting and arresting people. That's why it's so funny when like Alex Jones talks about, black helicopters, attack helicopters coming in and putting us inside of FEMA facilities. That's right, it's happening. They're black backing people from the streets. And also the satanic pedophilic cult is doing this at the behest of the great Satan. And then you literally have Trump doing it. And we joke about him all the time, joke about Alex Jones all the time, because Trump is actually doing the things that Alex Jones said for years all of these other presidents would do, from George W. Bush to Barack Obama to Joe Biden. And now Trump is actually doing it. And he can't even fucking call it out because he is a regime guy. Yeah, now Alex Jones is licking the boot hole. Look at this fucking asshole. Thank you, Alex Jones, for providing a clip from a TV show that the CIA helped produce to explain us why we need a war with Venezuela.
What would you assume is the most major threat on the world stage? Anybody?
He said, for the people who are geopolitically illiterate and don't understand why Trump did what he did, this may help. You are witnessing a return to the Monroe Doctrine. Even the CIA is like, come on, bro. North Korea, really? The fuck did they do? Even the CIA in this fictional depiction was like, I mean, get real. You might as well say fucking Albania at this point. Like, what do you mean North Korea? Oh, who's the greatest threat to America? Uzbekistan. you're just throwing out names. Okay. By the way, the reason why the CIA writes these kinds of scripts is specifically so that when you even accidentally watch one of these shows for entertainment, because you're fucking dumbass, I'm sorry, okay, and you watch this and you're like, oh, I just learned something about Venezuela and why we have to do regime change there, okay? That's the reason why the CIA plays a role in making movies like this. I need you to understand that. So that one day, maybe not Alex Jones, but someone else will show this clip to their friends. Except this time it's actually Alex Jones doing it, which is really funny.
100%.
Wait. What if this is based? What if in this fictional universe they're saying like the Christian nationalist one and not the Bolivarian revolution, right? And it's like, and it's and that's what happened. It's like, oh, you have like a right-wing shithead dictator that has crippled the economy and has reduced the literacy rate. Like he's saying it's the reverse Chavez, where this guy came into power and unironically, when this guy came into power, they were beating your ass for reading. They lowered the literacy rate somehow. If I'm not mistaken, it's something like that, but the opposition lady is a liberal. Oh, so they're not even hitting like the fucking anti-socialist lines here. They're just saying like, oh, a fascist came into power in Venezuela this time in this fictional universe. And of course, the true solution is to liberalize the economy. Because if they were to say this guy's a socialist and he came into power, then people will get mad. For the woke libtards that watch shows like this, they have to soft pedal it, where they have to make it seem as though like, the guy who came into power, he like stole resources, he like nationalized key sectors, but he did it in a nationalist way, right? Oh. Now you might know Gloria Benaldi from şeyden David getirdi herhalde. David. Kaya'yı yürüyüşe çıkardı. My dad's trying to have a conversation with me over sweet treats that are in the kitchen. Okay. He's like, what are these, my son? He's gonna be like, yeah, you might recognize Gloria Benaldi from when she went to the Florida Business Conference and told everyone there that you can liberalize Venezuela's economy finally. Or you might recognize her from when she said that she loves Israel and wants Israel to kill more Palestinians, and how if she actually is democratically elected, of course, she will certainly move the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem. Yeah. Well, considering this is a pro-CIA movie, I wonder what happened at those other failed states. We're all just trying to figure out who did this, guys. I'm just looking around trying to figure out what happened. Alex Jones posted this and said, this is why we got to go to Venezuela, brother. Oh, hell yeah.
You will not hear about...
From Caracas to Miami, look at that. Look at this line. Do you know how easy this is? It's a failure of moral character that those countries couldn't recover after we destroyed their government and stole their resources. Yes. Wait, Jake Tapper posted about us some thoughts on that prophetic scene about Venezuela from Amazon's Jack Ryan series. What? Dude, Alex Jones posted. Alex Jones and Jake Tapper are posting the same shit, brother. I'm sorry. But you guys are fucking morons, dude. This is Alex Jones, right? Like, we all joke about Alex Jones. Is one thing, like, he's fucking Alex Jones. He's a dumbass, right? He's a clown. We like joking about Alex Jones all the time. He's my GOAT. He's my legend, whatever. But, like, Jake Tapper is supposed to be the fucking adult in the room, dude. What do you mean you posted this prophetic? Does he actually give? Prophetic Jack Ryan clip goes viral.
Of oil and minerals on the planet. So,
what is prophetic about this?
why is this country in the midst of one of the greatest humanitarian crises in modern history?
A lot of folks online deeming that clip of John Krasinski playing Jack Ryan as prophetic. It's from the second season of the Amazon Prime TV show, Jack Ryan.
Bro, this man is living in hell. I need you to understand something. Jake Tapper makes, tens of millions of dollars a year at CNN. And now they're making him sit there and do vertical video. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. This is so awesome. I know it has nothing to do with the clip. I know it has nothing to do with the commentary. I'm sure we're about to hear something really good. Okay? But god damn, dude. Oh, this is so awesome. It's so awesome that they're making these fucking boomers sit there and do... They're making these boomers sit there and do vertical videos, bro. Oh, fuck yeah. Breaking. Local reports indicate that the incident involved a friendly drone approaching too close to Miraflores Palace, triggering a response from the Presidential Guard. It seems like their own drones were mistaken for a threat. No gunfire has been reported since. It's Visegrad. I don't trust them. They're on the only computer in Poland.
And this was
Vertical videos of the future, you boomer. Dog, I do vertical videos. I'm 34 years old. It's just funny to think that Jake Tapper now, after a lifetime of doing the right things in the media, is basically having to do what I do for a living.
6 years before the weekend's activities where the U.S. went in and snatched Maduro. The series co-creator, Carlton Cuse, was asked about the prophetic nature of it all, and he told Deadline, quote, "The season came from our desire to tell a fictional story about the forces at play, not from imagining an outcome. What always surprises you as a storyteller is how often real-world events..."
Dude, none of this is... What are you... You wrote the fucking script that the CIA oversaw. What do you mean? Like, it's propaganda. Oh my God, Americans are the most propagandized people. I swear to God, Americans are like, what's the old communist joke? Two spies, one from the CIA, one from KGB, get together at that hotel in West Germany or whatever. CIA guy says, "Hey, I really love the propaganda that you guys are putting out. It's actually brilliant." KGB guy turns around and says, "Honestly, I think your propaganda is even better than ours, but thank you, comrade." CIA guy says, "What propaganda?" And joke. Get it? Because Americans don't realize that they're eating propaganda with regular frequency, down to the fucking CIA guy. That was lame as fuck. I mean, yeah, it's not like, it's like a boomer joke. Absolutely murdered that joke delivery, lol. You like that I said end joke at the end of it? Then they fuck. Literally killed the joke. Was U.S. intervention the only option? Like, how does Venezuela free itself after 30 years of hell? Genuine question. Yeah, it's called America Stop Intervening in Venezuelan Affairs and allow Venezuela to be a part of the fucking normal market and allow Venezuela to actually thrive and economically develop and allow Venezuela to get contracts from China that will put fucking high-speed rail up in that bitch. Ashtam. All up and down. Of course, that'll never happen. Yeah, here's how you can always allow these countries to improve. It's called lift the sanctions. I enjoy the explanation as an American who's too stupid to realize I've been propagandized. Hell yeah.
Catch up to fiction. The goal of that season wasn't prophecy, it was plausibility. And in fact, the Jack Ryan series, started by author Tom Clancy in 1984, is rooted in plausibility. It's
What is this commentary, bro? Really? Tom Clancy, famously plausible.
Rooted in potentially real world threats that could actually happen. The Jack Ryan series is different from, say, the James Bond series or the Mission Impossible series that way. Just as Clancy wrote about a fictitious plot to crash a plane into Congress in a 1994 book called Debt of Honor, which the 9/11 hijackers attempted to actually do 7 years later. There's no connection other than this is the reality that we're all in, and both the Jack Ryan series and reality play off of that. So it's not...
You should make a video just like this explaining things that The Simpsons was right about. No, I will not be doing that. Please, Hasan, I never beg, but this animated chart is so stupid that it's funny. The chart of the last 100 years of Venezuelan oil production is self-explanatory. It was once the world's largest oil exporter, well ahead of Saudi Arabia, but then socialism arrived in 1999 and a collapse followed. Damn, dude. That's so crazy. How'd that happen? It's also extra funny because, like, there's like a big dip here, right? Which comes after the additional sanctions. And then it picks back up. I wonder why. Oh, that's right. Because they needed, because America needed more oil. Here's the actual reality. You filthy... what the... I've never heard that before. I'm not even gonna say it. That's like, that seems a little bit like a slur to me. Yeah, gunfire was heard in the Venezuelan capital Caracas on Monday night near the Miraflores presidential palace. Baby Billy with a new sermon.
They say
I haven't seen this yet. Hold on. Videos geolocated by CNN show would appear to be lights from drones and anti-aircraft fire across the night sky. It's unclear what the situation is related to. CNN has reached out to Venezuela's ministries of communication and foreign affairs for more information. You should come to England, twin. What am I going to do in England?
you have seized Venezuela for the oil. Yes, this is true that there is that which has been brought to
Dude,
the forefront of this.
What the fuck? Bro, we are not a real country, dude. Come on. Oh, you have delivered the oil for us. The oil that was sent by God. Our oil. Amera oil. Someone said Valutain. He do be looking like Patrick Bet-David.
This earthly battle. But the enemy has sought and was seeking to bring war and to bring conflict through Venezuela and to control the oil of the earth.
What?
But the spiritual oil and the natural oil does not belong to the forces of darkness or to those who thought that they could bring a one world order. This is my reset. And the oil of the natural and the oil of the spirit is mine, says the Lord. They say you have seized Venezuela for the oil.
Hell yeah, dude. This guy's awesome. Also, I fucking love the French cuff. Like the French, like the whatever is going on with these cuffs here is fantastic. Okay? Why is it so long? Why is it cuffed over the suit jacket? It's so fire. This guy's awesome. I would give him all my money.
Yes.
His collar is starched to hell and back. Excuse me, you mean to heck and back? Fire Hugo post about Vuvuzela. Bro, this is like a day late, $1 short. Okay? We've already made this joke a million times. Like, no disrespect to Hugo, but he's running on that Albanian internet. God, what a fucking awesome country we live in. MAGA cultist Hank Kuhneman purports to speak to God for declaring the U.S. capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, the work of the oil of my spirit. I think he can sue you for saying he's Albanian. You're literally Chinese. According to Enver Hoxha, between you and Albania, there's 1.4 billion communists in the world. Is Hugo Chavez alive? Yes. That's how he stole the election for Joe Biden. He's alive in our hearts. The United States ambassador to the Holy See is appearing to undermine Pope Leo's stance on Venezuelan independence. This has never happened in the history of official U.S. Holy See diplomatic relations. Update. In a significant breach of U.S. Vatican diplomatic norms, the Trump administration's ambassador to the Holy See. Guys, I don't know what this is. What is the Holy See? Is this Catholic drama? The Vatican has two different. Why is it? The Holy See is the Vatican. Holy See is papacy. Wait, why is it called that? This is a thing that I objectively did not know. Wow, this is. It's the government name? It's the political name for the Vatican? Wait, why? It's the name of the chair? Huh. They have a political entity called the Holy See to avoid paying taxes. The Holy See, Santa Sede, also called the See of Rome, the Patrine See, and Apostolic See, is the central governing body of the Catholic Church in Vatican City. It encompasses the office of the Pope and the Bishop as the Bishop of the Apostolic Episcopal See of Rome and serves as spiritual and administrative authority of the worldwide Catholic Church in Vatican City. Wow. I learned something new today. This is crazy. They put you next to Macron in the awards. What is this?
The French President Emmanuel Macron sprints to his fans.
Yeah, this guy fucking destroyed all that good aura that he had in China.
HasanAbi goes full Chinese musically on a bus.
天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，是从这太阳是毛泽东哎，他领导我们的西方哎，人们放心大将，说说是人，一呀一西哟哎，二呀西哟啊，人们放心大将，说说是人。
And the winner is the other 3 nominees that I have not interviewed, and I look forward to it in the near future.
Wait, what are the comments saying on this one? This was terrible. That was terrible. You are so on key. It's rigged. I can't believe I didn't win Best Chinese of the Year. So, New, the United States ambassador to the Holy See is appearing to undermine Pope Leo's stance on Venezuelan independence. This has never happened in the history of official U.S. Holy See diplomatic relations. Update. In a significant breach of the U.S. Vatican diplomatic norms, the Trump administration's ambassadors to the Holy See issued a statement that misrepresented Pope Leo's remarks on Venezuela in order to defend the U.S. military invasion. Such a misinterpretation is unprecedented in the 40-year history of formal relations between the two governments. Is this a schism? Like, do we just unlock a new religion? How does this work? Does this mean like we got, I don't know, Christianity too, but like not really? I guess that's technically what you know is Christianity. No, it's a diplomatic incident. J.D. Vance is Catholic, but now they're making U.S. Catholicism. Bro, we already got that new religion 400 years ago. I know, this is like Neo-Catholicism, which is basically Protestantism all over again. Surprise, it's Protestantism one more time. But this time it's Prot 2. Okay? It's even worse than Protestantism 1, okay? Trust. Yeah, it's even more gross and American. This is how they started Anglicanism, but with King Henry and the English. Wasn't it because he wanted to fuck? Isn't that what it was? Am I crazy? I thought he just wanted to fuck a lot. And he was like, I don't want to keep chopping off the heads of my wives, dude. Like, let me just divorce them. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's getting to a point. You know what I mean? I keep having to literally chop their heads off. It's fucked up. I need a different version of events. Wanted a divorce so we could have a male heir. He was a little bit of a feminist king when you think about it. A schism? No, Hasan. Lol. Countries undermine the Holy See all the time when it comes to internal matters. Venezuela did it all the time when the Pope Francis asked for the release of the protesters. See, this is what I mean. You are grossly misinformed about King Henry VIII. Okay, first of all, I presented it as a question. Okay? Like, why are you defending King Henry VIII's honor? Like, what the fuck? Bro, did you time travel? Are you from a different period? You have done sacrilege, Miley. You have disrespected the monarchy. My lord, take his head off. I'm not defending his honor. Well, I mean, I was one, joking, and two, it wasn't like, yeah, I presented it like a question. I will die for you, my liege. The beheadings actually came after he reformed the church. Okay, my bad, my mistake. So he was like, I love divorce, but you know what the best kind of divorce is? Beheading my wife. You don't seem very apologetic for being wrong. Yeah. Why would I be? It's not that serious. It doesn't matter if Venezuelans are happy. Is Nico watching your streams? I feel like a lot of these guys do, because I think they watch the streams and in the first couple of days they shit on whatever I'm saying, and then like 2 days later they just repeat what I'm saying, but in a based way. It is very strange. I have noticed that they'll start by immediately defending Donald Trump. Well, maybe not Sneeko, but like a lot of these guys, they immediately fucking defend Donald Trump. And then 2 days later, they will arrive at a position where they're like, well, you know, I think that, you know, maybe it's not so based.
He's not.
He was captured?
Yes.
What's the difference?
From your point of view, I can see it that you aren't there for him because he lost the election. But once you get in power with socialism, they never leave power.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ay, 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 ay. Every single time, brother. It's like every single time.
I understand what you're saying, but as an American, like, I don't care about your elections. If you won the election or not, that doesn't matter. Trump brought troops to your country, kidnapped your president. You say it's captured, whatever. Those are synonyms.
Percentage of you, but to all the Venezuelans that you ask, they are so happy.
I know.
Because the freedom is just right there.
But my point is, it doesn't matter to Americans whether or not Venezuelans are happy.
Oh, not you are as an American. That's your point of view. But many other Americans, the quiet ones, they are happy. I grew up in the Venezuela, where Venezuela was the jewel of South America.
Is this where you realize all of Latin America is ruled by conservatives? No, what do you mean? I know, dude, I know. And also, this didn't happen overnight. This literally was it was a concerted effort by the American government to ensure that virtually anyone that had even remotely woke opinions, like anyone that was saying sharing is caring in Spanish, was getting fucking thrown off of a goddamn helicopter. Okay? I know. It's just like, and the thing is, everyone's immediate opinion is like, oh, these guys are like landowners, right? They're slavers and landowners. Like, no, they're just regular hogs, you know? There's fucking Latin American boomers that are just like hog coded too. They don't have to literally be direct descendants of slavers, chatter. First of all, it doesn't even make mathematical sense if every single Cuban was a slave owner that's living in fucking, Miami right now. No, a lot of them are just hogs. People have hog mentality. They can have hog mentality. Look around. Look at the number of people who are utterly devoid of capital. Okay? No capital whatsoever. At most, they got a busted down, hand-me-down Honda Civic from 1997. That is the only thing that's like their lifeline. Okay? No bitches. No fucking, the weed's not loud at all. They're in the chat constantly defending capitalism. Okay? So if you can understand that Americans can have this like anti-communist, anti-socialist perspective, it shouldn't, it shouldn't surprise you that there's like Latinos who are also hogs as well. What do you mean? Hog universality, baby. Also, you are literally talking to people in America. Okay? Especially when you're talking to people who have escaped communism to come to America. Of course, they're going to fucking be super anti-communist. I briefly talked about this with Jason as well, about Vietnam. Vietnam is actually an interesting one, though, because unlike many of these other countries that were like consistently dominated, Vietnam won that battle, right? So a lot of the South Vietnamese diaspora that fled to the United States of America, they still like maintain their roots. They still have like some semblance of like national pride for Vietnam and what Vietnam has become, even though they're fucking super hogged out in America when it comes to their politics in America, and will be some of the biggest like anti-communists in general. It's just this weird dynamic. You understand? Besmirching the raw power of VTech is your worst take. Communists took their shit away. Same with Vietnam and Russia. They're pissed communists redistribute their wealth. No, that's not the case. We're so far removed from that, dude. What are you talking about? No. Like, it's okay. You need to understand something. I'm sure there's a thesis on this somewhere about like diaspora attitudes in the imperial core. Okay. Diaspora attitudes in the imperial core. I'm willing to bet many of the people that say, oh, they took my shit are lying to you. Okay. They're lying to you. Like, for example, what examples did I just give you? I gave you Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, and Bob Menendez as three primary examples of Cuban diaspora living in the United States of America as American citizens who are second generation Cuban. And all three of them actually came to America under Batista. Okay. And all three of them lie all the fucking time and say it was actually Fidel Castro that like stole their family's farm or some shit. They just lie. So there is genuinely this like interesting phenomena where I think a lot of people that like come to the United States of America just adopt this mentality to maybe fit in or something. They say how horrible it was for their family, and when I ask, it turns out they had a plantation before they left. Maybe they're lying, but that's what they say. Yeah, they're fucking lying. If you think genuinely that every single Cuban American is a descendant of like a plantation owner, you are fucking out of your mind. Either they're lying or they believe their lies, or like the family lies that just carried over. No. I think a lot of these people are just, were there initially plantation owners who fled? Absolutely. But I think like for a lot of for a lot of people that are diaspora from countries that are like foreign adversaries of the United States of America, many of them come because they're either collaborating with the American forces, like the Afghan soldiers that come here. You know what I mean? They're like they're collaborators with with the American invasion, or they just have this same ideology to begin with. Because America's not exactly too open to working class individuals from other countries, specifically developing nations that we're destroying. You have to be like above a certain level of wealth to be able to come here with the green card lottery or whatever. You're right. Here's a paper from 2004. Empire Through Diasporic Eyes, a view from the other boat. What the fuck? Someone did write about it. For the record, this doesn't mean that there aren't people who have like a lot of fucking money and then they are butthurt that, communism stole their family's plantation or whatever. I'm sure there are. But you have to remember, there are just dumb fuck hogs who lie about their family background because they are temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Exactly. Just like many American dumb fuck hogs think they're temporarily embarrassed billionaires who would be uber wealthy today if only there was less regulation. I'm certain many of these Cuban descendants believe that if only Cuba had not had the revolution, they'd have been in the ruling class because they deserve it. Yeah. My family's South Vietnamese, by the way. We left for one thing and one thing only, money. We weren't able to make enough money over there, so we went to America. I'm totally leftist while my direct family is libs. Corruption was a thing over there in Vietnam until very recently. Yeah, I'm not talking about like, recent first generation or second generation Vietnamese. I'm talking about Vietnamese people who left, who like fled before Vietnam was fully liberated. Many such cases. Assembling a diaspora team, Cuban Gusanos, Hindutva Indians, Iranian monarchists, and the new edition, Venezuela Gusanos, bunch of fascist fuckheads. Yeah, this was a crazy fucking line from this lady. Some of you are going to die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make is such a villainous line that it literally is in a child's cartoon that adults can also enjoy. Of course, I'm talking about Shrek. But like, that is crazy. That's Lord Farquaad, man. It was so bad that the broadcaster literally was like, okay, enough. Like, look at
Morir
this.
mucha gente o no.
Maybe a lot of people are going to die, maybe, or maybe
O no.
not. I hope
Ojalá que
not.
no. Pero es el precio que
But it's the price you have to
hay
pay.
que pagar. Y a veces, por favor. Muchas gracias, Fede. Vení con...
She goes, muchas gracias. We are moving on. She's like, this is not going to go the way you think it is, lady. Okay? This is going to look very bad. This is embarrassing. Yeah, also, a lot of people forget that when you do immigrate to the United States of America, they literally ask you if you're they ask if you've ever been a part of like communist organizing, if you are a communist at all. So it is illegal technically to be a communist while coming to the United States of America. So like, obviously, you know, there's a little bit of a selection bias there. It's just, there's a little bit of like wanting to fit in. I have a question that I know is going to sound a bit dumb, but does Maduro have a chance of being acquitted? If not, can you explain how you think this will go down and what variables are still up in the air? The real variables are about what is going to happen with governance in Venezuela and how Americans are going to be able to extract all that sweet juice, sweet cum off the ground. As far as like whichever way this trial will go, I mean, it's a fucking sham. What do you mean? It's not a real trial at all. It's fucking bullshit. It's kangaroo court. They got like a 98-year-old judge overseeing it. I don't fucking know what will happen. And quite frankly, I don't even care. I think it's bullshit. You're right, take Cruz clip on Batista.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Yeah, we got hit with the Batista bomb.
Look, my father...
His father got Batista bombed. If only Venezuela was like this. Kim, one nuke in play keeps regime change away Pets' missile. Look. You can hate all you want. Okay. Oh, they're a dynastic monarchy, basically. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Doesn't fucking matter. Does not matter one bit. Who's up now, dude? Oh, I wrote the Green Book. Oh, I'm going to unite Africa. Okay. Guess what happened? None of that happened. Okay. Oh, I'm actually a secular Baathist, and I'm going to play a formative role in a pan-Arabic nationalism in the region. Look at what happened. Okay. Done. Gone. Oh, look at me. I just wanted to be an eye doctor. Turns out now I'm in Moscow doing eye doctor shit. Okay. Get a fucking nuke, dog. Oh, I'm the descendants of the Bolivarian Revolution. I'm doing socialism, but the right way. No nukes. This is what happens. That's it. You got to get a nuke. If you are in the periphery, if you are outside of the confines of the American security apparatus, especially if you are a resource-rich nation, In every continent, in every single continent, in Africa as well, same principle goes. You need a fucking nuke. Without nukes, you will never be sovereign. Look at Ukraine. You can be a white country. You can be a white country, no sovereignty. Okay? Do not give up the nukes. You have to get nukes. You have to get nukes now. Bro, what the fuck? He's staring right at it, dude. I don't even know what that is. Actually, that's not true. I do know what that is. That's freedom. Okay? Life. Like, dude, think about China and all of the development that China has done so far and how important of a place it has in the global economy. Now imagine China without nukes. Do you know how fast we would have blown up the Three Gorges Dam? If China did not have... America would be nuking China every day. They would be nuking China for fun. Okay? China would be all glass, dude. It's not even a question. There is no shot. Pakistan. Another example. Do you know how fast India would have made Pakistan more India? Do you understand? Like, there's no shot. Again, to be fair, the Soviet Union had nukes. Yeah, exactly. And now, you know who has nukes? Russia. The problem with the, well, also, for the record, yeah, it was called a Cold War, not the Hot War, for a reason. And when you say South Africa had nukes, or when you say the USSR had nukes, exactly, which means there are ways of actually eradicating the moral rot of a nuclear armed country. Okay? Israel has nukes. So did South Africa. Another apartheid state that is entirely a welfare state to Western governments. Just saying. That is the reason why whenever people talk about that kind of stuff, I'm like, it doesn't need to get there at all. Okay? All it needs is stigma. Israel already is a fucking... Israel already is a pariah state. Does Turkey have non-American controlled nukes? No, of course not, dude. What? No, Turkey is a NATO country. Nukes can't protect you from the will of the people? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there are ways that, like, nuclear-armed states can still be crippled, can still be fought against, and can still be neutralized, really. Those are two, the USSR, and which is an unfortunate example, and South Africa is a good example of a nuclear armed state that no longer could maintain an apartheid. USSR is an unfortunate example, obviously. It dismantled itself. South Africa don't have nukes no more. Need to ask the government when nukes. I mean, yeah, I think we all know what happened there, don't you think? They literally were like, we're giving up the nukes before we give up the apartheid, because if we actually dissolve the apartheid, then black people will have the nukes. We can't have that. That's a crazy notion. Yeah, they straight up were like, if we lose control of this country and black people run this country, they're gonna have fucking nukes. We can't let that happen. Anyway, did the USSR ever support in an apartheid time regime? Yeah, it's called Israel. How do you think the Israeli nation state was developed? With direct arms transfers by way of Czechoslovakia to Israel from the USSR. One of Stalin's major L's, in my opinion. Of course, they weren't after the fact, but like in its initial, yeah, it was definitely, they dropped the support real quick, but let's be real. They did send a lot of weapons initially to the Zionist brigades. But to be fair, he don't have internet, right? No, what happened? You sound so angry. Yeah, of course I'm angry. I'm thinking about the dissolution of the USSR. Unironically, China supported Palestine against the interests of the USSR. Yeah, and then, listen. China has also made a lot of foreign policy blunders. Let's be real. So, in this day of all days, regarding this, thinking about the USSR puts, it just makes me very sad, because although there were a lot of issues with the USSR. Wait, this guy is mad that the USSR dissolved? Hello, welcome to the fucking HasanAbi Broadcast. Yes, this was a major deal that right-wingers were upset about, that I said I'm mad that the USSR dissolved. I'm sad that the USSR dissolved. Even if you like shitlib, Euroid-style fucking social democracy, you should be thankful, because you would have never gotten any of those gains without the threat of a good example from the USSR. So suck my dick. That's another one of those annoying things that like Europeans piss me off about, where they're like, oh, look at us, we're European, yeah, we have so much good social democracy. Oh, yeah, we are social democracy. Oh, you Americanish, you're so stupid. It's like you wouldn't have had a fraction of that without the fucking USSR breathing down your goddamn necks. Nikita Khrushchev, I'm sorry for calling you a revisionist. You were a lion. Also, if you don't like the current state of affairs around the world, understand that a big part of that is because dissolution of the USSR, Cold War is over, capitalism is won, there's not even a fucking alternative out there, and these guys literally destroyed themselves in a matter of, 30 years? In a matter of 30 years, capitalism has gotten so fucking explosively out of control that it is basically imploding. It can no longer hold itself up on its own contradictions. I saw this morning, I don't know if you covered, really embarrassing for me if you already did and now you're reading this out loud. I regret to inform you that this is all very simple and dumb. Since 2017, Putin has been trying to goad Trump into seizing Venezuela and Greenland. Putin thinks this will cement the Monroe Doctrine as a U.S. policy, which he thinks will drive U.S. disengagement from Ukraine. This effort failed in 2019 because it was blocked by John Bolton, Fiona Hill, Rex Tillerson, and other cabinet officials who considered these proposals but found them unwise. Putin's efforts to goad Trump resumed in 2025, first with renewed interest in Greenland, second with Venezuela. The Venezuela dangle worked, and there were no adults to stop it, and plenty of profiteers eager to help. Now he's after Cuba and Greenland, which Putin thinks, again, will catalyze U.S. disengagement in Ukraine, which he hopes will give him a freer hand there, as well as reorient U.S. power in the Western Hemisphere and away from Europe. That's it. That's what's going on. Oil, minerals, peace prize are all part of this dangle, but this is the whole ball game. I'm not going to lie. Normally, I would say this is like a Russiagate style thing, But I think it's different than that. I think it's because America is recognizing that its power in the global stage is waning, and this is their attempt at regaining control in a multipolar world. So yes, Connor eats pants. I did not actually read this thread. This is my first time looking at it, so it's not embarrassing. But I don't think it's like Putin goading Trump into this, but more so it's a peaceful, or not a peaceful for the people who are victims, but in comparison to the other different regional superpowers, this is a realignment taking place. So yes, it's not entirely wrong. It's not entirely wrong. It's not peaceful, but it's peaceful from the perspective of Russia versus United States and Russia versus United States versus China. Other chess pieces here, obviously, are the strategic attempts of controlling the entry point into the Red Sea, like the newly established, or I guess the newly established but former Marxist socialist South Yemen, which is now a Saudi-controlled piece of Yemen, and then also Somaliland, which Israel has recognized as a country. And obviously, I think like China has a base. It's the only base it has around the world. And is it Djibouti? I forget where, but China has a base over there somewhere because they want to make sure that they have some control over trade routes. And, America is still asserting its control and its dominance in the Middle Eastern region by way of Israel, which obviously corresponds to the Greater Israel Project. So Zionists are very happy about that. And what else? Yeah, they're. I think the next step here is Iran. That's what I think. I think America is reasserting its dominance and doing power projection in the Western Hemisphere, maybe Greenland. And America, by way of Israel, is going to try and fucking go back after Iran. And a big part of how they're going to do that in Iran, they've already done it. They're like, they got the mass protests and stuff that's happening. They just like get the Kurds riled up in Iran. And I've said this before, they will use the Kurdish population in Iran in an effort to destabilize Iran. And then, I guess, I don't know, go back and do something. I don't know what they're going to do. Once again, you got to get nukes. You got to get fucking nukes. That's it. If you don't have nukes, you have no sovereignty. Ayatollah, please go back on the previous religious interpretations, please. Ayatollah, please. Inshallah, Ayatollah, you will get nukes. He's too busy posting like the fake demon. He's too busy posting like the fake demon he is, being like, oh, our enemies will fall by the wayside. It's like, come on, man. Why are you tweeting? Stop tweeting. Get nukes. Every moment. Stop trying to farm aura on Twitter, bro. Oh, we're flying the red flag again. It's like, okay, sick. Fake demon Ayatollah. Claudia Scheinbaum, please get nukes. Mexicans are very enterprising people. Please. Claudia Scheinbaum, please. Use your aura to get nukes. Get nukes now. Develop nukes now. There is no downside. You should get a nuke. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting voted to dissolve itself today. Yeah, they gave up. See, the Piker Broadcasting Service has nukes, not dissolving. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting did not have nukes, had to dissolve. Do you see what I'm saying? God is inside the atom. Go split that uranium, Khamenei. What's important is when one realizes an enemy wants to force something on one's government or nation with false claims, they must stand firmly against that enemy. We won't give in to them. With reliance on God and confidence in the people's support, we'll bring the enemy to its knees. Oh my God, he's just constantly. My man is just constantly posting, never stopping. Yeah, Lula, get nukes. Did you know this quirk about Maduro? What is this? Venezuela, Hugo Chavez's little bird strikes again. Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro continues to communicate with his late predecessor via the animal kingdom. Maduro said a little bird has appeared to him once again to assure him that Hugo Chavez is happy and full of love. He made the assertion on Monday during a ceremony to mark what would have been Chavez's 60th birthday in his hometown of Sabaneta. Chavez died March 5th, 2013. Another victim to the CIA cancer gun. I am going to confess once again that a little bird approached me and said that Comandante Chavez was happy and full of love and for the loyalty of his people. Look, man, all I'm saying is there's only two ways, okay? You either become a servile little dog to American interests and you sell off your people and you sell off your natural resources to foreign capital and they plunder and steal everything, okay? Or you develop nukes. You develop nukes, and if you have any sort of like socialist tendency, you very quickly implement a one-party state with tremendous party discipline. And, you know, you are very rigorous. You listen to the people, you listen to their demands, and you quickly develop to the best of your ability, okay? And in the process, when the naysayers come out, and if they try to like, I don't know, go and work with America, okay? If you have a bunch of, you know, wealthy people, you bring a cadre with you of wealthy people that are part of the developmentary process, right? Some of them are going to betray you. The moment that they betray you, you kill them. Okay, maybe you don't kill them, but you arrest them, okay? You arrest them. Maybe you don't kill them. But you make sure you just like remove them from society, okay? You just remove them from society, and then you just focus on material improvements for your people, okay? Over and over and over again. That's it. Don't go heavy-handed on it, okay? Don't do the Stalin thing. Do not go as far as Stalin did, okay? Because he went a little crazy with it. No exile. No exile. Exile is a mistake because you know what it's like when you put. Don't go full Stalin, okay? When you do exile, they get more powerful. Okay, they get more powerful. You think, oh, they're away from the people. They don't have methods of communicating with the masses. No, it never works that way because then you have to literally arrest more people. Okay, you have to, if you do that, you have to arrest more people because then they're going to foment counter-revolutionary sentiment among the masses, especially if the exile then goes to one of these other countries that's constantly trying to fuck you up. Okay? Play Hearts of Iron, Kaiser Redux. Is that what? DOJ has stopped calling Cartel de los Soles a group that exists. That's crazy. I can't believe it. The Trump admin falsely claimed for months that Venezuela's President Maduro leads a group called Cartel de los Soles, Cartel of the Suns, which does not exist. The U.S. Justice Department has now quietly dropped this lie, implicitly admitting it was a fabrication. Wow, I'm so surprised. Who could have thought? Who has been saying this for months at this point? I wonder. Wow, how shocking. How shocking. By the way, Marco Rubio was talking about Cartel de los Soles, the Cartel of the Suns, like yesterday. Okay? When he did the fucking rounds. And yes, for the record, every part of this argument about like cocaine trafficking is a fucking lie. Okay? It's all made up. Any kind of evidence that they put together, I promise you, is going to be bullshit. It's going to be fucking bullshit. It doesn't really matter, though, because it's not like Trump is even leaning into it. He's just like, I don't really give a fuck. I want the oil. Shut the fuck up, bitch. And not only that, but also, I mean, this is worse than the Bush admin, dude. It's actually worse. Like, at least the Bush administration was like somewhat competent. They tried to do we're doing democracy. We're doing democracy. We're fucking doing liberalism, and we love implementing democracy in places. They got WMDs. They faked it. They lied to the whole world. Trump is just like, do they have drugs? I don't fucking care. They got oil. That's my drug. Okay, I need that shit. Like they didn't even go with like they didn't even put any effort into it. And the worst part is, it doesn't even fucking matter. It kind of feels like it doesn't matter because Americans are just sleepwalking into oblivion. Oh, fucking Matt Taibbi. All right, I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm tired. I'm tired. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. We got more stuff to cover as always, obviously. Hopefully there isn't more insane shit taking place in the world. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow, okay? Peace in the world. No war. Just peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again.